Chapter 1. The boy who was on Blue Star was watching his favorite anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. A boy on Blue Star was watching his favorite anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. His name was GIYU. I feel like this GIYU is very similar to me, with the same facial paralysis, the same dislike, the same social phobia, and the same name. No, he doesn't know that he is disliked. If I could travel through time, I hope I could change the ending and not let GIYU Tomioka's life be forever frozen at the age of 25, and let his companions sacrifice. But just as he was thinking about it, his computer exploded because the 690 graphics card installed could not withstand the heat. 0.01 seconds before the explosion, he closed his eyes in despair, thinking that he would die alone. Is this heaven? It feels so warm. GIYU, stop being in a daze. Get up, said Santo. What? Isn't this GIYU's senior brother? Finally, some memories that did not belong to him suddenly flooded into his head. Tomioka GIYU, male, both parents dead. GIYU felt incredible. He actually traveled to the world of Demon Slayer, and it seemed to be the paralyzed GIYU he had mentioned in his previous life. The fate was indescribable. Come here, GIYU, you are not really a piece of wood, right? In the end, he dragged Yuyang away without giving him any chance to resist. After seeing Santo drag GIYU out, Urokodaka Seikanji said, "Are you ready? Then let's start training in a while." GIYU thought to himself, "Bakeashi. Start training as soon as you come up. It's really going to kill people." Oh my god! A girl with blue eyes came over, with a fox mask with blue patterns on the side of her head. Zhengu said, "I've been waiting for you two for a long time, why did you come just now?" Finally, she walked to the side of Suuntu and pinched his ears with her hands. "Tell me, what's wrong? Is there something you didn't call me for?" Then she put on a expression. Suuntu immediately said in pain, "It hurts, don't pull me. Oh, isn't it our paralyzed junior brother? I just went to call him. Don't you even ask me, Then he stared at Zhengu, sorry, lol. Finally, the two smiled at each other, and smiled to forget their grudges. While the two were talking, our paralyzed Yiyang had already stood up. Looking at the dog food spread by the two, he was full of anger. It seemed that among the friendship of three people, there must be one person who was lonely, Hey, it's okay. As for a girlfriend, as long as you are a little more handsome, billion, a little taller, billion, a little richer, billion, and a little stronger, billion, you can easily get one. I believe that the handsome men and beautiful women in front of the screen must have this qualification." While our Yiyang was still comforting himself in his heart, Master Linteki said, "Ahem, you three come here, I will tell you something." Then the three of them stood in a row together. "Then let me tell you something serious first. In 2 months, you will go to Fujiki Mountain to participate in the final selection, and in these 2 months, I will give you more arduous training." After the three heard it, the mentality and expressions of two people had collapsed, but except for our Yiyang, his heart had collapsed, and they were going to face cruel training next. Chapter 2. The three boys were running on the dirt road, carrying stones on their backs. On the dirt road, 3 young men, girls, were running on the road. These three were Yiyang, Xiantu, Zhengu. The three of them were doing the task that Linlong gave them, which was to run 3 laps around the mountain to give them some physical exercise. "Hoo, so tired, is this really for people? My legs are going to break." "Oh, Xiantu, can't you just be quiet?" Zhengu said unhappily. "Take a break, I'm a little tired too." Then the three of them sat on the hillside together, and at this time our Yiyang was sorting out the questions in his mind. What period is it now? Can I still master those breathing methods after crossing over? Ding! The Demon Slayer system is officially open, and the host can ask me if you have any questions. A cold mechanical sound reached Yi Yang's ears. Yi Yang's body trembled, and he said loudly in his mind, "Dog system, are you finally here? Dear, be civilized." But Yi Yang did not realize the seriousness of the matter, and still committed suicide, and continued, "I said, dog system, what can you do to me?" 2 minutes passed. The system gives you another chance, giving you 3 seconds to come back. 3 seconds later. Don't, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously. But after several minutes, there was still no sound from the system. System, please don't leave. Come back, system, I was wrong, please. Host, I'm here. After hearing this familiar voice, Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief and began to ask the question just now. Host, the period you are in now is the Taisho period of Japan, and the breathing method you mentioned can certainly be mastered. Although your soul has been exchanged, it does not mean that the owner of this body, his ability will dissipate. Host, please don't worry. After listening, Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to think about what to do next. Master Urokodaka said before that the selection will start in 2 months. By then, it will be the day to kill the demons. He must make up for his regrets and avenge those dead brothers. While Yi Yang was still thinking about the next question, Santu pulled him up and said, Okay, we've rested enough, let's continue, otherwise we may not have food today. Finally, the 3 of them started running on the muddy road again. Although the journey was long, it was not too difficult for the 3 people who had mastered the water-breathing method. They finished the run in less than 3 hours. After completing the task, the 3 of them returned to the wooden house and saw Master Urokodaka wearing a Tengu mask cooking for them. It turned out that he had been watching the training process of the 3 people. After seeing the 3 people finish, he came back. You must be tired after training for a whole morning. Sit down and take a rest. After eating, continue training. Master Urokodaka said and continued to cook silently. GIYU looked at Master Urokodaka and remembered that in his last life, he heard Demon Slayer fans say that Master Urokodaka was very gentle after taking off his mask. The reason he wore the mask was because he was called the most gentle pillar by the demons, so he wore the Tengu mask. I wanted to take it off to see what Master Urokodaka looked like, but rationality eventually overcame curiosity. Seeing that the scene was very calm for a while, Shinkomo broke the calmness by saying, Hey, do you think you are confident about the next selection? How can I not have confidence? Anyway, I want to cut off the neck of the evil demon now. Santo replied immediately. Me? I am the same as Santo. GIYU, who didn't know what to say, answered casually. Then the 3 of us should work hard together. It's best to kill all the demons we can see, okay? Okay. Santo and GIYU said in unison. At this time, Master Urokodaka finally finished the meal, and the 3 of them quickly ate the meal to prepare for the next training. Chapter 3. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Master Urokura arranged them in an open area and took them to a big rock. He said the afternoon task, chop this rock. This is a training for whether you can kill the evil spirit. After that, he left. The 3 of them stayed where they were. After a while, the 3 of them stood on the big rock they chose and started to chop it. Xianto was not to be outdone and started first. Water breathing type 2 water wheel. Then he turned back and attacked, and our poor rock was directly chopped open. At this time, our Yi Yang was very envious. Seeing the blue water pattern on the knife made by the water breathing, he felt really handsome. Ji Yang, I'll go first then. Water breathing first form water surface slash. Makoto swung a quick blow, and the stone was also cut in half. Seeing that Yi Yang was in a daze, Santa said in confusion, Yi Yang, what are you doing? Come on, it won't work, right? And our Yi Yang is also very panicked now. He told himself that he is Yi Yang, and he will definitely learn the breathing method, but the tension in his heart made him feel that he couldn't use it. He was even more panicked when he heard Santa's words, and he also came up with the universal method, which is to look at Santa without saying a word with Yi Yang's unique expression of facial paralysis. Come on, Yi Yang, we believe you can do it. Makoto encouraged Yi Yang. System. Help me. Ding. The novice gift pack is open. Host, do you want to receive it? Receive, receive, receive. Hey, that's not right, why didn't you give it to me at the beginning? You didn't ask. I despise you. Ding. Reward the host for mastering all the skills of water breathing and having the strength of a water column. By the way, host, you can complete the corresponding tasks and get the corresponding rewards. All the skills of water breathing here also include those that GIYU has learned himself, such as the 11th type Nagi. Of course, it only includes this one, but it does not mean that the protagonist will not learn other ones in the future. Collect. At this time, GIYU's confidence is soaring, and he said to the two of them, I can do it. After that, he started to breathe with full concentration. Water breathing land type twisting vortex. GIYU instantly swung out the knife, and the knife also had the beautiful deep blue water pattern. Instantly, a powerful vortex was generated by twisting, cutting the stone horizontally. That's amazing. I misunderstood you, Yi Yang, I'll make it up to you. Really? Really? I want to eat salmon radish. And I have several. Xiantu subconsciously covered his purse. Just pretend I didn't say anything. But our Yi Yang was also very friendly and stuck to the side of Xiantu's ear, saying to him expressionlessly, you don't want Zhengu to know that it was you who messed with her last time, Finally, Xiantu had no choice but to agree. While they were talking, Master Urokodaka came over and saw the 3 stones that were cut. Achievement, a world where only stones are injured is born. You did a good job, so the next training will begin. No way, why is there more? Xiantu couldn't help complaining. Okay, today, the meal of Shantu will be reduced by half, and your next training will be practical training. No, Master, I was wrong. In short, both sides will fight each other. You will have a 10-minute break. It will start in 10 minutes. The 10-minute break passed quickly. The first round of the duel was between Yi Yang and Shantu. Yi Yang, I will win. No. Then both sides started, and Yi Yang quickly used water breathing one form water surface slash. But Shantu was not to be underestimated. He made a judgment in an instant, dodged the attack, and at the same time swung water breathing 3 form flowing dance. This move was very fast, and Shantu flashed in front of Yi Yang in a short while, but Yi Yang, who had the strength of a water column, was not comparable to Shantu. He instantly predicted the path of Shantu and put the knife on his neck. I won. Alas, I lost. The second match is between Santo and Shinkomo. I won't show mercy. Then come on. Santo drew his sword first. Water breathing type 4 strike tide. Shinkomo blocked with his sword and used water breathing type 2 water wheel. The two fought evenly, but in the end our rabbit won. Just when he was feeling proud, a hand had already pulled up his ear. Humph! What's there to be proud of? It's not that I was careless, I won. Yes, yes, if you weren't careless, you would have won. In fact, Yi Yang looked at the two of them with envy and jealousy. Although I won the game, I lost my life. Chapter 4. The 2 months passed quickly, and today the 3 of them will participate in the Demon Slayer Core Selection Contest. Kids, are you really going? Of course, Master, we will definitely come back. Yes, yes. Right. Seeing that they were determined, Urokodaka Sakaki said nothing more and had to encourage them. I believe you can complete it. Here, this is a disaster relief mask. I hope it can help you reduce disasters. You must come back. No matter what the result is, you must go home first. After saying that, he was also sad. And the three of them seemed to see the 11 brothers behind Master Urokodaki. They all wore fox masks. They seemed to be looking at the three and blessing them. At this time, Yi-Yang also made up his mind to cut off the neck of the hand ghost, avenge his senior brothers, and let them rest in peace. After saying goodbye to Master Urokodaki, the three of them also rushed to Fuji Mountain to participate in the final selection. After they left, Master Urokodaki took off his mask. He was already in tears, and kept muttering, "I must come back alive, I must." The competition venue was crowded with people, and many people were encouraging each other and blessing the next competition. Yi-Yang knew that Koko Shinobu was among this group of people, because she was in the same class as Yi-Yang, but Yi-Yang did not go to find her, but silently summoned the system. "Host, I'm here. Is there any task for this competition?" "Of course. Task: kill the hand ghost and let Makoto and Sato survive. Reward: let the host master the breath of fire and get business coins x20, which can be exchanged in the store." Failure: no reward. Satoshi and Makoto died. After seeing the reward, GIYU was very excited. Needless to say, this mission was something he had to do, and the reward of Breath of Flame was something he had not expected. Just as GIYU was immersed in the reward, two little Lolita with one black hair and one white hair, of course the black one was a boy, because the Yubayashiki clan raised boys as girls before the age of 13, said in unison, "Thank you all for coming from afar to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps." The white-haired child said, "On this Fujiki mountain, the demons captured alive by the demon hunters are imprisoned, and the demons cannot leave." The black-haired child said, "From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, the wisteria flowers that disgust demons are always blooming all year round." Said with the children, "I wish you all a great success and a good journey. Let's start, let's start. Makoto GIYU, let's go too." Satoshi said to the two excitedly. Shinkomo said speechlessly, "Do you have to be so excited? Hey!" While looking at the two of them, GIYU caught a glimpse of a girl with a bow tie, and thought to himself that it couldn't be Koko Shinobu. When he saw the girl's face when she turned back, he knew that he had guessed right, it was indeed her. Forget it, don't think so much, now my top priority is to pass the selection. Makomo, Santo, let's split into two teams, you two in one team, and I can be alone." Makomo was a little worried, "Isn't it too dangerous to be alone, why not go together?" Santo also echoed, "Yes, GIYU. I want to kill all the ghosts, so I want to split my troops into two groups, which is more efficient, and you can all see my strength, right? You want to kill all the ghosts?" Santo was very surprised. "Yes." Zhengu was worried, "Will this be too dangerous? You two have seen my strength, right? I can do it alone. Don't worry, I promised Master that I would go back." The two of them couldn't persuade him anymore, they looked at each other and agreed. The crowd dispersed quickly, from a group of people to a small group of people. Then our Yi-Yang was running alone at this time, looking at the big sun in the sky, and stopped running. "It seems that we have to wait until night, forget it, find a place to rest first." So he found a shady place and slept until night. In fact, there was a fat body in the dark. Although it couldn't be seen, it had many hands on its body, and its yellow eyes were full of bloodshot. It counted with its hands excitedly, 1, 2, 3. The 12th. The 12th. Urokodaki, Urokodaki. I really want to see your apprentice buried in my belly. And your helpless expression, he he he. Then the voice disappeared in an instant, disappearing into the shadows, and the sky was dark at this time. The first night came. Chapter 5. The night came quietly, darkness enveloped the earth, and all the ghosts bound by the sun came out. At this time, Yang was walking slowly. If I guess correctly, according to the habits of the hand ghost, it will definitely kill me on the last night, seeing my desperate expression. Yang guessed. Makoto and Tsutomu should be safe, after all, the hand ghost is staring at me now, and it will definitely keep an eye on me all the time. Hand ghost, if it was the former Tomioka Yang, it might really let you succeed, but hand ghost, you are wrong this time, I will definitely cut off your neck with my own hands. After that, he started running, because his goal was to kill all the ghosts on this mountain and find those ghosts. After a while, Yang heard the voice of the ghost. He stood still, and the ghoul came behind him. It looks good. But before he finished speaking, Yang drew his sword and cut off its head. No. I am unwilling to eat more and more people, stinky ghost, wait for me. His body and head turned into ashes and disappeared on the spot. Yang was thinking about the moment when he just cut off the ghost, and he felt a little uneasy. Is it this feeling? Maybe it's my first time, I feel that I killed a life alive? No. Although they are alive, they eat people, and this is also revenge for those who were eaten by him. Thinking of this, Yang felt that the guilt on his body disappeared. He killed the evil ghost, and it is natural for people to kill evil ghosts. He was not wrong. Yang continued to look for the target and saw the three ghosts in front. When the three ghosts saw him, they began to drool and then quarreled. Branch, Lychee, this person is mine. Don't fight with me. A ghost named Ganma shouted at the other two ghosts. Hey, you are not authentic, why? Resin said. That's right. That's right. Lychee also said. Okay, let's do it on our own. At this time, Yang was looking at them in confusion. Why are these three people, no, three ghosts, so weird names? It seems that the name was made up by a little black guy named Cai. Yang saw the three ghosts rushing towards him and quickly attacked. Water-breathing Sanzi type Li Yulia Wu. Yang was so fast that he left an afterimage, and before he could react, his ghost head fell to the ground. Yang, who had just killed the three ghosts, heard someone calling for help over there, and rushed over immediately. Then he saw a ghost entangled a man with a branch, and Yang saw it and immediately used it. Water-breathing one type water surface slash. He cut off the branch and saved the man, and then he immediately looked at the ghost. I didn't expect that we could get 2 for 1, well, okay, I'll take you as dessert, little ghost. Blood demon art all things have spirits. Finally, 2 big trees grew out of the ground, and quickly stretched out their branches, trying to control GIYU's hands. GIYU couldn't let it succeed, so he swung his sword and cut it off. GIYU secretly sighed that this ghost was not simple, it actually had blood demon art, and he finally understood why only a few people could pass the Demon Slayer core selection, because with a demon like this, unless you have strong strength to beat it or don't meet it, otherwise you will die. I really don't understand why the Demon Slayer core doesn't send some people to kill those demons with super strength. But think about it, who can kill this kind of demon with their own strong strength like Tanjiro? Not everyone is Tanjiro. When the ghost saw the shocked look in your eyes, you laughed and said, ha 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 ha. Are you surprised? Don't worry, you will soon become my food. After that, it manipulated the branches of the surrounding trees to stretch them out and stab in all directions. Chapter 6. The tree branches stabbed at Yang from all directions, but Yang was not panicked at all and easily cut off the branches. The ghost with blood ghost magic also felt that Yang was not a character to be messed with. It seems you still have strength, Go to hell. Blood demon art devil tree and withered vine. Dozens of hundreds of meters tall trees suddenly appeared around Yang, surrounding him. The ghost also stood on the tree, looking down at Yi Yang, who was like an ant in his eyes. All the branches on the tree stabbed at Yi Yang, faster, harder, and sharper than before. The grass on the ground also grew up suddenly, wrapping up Yi Yang's limbs. You actually sneak attacked me, you have no martial ethics. I'm afraid this little ghost has been beaten into a sieve. This is the end of going against me, hee hee. Then he jumped off the tree in an instant, and finally looked at the ordinary man who was wrapped in grass by him, ready to eat him. Ah! No! I wouldn't have come if I had known. I don't want to die. The man screamed in horror. It's okay, I'll be quick and won't let you suffer, hee hee. Isn't it too early to say this? What? Why aren't you dead? I don't need to explain to the dead ghost. The ghost frantically made the branches and weeds around it grow quickly, trying to repeat the same trick, but GIYU wouldn't be fooled a second time. Water-breathing 11th form Nagi. Everything around GIYU turned into endless water, and the blood ghost arts were all invalid at this time. It disappeared when it approached GIYU, and in the surprised expression of the ghost, GIYU slowly cut off its head. Then, a revolving lantern of the ghost's life appeared. The ghost's name was Magi. He was a teenager who was overwhelmed by his parents' expectations and the pressure of studying. His parents always told him that he had to study to have a good life, but his dream was to be an ordinary postman. But he didn't dare to tell his parents, because he knew that if he did, his parents would be furious, and he also planted a tree in the backyard, thinking that he could thrive like this little tree and fulfill his dream. Every time he was overwhelmed, he would come to see the little tree, until one day, his parents cut down the tree, and he collapsed after seeing this scene. He met an adult who gave Malmu his blood, making him stronger, and he brutally killed his parents. Alas, hateful people must have pitiful things. And Yi Yang knew in his heart that in their human world, this kind of situation is not rare, and there are many, which also makes many children choose to commit suicide, and his depression in his previous life was also forced out by this situation. And somewhere in hell, when Malmu was about to go to hell to atone for his sins alone, two people held his hands. These were his parents. Dad! Dad and Mom, is it really you? As soon as he finished this sentence, Malmu burst into tears and hugged them. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Xiao Mu, it's okay, Mom and Dad won't blame you, it's our fault, we shouldn't force you like this. Then the three of them walked hand in hand to hell to atone for their sins. Hell is so cruel, and the three of them also have to go to atone for their sins. If there is an afterlife, I hope you can be an ordinary person and live a peaceful life with your parents. Chapter 7. The dead body was buried, and the dead body was buried. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the hidden boss and getting the reward in advance. Yi Yang had a blank expression on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. He didn't expect to have an unexpected surprise. Thank you, benefactor. The man who was about to be eaten stood up and thanked Yi Yang. Yi Yang just looked at him quietly. After a few seconds of embarrassment, the man spoke again. My name is Murikideki, please tell me what your name is. Yi Yang was very panicked at this time, but he thought that this would be disliked by others, and it was not polite. TOMIOKA GIYU. Benefactor, I will remember this name for the rest of my life. I will also let my descendants know your name, so that they know that you are the benefactor of our family. GIYU was also a little speechless. There was no need to do this. He couldn't bear it. Then he changed the topic and said to Murakita. This place is not suitable for you, go back quickly. Thank you. Then the man ran down the mountain. The sky gradually brightened at this time, the sun rose slowly, and the sun enveloped the earth again, and this thrilling night was finally over. The first night ended, and the dawn of the second day came. Looking at the reward he had just received, GIYU was extremely excited, but he still suppressed his little emotions and finally asked the system. Is this business currency used to exchange things? Yes, host. Let me see the store. Then a blue screen unfolded in front of Yi Yang, with the words. Randomly draw a gift package 1000 business coins. Wind breathing 500 business coins. Mobile phone 200 business coins. Balance 20 business coins. System, you are so mean. Thank you for the compliment. Underscore. Then Yi Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Finally, he looked at the breathing of flame. He remembered that it was very cool when the big brother used it in the anime. Today, he actually wanted to try it. Breathing of flame type I Shiranui. The imagined flame did not appear, and Yi Yang was also confused at this time, but he thought about it again. It was simply not possible. He must be full of flames in his heart and be cheerful and enthusiastic. At this time, Yi Yang also tried his best to make his heart cheerful. Then he saw Yi Yang, who was actually laughing with his eyes wide open, or laughing cheerfully. He must maintain this state first. Breathing of flame type I Shiranui. A flame like sunlight instantly appeared on the sword, and GIYU felt the essence of breathing of flame at this moment. Different from the gentleness of breathing of water, breathing of flame makes people feel strong and mature, which does not mean that he inherited the flame of breathing of Sunday. And it really has special effects. Can you imagine that a fan of Big Brother can use breathing of flame with a knife one day, and there are special effects? What kind of feeling is this? In the end, all the big trees fell to the ground, and GIYU also used all the remaining skills of breathing of flame. Breathing of flame type 2 rising flame sky. Breathing of flame type 3 air flame myriad. Breathing of flame type 4 winding flame. It feels so refreshing. Is this the breathing of flame? Now I feel like I can kill 10 musen alone. GIYU said excitedly. But he knew better than anyone that he would not last more than 10 seconds in the hands of musen. Yi Yang's stomach began to protest at this time. And Yi Yang also touched his stomach at this time, patted his head and said, "It turns out that I haven't eaten for a day." Finally, Yi Yang quickly came to a stream, and finally sat next to a big tree, took out the small bag he brought with him, and took out the salmon radish, white rice, and a bottle of drink. In fact, Yi Yang originally wanted to buy potatoes and stewed meat, but since he asked Suuntu to take him to eat salmon and radish last time, he fell in love with the taste. That night he also made a world full of salmon and radish. Many fish were floating in the sky, and there was a fish that was even more bizarre, with the face of Yi Yang on his face, which scared him awake. But Yi Yang did not eat immediately, but prepared to find some firewood, because he had to prepare everything before eating, and there was always a sense of ritual when eating. He wanted to wait until he finished eating before going down to the river and catching some fish to grill. But in just a few moments, a girl with purple hair, purple eyes, and a bow on her head appeared. The girl with the headdress came here, and this girl was Shinobu Koko. She was really unlucky. She had brought a few glutinous rice balls, which were enough for her to survive this selection, but because she was not paying attention, she dropped them all. When she found out and came back to look for them, the ants were carrying her glutinous rice balls. And our Shinobu Koko also smiled very kindly, dripped a little purple liquid on each of the glutinous rice balls, and then hummed a song and left. Then she met GIYU's lunchbox. "Hey, this. As expected, a girl like me who loves to laugh, God will not treat me badly. Although I don't know whose it is, since you are not here, leave it to me. Yaita Tatama. I'm starting." In the end, she ate everything in a whirlwind, and all the food was destroyed. At this time, Yi Yang was still unaware and humming a song whose name he didn't know, Flower of Egypt, Dio same. 100 years ago When Yi Yang was about to reach the big tree where he had just stopped, he finally saw Koko Shinobu, who was holding her stomach and burping, and the lunch box and cup that had been eaten on the ground. All the branches that had just been picked up fell to the ground, and Koko Shinobu was also startled. "Who? Is this your lunch box? Oh, sorry. I was too hungry, I really couldn't help it, so. But Coco Shinobu didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. Forget it, I'll compensate you with another one when the time comes, and if it doesn't work, I can also give you money, do you think it's okay? She talked alone for a long time, and seeing Yi Yang motionless, just staring at her, she felt a little scared. Here you can refer to the look of being stared at by Kokushibo with 6 eyes or the look of Yoshiro staring at you when you were treated by Tomoyo. After standing for a long time, GIYU finally realized that this girl was Coco Shinobu. He didn't have much affection for Coco Shinobu, because for social phobia like them, a person always teases you inadvertently, and is also very black-bellied, saying the most vicious words with that smiling face, not to mention that this time he ate his favorite radish salmon. In GIYU's creed, in this world, only food and animation are not to be missed. But at this time, Coco Shinobu was eating his own food, and she didn't care, which made GIYU unbearable. Moshi hey, why don't you talk? What's your name? Why don't you talk? Water breathing one type water. Hey! Wait! If you have something to say, let's talk about it. Don't just draw your sword. Face slash. GIYU's sword has been swung out, but he didn't swing it at Coco Shinobu, but at the stream next to him. Our Coco Shinobu was already sweating profusely at this time. But Coco Shinobu started to get angry again. Isn't it just eating your lunch box once? You really want to kill me? Humph. At most, I'll pay you 100 or 80. Water call. Don't make me wrong, I'm wrong. Let's talk about the current situation first. Chapter 8. The two of them were very happy. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Shinobu Coco. She looked at GIYU after she finished speaking. Finally, they were deadlocked for a few seconds. Let's say something. They can't be so quiet all the time. By the way, what's your name? Shinobu Coco asked in confusion. GIYU TOMIOKA. Shinobu Coco started talking about business again. Mr. TOMIOKA, I'm really sorry to eat your lunchbox. How should I compensate you? How about I make one for you next time? What do you think? This lunchbox was made by someone important to me, so I have to. When Shinobu Coco heard this, she answered instantly. 2 servings. Deal. Put more salmon in it, and I hope it comes with shredded potatoes. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yi Yang agreed. Shinobu Coco was relieved at this time, and finally coaxed this ancestor. In her heart, she was also greeting Yi Yang's ancestors. And you have to catch fish for me, and then grill it, I want to eat it. Okay. At this time, our attention turned to Santu and Jengu. They had been killing ghosts on the first night, and their bodies were full of blood. They found a small river and began to clean the blood stains on their bodies. Hey, Santu, you really smell bad, and you are covered in blood. Jengu complained to Santu. You are still talking about me, aren't you covered in blood? And aren't most of the ghosts on the road killed by me? Santu retorted. After hearing this, Jengu immediately punched Santu's chest with his fist, punching your chest with his little fist. Suantu felt no pain at all. It was more like a massage than a beating. Why do you have to say it out loud? What if someone is watching us? How is that possible? It's impossible for someone to be watching us outside the screen. Prophet. Knife. I wonder how Yi Yang is doing? He should be fine. Jengu couldn't help but worry. But Suantu patted his chest and said confidently, Jengu, don't worry. Haven't you and I seen Yi Yang's strength? Yeah, that's right. As soon as Jengu finished speaking, his stomach began to growl. Hey! Jengu blushed instantly. Santu also heard Jengu's stomach growling and laughed. Haha, Jengu, you are so cute like this, let's eat quickly. Finally, Santa took out a bag from his body, helped Yu take out the food for it and Jenggu, and gave the lunch box to Jenggu, which was filled with mushrooms, crispy and fragrant. And Santa brought meat, which seemed to be rabbit meat, and he ate it with relish at this time. Because they consumed too much physical strength, they finished eating quickly. Let's rest under this big tree for a while, I'm too sleepy now. Santa said to Jenggu. Okay. I'm a little sleepy too. Jenggu agreed. Finally, the two of them fell asleep under the big tree. Collect. The sight turned back to our Coco Shinobu and GIYU. In fact, Coco Shinobu was already soaked through. She whispered, "This fish is so hard to catch, and that piece of wood is so annoying." Yu Yang also heard what he said, and replied coldly, "Speak louder." Coco Shinobu was instantly frightened. Yu Yang had already walked forward, and Coco Shinobu panicked and hurriedly argued, "Listen to my argument." "Bah! Listen to my explanation, you must have heard it wrong just now. I'll say it again, I'm not wood." After he finished speaking, Coco Shinobu's dislike for him increased a little. "You're really slow at catching fish. If you keep doing this, I'll starve to death. You said so and I'll come to help you." When he said that, Coco Shinobu was instantly dissatisfied. "Who are you looking down on? How can I be incompetent? If you have the ability, let's compete and see who can catch more fish. If I lose, you can punish me, but if you lose, the grudge between us will be written off." Yu Yang also became interested at this time, so he nodded and agreed. Then, the fishing competition began. Chapter 9. The game started. As you can see, I, Huang Shanyi, am the referee. Okay. Both players came on the field. One was the expressionless boy Yi Yang, and the other was our beautiful but kind-hearted Coco Shinobu. What did you say? I didn't hear you just now. Ahem, the game starts now. Coco Shinobu had never caught fish before, and had no experience in this area, so she was like a headless fly, wherever the fish was, she was there. Just when she was about to catch it in the next second, the fish swam away and splashed water on her face, and her face was already bulging with veins. She was also wondering whether she should poison the fish directly. I looked at GIYU who was fishing seriously, and my competitive spirit suddenly came up, and then my little universe exploded, and I continued to fish silently. In fact, our GIYU was much more relaxed, because he loved swimming in his previous life, and sometimes he would go to the lake in the countryside to fish. In less than an hour, the basket was full, so he was like a fish in water. And what is his breathing method? It is water breathing. He can control the water flow and let the fish be washed into his hands by the water. In less than half an hour, there are more than a dozen fish on the shore. And our poor Coco Shinobu didn't realize that she had no chance of winning this game. In half an hour, she only caught a few small fish, but she was also very happy. But then she saw the number of fish caught by GIYU, and her face fell instantly, and all the joy on her face disappeared. Yu Yang was also fanning the flames at the side, telling Shinobu Coco the truth, "You can't win." Shinobu Coco remained silent and did not answer, but this sentence was like a wire, and the fire was instantly ignited after Shinobu Coco was splashed with water on her face by a small fish. She stopped pretending and directly pulled out the knife, which was poisoned by wisteria flowers, and then inserted the knife into the river. The clear blue river near the knife turned purple, and the fish near the knife all floated up, as if they had died. Yu Yang was a little confused when he saw this scene, but immediately responded, "What are you doing? This water area will be polluted by you." Shinobu Coco also turned her head at this time, "Since you saw it, then I want to kill people. Silence them." Then she took out her own knife for beheading demons and slashed at Yi Yang. And Yi Yang secretly thought it was not good. When he went into the water, he put the knife on the shore. Now he couldn't get it, so he used the fish in his hand to resist. As the old saying goes, the water pillar is still suitable for holding aquatic products. Shinobu Koko has little strength, not to mention that she has not become a pillar yet. Yu Yang feels that the knife she cuts at him feels the same as if she did not cut at all. But Yu Yang saw that the poison on Shinobu Koko's sword had penetrated the fish's body, and immediately loosened his hand and stepped back. Yu Yang thought to himself at this time, if this poison really gets into my body, coupled with Shinobu Koko's current personality, I'm afraid I will be fed to the fish directly. Seeing that there is no way, Yu Yang softened his words and said, Miss Shinobu, let's talk it over. You tell me how to deal with this matter. You have the final say. Shinobu Koko smiled abnormally, solution? Well, I have a good suggestion. Yu Yang seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw at this time, and hurriedly asked, what is it? But after that, Yu Yang felt something was wrong again. Of course, our Shinobu Koko lived up to everyone's expectations. Of course it's to take your life. You steal straight man. Chapter 10. The two of them were so busy that they were in a hurry. Breath of insects, dance of butterflies, tease. Shinobu Koko jumped up instantly, and she looked like a butterfly. If she was in the moonlight, she would be even more beautiful. While she was attacking, GIYU immediately ran to the shore and pulled out his sword. Breath of water, 8th type Takitsubo. She chopped the sword from bottom to top in an instant, and there were water columns around her. Shinobu Koko in the air couldn't control her body at all. Then, in his surprised eyes, she was hit by the upright water column. Yu Yang looked at Shinobu Koko, who was beaten to the side, and pointed the knife at her. Shinobu Koko wanted to fight back and threw the knife at Yu Yang, but Yu Yang blocked it with the knife. But Yu Yang never expected that Shinobu Koko would rush at him without any martial ethics and bite his arm. Yu Yang was shocked and said loudly, Ah! Are you born in the year of the dog? You bite people! Shinobu Koko didn't say anything, but stared at Yu Yang with her resentful eyes. Yu Yang was speechless at this time. Can you open your mouth? It really hurts, and didn't you say that we can talk about it again? Shinobu Koko also opened her mouth, and Yu Yang took out his other hand to touch the wound that was bitten just now. The teeth mark on it was very deep in the arm, and there was even a little blood. Look at yourself, do you know how much it hurts? At this time, Shinobu Koko turned her head away proudly, not looking at GIYU. Forget it, look at you, you destroyed this water source, what a huge loss that is. Water breathing pick-up type life flow. All the poisonous water was drained up, and the fish that were contaminated with poison were also brought up, but these fish cannot be eaten. Humph! This is the consequence of you making me angry. Who told you to make me angry? No, Aunt, where did I make you angry? I'm telling the truth. After hearing what he said, Shinobu Koko's veins bulged again, and the anger in her eyes could not be stopped, and she bit GIYU again. Ah! And that day, all the creatures on Fujixe Mountain heard GIYU shouting. Here, the grilled fish you want? Then she gave the grilled fish to Shinobu Koko. Don't think I will forgive you for this. Even if I starve to death or get eaten by a ghost, I will never eat your grilled fish. And Yu Yang didn't indulge her. In the end, he took the fish for Koko and ate it himself. Smelling the aroma of grilled fish, and seeing that Yu Yang's mouth was full of oil, she wanted to rush over and snatch the grilled fish. But she held back, stuffed her mouth, and turned her face away. Yu Yang looked at her confusing behavior and was very speechless. I thought to myself, isn't this a fool? Remember when I watched anime before, wasn't she very smart? Although her sister is not dead yet and her personality is still the same as before, he really didn't expect Koko Shinobu to be like this. Koko Shinobu's nose still smelled the aroma of grilled fish, and her unconvincing tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. Yu Yang looked at her like this and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, who made him kind? After all, we can't fight with fools, we have to take care of them. Here, eat it. I don't want to eat it. Don't pretend, your saliva is flowing out, eat it, it's okay. Really? Really? Finally, Coco Shinobu snatched the grilled fish from Yi Yang's hand and ate it in big mouthfuls, with a satisfied look on her face. And Yi Yang was speechless when he saw her like this. What a little foodie, and you just ate my lunch box, and now you're hungry. Coco Shinobu also immediately retorted. What do you care? And, I'm not, didn't anyone tell you not to say bad things about girls in person? And Yi Yang said sincerely at this time, without a trace of lies. No. Coco Shinobu also rolled her eyes at him, and finally continued to eat the grilled fish, and Yi Yang didn't care about her at this time, and also ate the grilled fish, he was already hungry now. Cough, cough cough. Shinobu Coco pounded his chest, and Yi Yang was confused again. No, what's wrong with you? Yi Yang, hurry up, I got a fish bone stuck in my throat. You. Yi Yang was speechless at this time, but he still silently said in his heart, care for fools, care for fools. Then he immediately patted Coco Shinobu's back, but it didn't work at all, and it made Coco Shinobu more and more painful. And Yi Yang had no other choice at this time, so he could only use the method his parents taught him when he had a fish bone stuck in his throat in his previous life, which was to swallow a steamed bun or some larger dry food to swallow the fish bone. Then he took out a rice ball from his bag and stuffed it into Coco Shinobu's mouth. After Coco Shinobu swallowed the rice ball, she finally swallowed the fish bone and the rice ball together. She covered her neck and began to cough dryly. Huff, ah, I almost thought I was going to die. Why are you eating so fast? Don't you even spit out the fish bones? And Shinobu Coco lowered her head a little ashamed at this time, her two index fingers kept gently colliding, and her little mouth muttered, oops. No matter what, I have to thank you. Thinking about her behavior towards Yi Yang just now, she blushed instantly and lowered her head like a child who made a mistake. Chapter 11. The two of them were very close. Well, I'm sorry for my previous behavior. I'm sorry. The voice became smaller and smaller, and when the last word was uttered, it was like the sound of a mosquito. You almost killed me. I'll make it up to you. You still owe me one, so there are two. I'm a girl with integrity. Ah, right, right. Happy time is always short. After experiencing the two things just now, time quickly came to night. Shinobu, actually, I participated in this selection not only to become a ghost hunter, but also for another purpose. Seeing Yi Yang say this, Coco Shinobu was a little confused. What is it? Kill all the ghosts on this mountain. Are you willing to join me? Yi Yang also said solemnly at this time. You're crazy. Shinobu Coco was very surprised. What on earth was he thinking? Killing all the ghosts on this mountain was simply a fantasy. Let alone whether it was possible, if he encountered a few strong ghosts, he would have to give up. Yi Yang saw Shinobu Coco shaking her head like a rattle, and he knew that she would definitely not agree. If you don't want to go, then forget it. Finally, he turned around and left. Yi Yang didn't expect Shinobu Coco to come after her, after all, he and Shinobu Coco were not familiar with each other now. I'll go. Anyway, I'm bored in the remaining 6 days. Although you are a piece of wood, at least there is someone to keep me company. I'm not a piece of wood. You trademark. The two ran quickly by the woods, looking for the ghost everywhere. GIYU, wait a minute, I'm a little tired, let's walk. GIYU felt that letting Shinobu Coco follow him was his biggest mistake this time, but no matter how stupid GIYU was, he couldn't be so stupid as not to understand this. You have poor physical strength, forget it, let's walk. You have poor physical strength. After a few minutes of silence, Shinobu Coco couldn't help it anymore, so she ran to GIYU and poked him with her finger. GIYU didn't expect her to be like this, and his body trembled instantly. Shinobu Koko laughed after seeing it. Moji, I didn't expect Mr. Tomioka to have such a reaction, it's really cute, hee. GIYU just squinted his eyes and looked at Shinobu Koko, without saying anything. Finally, there was a huge fat shadow in the bushes watching the two flirting, and it was the hand ghost observing GIYU. I didn't expect that little fox would bring a little dessert, and even have time to play and laugh here. I wonder if you can still smile like this on the last night, hee. The two soon met the ghost, and Yi-yang rushed up without saying a word. Water breathing first form water surface slash. The three ghosts in front just turned their heads and fell to the ground empty. Get 30 times business coins. Yi-yang was surprised and happy at this time. The foreign ghost could actually get business coins. If this is the case, 30 divided by 3 equals 10, 10 for an ordinary ghost. While Yi-yang was still immersed in the beauty, someone else came to his side and poked him with a finger, saying a little dissatisfiedly, leave some for me. If you go up and kill them all, won't I become a vase? Give it to me next time. Okay, give it to you. Mr. Tomioka, you are not so annoying. Yi-yang, eyes closed face, let's hurry up. This mountain is very big and there are countless ghosts. If we want to complete this task, we must speed up. Shinobu Koko also nodded in agreement, and then the two of them looked for their target like leopards. The night passed quickly, and the two were still energetic and not sleepy at all. Yi-yang was very excited. This time he got 260 business coins, plus the previous 280. System. I'm here. I have a total of 280 business coins now. What can I exchange? You can redeem it for a lucky draw, lucky wheel big draw, 100 each time. That's great, give me 2 draws. Yi-yang was in a very good mood, looking at the turntable in front of him and clicking the button on it, the turntable began to spin wildly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the 1-minute pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the recovery potion. Yi-yang asked the system with a dark face, System. What do you mean? What does the first 1-minute pill mean? Are you saying I'm weak? And can you explain to me what these two do? That's not what I meant. Their functions are that the host can gain the most powerful strength within 1 minute, and can obtain the markings, the red sword, and the transparent world, but the price is that after 1 minute is used up, the body will suffer great pain, which is no less than the pain of 10 fingers connected to the heart. The markings are only temporary and will not make the host's life only 25 years old. The function of the second one is to help the host recover all the pain in the body and restore the host to the original strength. After hearing this, GIYU clapped his hands in his heart. Let's not talk about the second one. Although it will suffer great pain, it can save lives. It must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. The second one can just make up for the shortcomings of the first one. After the first 1 minute is used up, drink a bottle of recovery potion directly, which is equivalent to no side effects. Kohiko Shinobu looked at GIYU standing there blankly, and poked him again. Mr. Tomioka, don't be dazed, don't be dazed. Ji-yang was just immersed in the good things given by the system when he was poked by Kohiko Shinobu, and his body and brain were instantly shocked. Mr. Tomioka, you are still like this, haha. Ji-yang did not speak, but stared at Kohiko Shinobu with a dark face. Chapter 12. The two of them were very close, but they were still very close. Shinobu Koko felt a little embarrassed when she saw GIYU staring at her like that. Don't look at me like that. Can't you just say something? After hearing what he said, GIYU stared at her blankly. You big-headed ghost, be careful, I'll poke you with my fingers or bite you. This lasted for 4 days. And today is the 6th day of this selection, and today is also an ordinary day. These days they have saved many people and killed many ghosts. Most of the ghosts on Fujixe Mountain have died, not to mention the ones on the side of the rabbit and the real Koji. And GIYU and Shinobu Koko have become much more familiar with each other. It was noon, the sun was very hot, and Shinobu Koko was thirsty and hungry, complaining to GIYU. "Tomioka, I'm so hungry, hurry up and cook. What kind of weather is this, so hot, and get me some clean water." GIYU looked at Shinobu Koko speechlessly, thinking that she was on the same level as Mitsurai Kanroji, and was also a foodie. "I know, but I can't change the weather. That's why you're hated." "I'm not hated." "Oh, please." GIYU sighed helplessly, then turned around and went to find ingredients. Seeing GIYU walking further and further away, Shinobu Koko suddenly thought of something. So she shouted to GIYU, "Tomioka, wait." GIYU looked back after hearing this. He thought Shinobu Koko was going to go with him, but he thought too much. "I don't want to eat fish anymore, change to something else." After hearing this, Yu Yang cursed inwardly and left without looking back. Yu Yang thought that everyone's parents would tell their children to do their own things, but he didn't know until he met Koko Shinobu. Not everyone has parents. Koko Shinobu smiled instantly after seeing that Yu Yang was mistaken. 2 days ago, she happened to see that Yu Yang was secretly packing something in his bag and followed him quietly. Finally, she saw that Yu Yang was hiding salmon and radish. Koko Shinobu's eyes lit up instantly after seeing it. Since she ate it last time, although it was not her favorite, it tasted extremely delicious. Today, she was going to take this opportunity to eat the salmon and radish. And Yu Yang finally left at this time, so she could eat it secretly. "Tomioka, I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply, hiding in the big tree. If I hadn't seen it, I might not know it." Poor Yu Yang was still unaware at this time and was still looking for ingredients. He walked in the woods, thinking that there couldn't be no wild vegetables in such a big forest, or at least some small animals. After a while, Yu Yang found prey, a wild boar, and the wild boar just saw Yu Yang. It rushed over at once. The pig rushed forward. It was not an ashok, it was a pig. Yu Yang didn't say anything and just cut the pig with a knife. He was lucky to meet this wild boar not long after he came out. Today he can finally have a full meal. Then Yu Yang dragged the body of the wild boar back, and on the way back he had an unexpected surprise. He saw potatoes, which seemed to grow here by themselves. "Well, you didn't care about it and took out the bag to put the potatoes back." Then he went to the stream again. He took the kettle given to him by Koko Shinobu and filled it with some water. Then he returned with a full load, and he was very fast because he couldn't wait to eat. But what he didn't expect was that he actually saw Koko Shinobu eating the salmon and radish he had hidden 2 days ago. He thought to himself, wasn't it well hidden? How did Koko Shinobu take it out? "Koko Shinobu, you." Koko Shinobu also saw that GIYU was instantly panicked and immediately started to argue. "Tomioka, I said I picked it up, do you believe me? My radish and salmon. Well, I was too hungry, so. Do I believe it?" Chapter 13. The old man was so angry that he was lying on the ground. "Alas, fortunately I have a trick up my sleeve." Then Yu Yang changed and dug under a piece of land he had marked, and soon he took out the salmon radish. "No way, you actually hid so deep." Koko Shinobu was a little surprised. "Isn't it to prevent you? Otherwise, would I be like this?" Finally, he stared at Koko Shinobu coldly. Koko Shinobu seemed to have expected it, turned his head away, and stopped looking at Yu Yang. "Forget it, I won't bother about this matter for now, but you must take the meat off this wild boar." Finally, he pointed to the body of the wild boar next to him. Then Yu started eating salmon and radish, eating with relish, and gradually a smile appeared on her face. This was a smile from the heart, not only from the previous life, but also from the GIYU in this demon slayer world. It's still as delicious as ever. Seeing GIYU in this state, Shinobu Koko couldn't help but joked. I didn't expect Tomioka to smile as innocently as a child. But GIYU ignored her and continued to immerse himself in eating. Seeing that GIYU ignored her, she thought, maybe I'm not boring myself, and looked at the wild boar that GIYU hunted. Shinobu Koko didn't seem to have expected GIYU to get such a big wild boar, and couldn't help but be surprised. Wow Tomioka, I didn't expect you to be so good. Yang also told Shinobu Koko how he met her, and Shinobu Koko gave her a thumbs up and praised her repeatedly, you are really lucky. Yet, the last person picked up the dagger he carried with him and cut off the skin of the wild boar. After all, she knew that if this skin was sold, it would be worth a lot of money. Finally, all the edible parts of the wild boar were picked out. Although they were edible, some were also taken out, such as the internal organs of the pig, which were probably very disgusting. Yang watched Shinobu Koko sort out the edible parts of the pig in a few seconds, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Shinobu, you can do this. Shinobu Koko said proudly when she heard what Yang said. Of course, this is my specialty, and ordinary people can't really learn it. Cook quickly, the tasks have been completed, now it's up to you. Don't tell me you're hungry again, you just ate my salmon radish. Oh, how is that possible? I'm afraid it will get dirty on the ground, you know. And I'm very light. That's right, that's because you're shorter. TOMIOKA. Yang didn't want to pay attention to her, took out a basin, walked to the stream, poured stream water into the basin, and then put the meat in it. He wanted to wash the blood off the meat. In the past 10 minutes, Yang picked up some firewood and piled them together. He didn't want to make fire by drilling wood, so he used the breath of fire directly, gathered the flame in his hand, and lit the match. After seeing this, Koko Shinobu was very confused, but also very surprised, and clamored for Yang to teach her. Yang, how did you do it? Teach me. Yang was very regretful at this time. He shouldn't have let Shinobu Koko see it. He ignored Shinobu Koko and went to the meat that was just washed. But Shinobu Koko still insisted and wanted Yang to teach him. Rub your hands 100 times a day, make your hands as hot as flames, and add your breath, and you can practice it. But Shinobu Koko was not so easily deceived. She immediately knew that Yang was deceiving her and wanted to repeat the trick to make Yang surrender. Yang also learned to be smart and immediately pinched Shinobu Koko's little face. Hehe, it was quite soft. Bite. When Shinobu Koko's face was pinched, her face turned red instantly. Mr. Tomioka, this is why you are hated, you are a pervert. You don't consider the feelings of girls at all. I am not hated. Kill you. In fact, Yang didn't want to endure it anymore. Then he made a hand knife and Shinobu Koko fainted. This will at least give you some peace of mind, right? Chapter 14. The more you eat, the more you eat. Looking at Shinobu Koko who had fainted, Yang pulled her up and let her lean against the tree, while he roasted pork on the side. Although the roast pork tastes good, it's not very delicious without seasoning. That's what he thought, and then Yang instantly came up with an idea in his mind, find the system. System, do you sell those seasonings here? Host, of course you do. You can buy anything in my store. Let me think about it. I like spicy food. I'll have some pepper and chili oil. What does Koko Shinobu like to eat? Forget it. Who cares? She can eat it or not. Who told her to eat my salmon and radish? Oh, another bottle of soda or coke. Okay, host. A total of 5 business coins. The system has automatically exchanged them for the host. The last word of successful transaction flashed in front of Yang, and chili oil, pepper, and a Coca-Cola appeared in Yang's hand. 10 minutes later, Yang saw the blood on the meat floating up like foam, and he knew it was done. He took out the meat, and then used the water breath to gather the water in the meat and drain it out. Then he found a clean piece of land to cut the meat, and then cut off some of the thorns on the branches he had just found with a knife, inserted the branches into the meat, and then applied chili oil on it, and sprinkled a little pepper powder, in one word. It smells so good. Then he put the inserted meat next to the fire and let it roast. Yu Yang drooled when he smelled the fragrance, and then during the barbecue, he washed some potatoes, peeled the potatoes, and then inserted the branches into them, and placed them next to the fire like the meat. Anyway, in short, Yu Yang made a barbecue. Finally, it was a long wait. What is it, so fragrant? Coco Shinobu sniffed and smelled a very fragrant smell, and then opened her eyes hazily. Then I saw Yu Yang biting the barbecue in big mouthfuls, which looked delicious. 5 ants. Delicious. No wonder Big Brother always says 5 ants when eating, it really can arouse the highest realm of eating. Oh, it would be better if there was salt. Kohiko Shinobu couldn't hear what GIYU was saying, then shook her head to wake herself up, and then slowly stood up. GIYU seemed to have noticed some movement, looked back, and found that Coco Shinobu had woken up, and stood up, and handed her the pork he had roasted. You woke up? Here, this is the barbecue I just roasted, eat it. Well, how did I faint just now? It seems that. Coco Shinobu nodded woodenly, and began to recall what happened just now. GIYU heard him say this, and he was instantly upset. If this woman went crazy, she would be no less than the steel mound when Tanjiro broke the Nichiren sword. Ahem, let's eat barbecue first. I know. Tomioka, you knocked me out with your hand knife. You still want to pretend to be confused, do you think I'm stupid? Coco Shinobu also thought of these bad things and questioned GIYU loudly. If that's the case, GIYU has no choice, and he just wants to imitate GIYU. As long as I imitate GIYU, I am GIYU, so Coco Shinobu scolded GIYU instead of me, I'm so smart. Finally, she said to Coco Shinobu calmly, who told you to do that? Coco Shinobu couldn't bear it anymore and cursed directly. I fuck you, you trademark, I. GIYU also covered his ears directly, lowered his head, and let Coco Shinobu scold him. He wanted to stop it, but he didn't dare. He couldn't guarantee that if Coco Shinobu was forced into a hurry one day, he might just chop him with a knife one night. Maybe he didn't know how he died in his sleep. Baby felt bitter, but Baby couldn't say it. After scolding for at least 10 minutes, I don't know if Coco Shinobu was tired of scolding, she also calmed down and started to eat the barbecue in her hand. Humph. I'm not going to pay attention to you. I'm going to eat barbecue. If you were to, cough cough, why is it so spicy? Tomioka, did you put chili in it? I did. You're going to piss me off to death. I knew it. Here, drink this to relieve the spiciness. Then he handed the iced cola exchanged from the system to Coco Shinobu. It's so dark, can I drink it? Tomioka, are you trying to hurt me again? Coco Shinobu looked at the dark liquid and didn't quite believe it was drinkable. If you don't want to drink it, give it to me. Drink, drink, drink. Shinobu Coco couldn't stand the spiciness anymore, so she quickly opened the bottle cap and drank the coke. It really quenches my thirst, and it tastes so good. I never lie, and you still don't believe me. How could I not believe you? I'm just asking, lol lol. Shinobu Coco closed one eye, stuck out her tongue, and made faces at GIYU. You, hey, come here. GIYU seemed to have heard some voices, and quickly called Shinobu Coco to come over. What are you doing? Do you want to hit me? I won't come over. Shinobu Coco thought GIYU wanted to trick him to come over. GIYU saw that Shinobu Coco couldn't come over, so he had to force himself, and immediately pulled Shinobu Coco over. Come when I tell you to, why are you talking so much? The two hid in the bushes and looked at the scene outside. GIYU, did you hear it wrong? You can see nothing. SHH, Keep your voice down, look here. Then he pointed in a direction, and Shinobu Koko also looked over. What a nice smell, Shinkomo, is anyone here? The person who made the noise was GIYU's senior brother, Santu, who came here with Shinkomo because he smelled the fragrance. Why are you so greedy? Shinkomo couldn't help but be speechless. Shinobu Koko looked at the two boys and girls coming over and asked GIYU. Tomioka, do you think we should knock them out? I just don't know if they are hostile. GIYU saw that they were old acquaintances, and his vigilance was gone. Let's go, it's okay, these two people are not hostile. Then he took Shinobu Koko's hand and came out of the bushes, and the eyes of the four people were also focused at this time. Four eyes facing four eyes, all of them were a little speechless. GIYU, it's really you. I can actually meet you here? Hey, who is the girl next to you? Xiantu asked first. Yes. Who is this girl? Junggu also said on the side. This is a girl I met, named Koko Shinobu. When Koko Shinobu heard that the two people knew Yiyang's name, she tilted her head and asked in confusion. Yiyang, do you know these two people? These two people are my senior sisters and brothers, you don't know them. You two introduce yourselves. My name is Junggu, the real Zhen, with a grass radical on the top and a lonely gu on the bottom. I am Yiyang's senior sister. I am Xiantu, with a gold radical on the left, a green sheen on the right, and a rabbit on the rabbit. I am Yiyang's senior brother. Hello, you guys. Chapter 15. They were brothers and sisters who had gathered together, which made Koko Shinobu beside them very embarrassed. Koko Shinobu pretended to smile on the surface, but she was actually roaring in her heart, because there was no one she knew at all, and she didn't know what to say, so she could only watch the three of them, Yiyang, chatting enthusiastically. As a girl, Junggu may have seen Koko Shinobu's embarrassment, and let the two brothers chat there by themselves. Then she walked to Koko Shinobu and chatted with her. Hello, Koko Shinobu, I heard Yiyang mention you just now, you two are good friends now, right? Junggu took the lead in finding a topic. Shinobu Koko also saw Shinkomo coming to her to talk to her, and she felt less embarrassed. After all, if she could chat with someone of the same sex, she could have common topics. Hearing the question asked by Shinkomo, he carefully recalled what happened in the past 6 days. Well, there weren't many good memories. Ah, yes. Then they must be good friends. How could it be impossible? Shinobu Koko also forced a smile. Your name is really nice. Thank you for taking care of our junior brother for so many days. After all, he might be very lonely if he were alone. Oh, how can you say that? I think he still takes care of me. You are too modest. The atmosphere of the girls here has become harmonious, and they started chatting with each other. It seems that the two of them will become good sisters. As for us boys, we are more familiar with each other, but not much. After all, Yiyang doesn't know what to say now, so he can only keep a paralyzed expression. Yiyang, you are really good. No wonder you had to leave with us. Tell me, did you have your eyes on this girl before the competition? Then we separated on purpose, followed the girl, and then, hee. When Yiyang heard this, he instantly felt relieved. I'm not that dirty. And aren't you and senior sister Junggu the same? Xiantu felt that he was hit instantly, and his face was already a little red. I guessed it. Where is that? Yeah. What do you mean? Xiantu chased Yiyang like a mad rabbit. Yiyang seemed to be used to it, and then ran away as expected. The two girls watched the two boys chasing and playing, smiling without saying a word. Okay, stop making trouble first, and talk about business. Junggu called Yiyang and Xiantu over. When Shinobu Koko heard what Shinkomo was saying, she thought of what GIYU had said to him at the time, that he wanted to kill all the ghosts on the mountain, and asked Shinkomo uncertainly. Are we going to kill all the ghosts on the mountain? Shinkomo was also a little confused. You know? That's right, after all, GIYU can't keep secrets, and he can't not tell you. When Shinkomo thought of his junior brother, he felt that everything was going to go with the flow. GIYU and Santo didn't dare to resist, and ran over happily. Shinkomo asked the key point first, why don't we report the plan we made before? Santo and I have almost killed all the ghosts on the mountain. Even if there are any, I believe there will be no more than 4. Santo boasted as soon as he heard it. I killed almost all the ghosts. I killed one with 1 strike. Isn't that awesome? Hee hee. Zhengu looked at this guy and felt his hands itch. He immediately dodged behind Xiantu and pulled Xiantu's ears up with his hands. What's there to brag about? You saw a ghost like you saw food. You rushed over directly. Before I could make a move, all the ghosts were gone. You didn't even give me a chance to practice. Isn't that because you are too slow? Xiantu muttered softly. Zhengu heard Xiantu's complaint and grabbed Xiantu's ears with his other hand. Both of Xiantu's ears were pulled up. Stinky Suantu, you are so annoying. It hurts, I was wrong, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it next time. There will be a next time. Then I will make sure there is no next time. Yiyang, save me. Yiyang heard Suantu asking for help, and he also fulfilled his duty as a good brother and gave Suantu a cheering gesture. Xiantu, come on. Xiantu vomited blood when he saw Yiyang doing this. You are really my good junior brother. But Yiyang was just joking and told him about his situation. We have killed almost all of them, just like you. Just wait for the last night. Chapter 16. The 7th day was the last day on Fuji Mountain and the anniversary of the death of the hand ghost. Today is the last day, and I can finally leave here. Suantu was very happy. He couldn't sleep well here, and the food was not bad. He had to endure Suantu's ear pulling, and he didn't want to stay for a second. Yes, it's the last day. Yiyang couldn't help thinking, 7 days have passed unknowingly, it's really fast, but it's good, I can finally leave here. Zhengu and Coco Shinobu also nodded. In order to let readers see the following content quickly, I will directly use Made in Heaven to speed up the time. Don't ask. If you ask, it's just secretly stolen from Pucci. Hush, don't tell him. Okay, take it. The bright moonlight shines on the earth. The moon hangs high. The air is filled with the smell of blood, as if telling the extraordinary night. Be more careful tonight, just in case. Yiyang said so, but he was still relieved. After all, his strength is not weak, and he is here. After hearing this, Coco Shinobu said, it's okay. Why are you so worried? Don't you still have you? Isn't it, Tomioka? Yiyang was also unambiguous and said, Shinobu, I'm talking about you. You should keep some ability to protect yourself. After hearing this, Coco Shinobu couldn't hide the anger on her face. Her veins bulged, but because there were 2 people next to her, she had to smile and say it. Tomioka, you are still as annoying as ever. I am not hated. Just after saying that, Santo and Shinkomo felt like lightning struck them, and sighed that GIYU was really a straight man. Coco couldn't bear it anymore, and poked GIYU with 2 fingers. GIYU was caught off guard, and the fear in his heart could not be hidden at all. GIYU was very helpless. I don't know why he inherited the habit of the original GIYU and Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, to be afraid of Coco's fingers poking him. Poke you, poke you, poke you. Tomioka, you are like this, that's why I hate you. I said, I am not hated. Nisui, right. Shinkomo looked at the situation of the 2 and couldn't help but smile. Coco seemed to have heard the laughter, and saw Shinkomo laughing there, and her face turned red instantly. While this cheerful atmosphere was going on, an uninvited guest came. Dong! It was the hand ghost. It was the last night, and he came out too. The hand ghost immediately looked at the 4 people and counted randomly with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. He. There are actually 3 little foxes, and the dessert brought by the little fox. Good, great. The rabbit heard it say this and asked in confusion. Do you know us? Why do you call the 3 of us little foxes? I don't know you, but I know Urokadaka Seikenji. When Jengu heard him say the name of Master Urokadaki, he immediately asked. How do you know our master? When the hand ghost heard her ask this, his veins suddenly popped up and he said angrily. It was that damn Urokadaka who locked me up. By the way, all your other 11 brothers and sisters were eaten by me. When the hand ghost mentioned this, he excitedly told the 4 people about his cruel methods. I brutally disassembled each of them. I lifted their heads and used my remaining hands to disassemble their limbs. Their expressions were so sad, and then I ate them. I have eaten more than 50 people. Now I will eat all 4 of you. If Urokadaka knew that his 3 apprentices were also brutally killed and eaten by me, I really want to see his sad expression. Maybe he will collapse and commit suicide. If I can see that, it will really be a great iron duck. Ha ha ha. Makomo and Santo were very surprised and angry when they heard the hand ghost say this, and Santo also asked GIYU. GIYU, you said that the 3 of us saw 11 people behind the master that day, and they all wore fox masks. They wouldn't be. That's right. GIYU also answered affirmatively, and he was also very angry now. This was because he was very angry about the cruelty of the hand ghost, and the anger that GIYU in the original world knew what the hand ghost did. Yu Yang was very angry, his face was dark, and his veins were bulging. He gritted his teeth and asked the hand ghost. Why did you do this? This was also the first time Shinobu Koko saw Yu Yang. Yang was a little surprised that he was so angry. At the same time, he also knew the evil deeds of this hand ghost. If it were her, she might be more angry than Yu Yang. When the hand ghost heard Yu Yang asking it so angrily, his tone was also furious. Why? Why? If it wasn't for that damn Urokadaka who locked me in, I might have died a long time ago, but he locked me in. If there is anyone who killed your 11 brothers and sisters, then it is your damn master, Urokadaka Seikenji. This is your sin. You cannibal ghost. Chapter 17. After the sword was cut off, the sword was cut off. Then he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and immediately attacked the hand ghost. Water breathing first form water surface slash. The hand ghost also used its hands to resist, but the strength of GIYU was naturally needless to say, and all the hands that wanted to block GIYU were cut off. Little ghost, you are quite powerful. Makoto Satsuki saw GIYU attacking and hurriedly followed him. Water breathing sand type flowing dance. Water breathing 9th type water flowing foam random. But the hand ghost has a lot of hands, and has eaten at least 50 people. Its strength is not comparable to that of ordinary ghosts, and it is impossible to cut off the hand ghost's hands. System. Host, I'm here. Can you add the ability to burn the ghost's body to my breath of fire? It means that it can't recover in a short time after being cut. Yes, you can enchant the host's knife, which can greatly reduce the body recovery ability of ghosts weaker than the host, at least for 1 minute. Okay, how much? 50 business coins. Add poison to it, preferably wisteria poison. 20 business coins. I bought it. Okay, the transaction is successful. After the transaction was successful, Yu Yang looked at his knife. There was a light that was not usually there in the morning, a little bit of the sun's light, and a little purple, which was the wisteria poison. GIYU also changed his breathing method to the breath of flame, and a flame-like special effect instantly appeared on the knife, which seemed to be able to burn everything. The hand ghost was also attracted by the light, because it knew that this was something that Urokotaka Seigen's apprentice had never had before. It only knew that each of his apprentices had blue waves on their knives, but GIYU's was far beyond his expectations. Little ghost, why is there a flame on your knife? Makomo and Satoshi also looked back, very confused. Koko Shinobu couldn't help but wonder, Tomioka's breathing method is not water? Why did it change? GIYU saw the hand ghost asking questions and said coldly. You don't need to know. Flame breathing San no Ka flame dance. This move was developed by him, allowing the flame breathing to use the technique of the water breathing. The hand ghost wanted to use his hands to resist, but all his hands that resisted were cut off. The hand ghost wanted to recover, but his hands did not recover, but were burned by the flames. Little ghost, what have you done? Ah! My hand! The wound of the hand ghost was infected with the poison of the wisteria flower, and the burning of the flames made it look hideous and blood oozed from its eyes. Yuyong did not show any mercy, and continued to wave the hand ghost's hand with a knife, and cut off its legs. This is the crime you committed. And I will treat you in your own way. The hand ghost was unwilling, because it did not want to end like this, because it wanted to kill Urokadaka Seikenji, and it felt that it was all Urokadaka Seikenji's fault. No. Why? Why? This is all the fault of that damn Urokadaki. It's his. It's his. The hand ghost was still cursing, but the despair of the hand ghost could be heard from the voice. Go to hell and atone for your sins. The color of the knife in his hand also changed from flames to pure blue waves. Water breathing type 5, the merciful rain of the dry sky. The head of the hand ghost was cut off. It looked at its dissipating body, but it saw Yuyong put his hand on its body. If there is an afterlife, I hope you can be an ordinary person and live a happy life. Yuyong did not hate the hand ghost so much, because he also knew the tragic experience of the hand ghost. It was all because the character designed by Mr. Crocodile was so flesh and blood. And this attack was also his last tenderness to the hand ghost. The hand ghost's eyes were full of tears, and his eyes were relieved. Thank you, apologize to your master for me. Then it turned into fragments and dissipated. Yuyong was also thinking in his heart. What is the regret of Demon Slayer? It was the rabbit who killed all the ghosts on the mountain, but the sword broke when it should not be broken, and was cruelly killed by the hand ghost. During the battle with the hand ghost, Makomo was disturbed by the hand ghost's words and was brutally killed by the hand ghost. His sister was killed by a ghost, his brother killed all the ghosts on the mountain, but died tragically, but he did not kill a single ghost, but successfully passed the selection, causing Tomioka GIYU to constantly deny himself even after becoming a water pillar. He was the ghost he caught with his own hands, but became the nightmare of his apprentices in the selection for generations, thus. Urokadaka Seikenji felt deeply guilty. Or it was because he turned into a ghost and killed his brother's hand ghost who loved him the most. Chapter 18. The old man was so angry. Yuyong, you are so amazing. By the way, how did the flame on your knife come from? Zhengu was really confused when he saw the flame on the knife. Xiantu also asked hurriedly. Yes, didn't the master teach us water breathing? How come did the master teach you? Yuyong didn't know how to explain it, and finally he could only come up with a conclusion. I realized it myself. Yuyong, I was right, you are really amazing. Teach me, it's really cool. You can't learn it. You are so direct. Kohiko Shinobu poked Yuyong, and Yuyong looked back at her. What's wrong? Shinobu Koko felt a little guilty because she didn't help much in the battle just now. I'm sorry, I didn't help much in the battle just now. Makoto was also considerate and said to Shinobu Koko in a gentle tone. It doesn't matter, and we didn't help much either. It was all GIYU fighting there, and we were just watching like you, and we didn't help much either. And GIYU didn't know what was going on, but he seemed to have come to his senses. Shinobu, it's okay. When Santo and Makoto saw this scene and thought that their paralyzed junior brother had finally come to their senses, GIYU's next words made them sober. After all, you have little strength, so it's normal that you can't help. It made them sober that GIYU was still the same GIYU, and the paralyzed junior brother had never changed. Shinobu Koko thought that GIYU was coming to comfort her at first, and she was quite touched. She was about to say something to thank GIYU, but his next words made her heart cold, and her anger exploded again. Tomioka, can't you say something nice? No. The four people played like this until dawn, but the difference was that GIYU suddenly had a red envelope on his head, and GIYU looked at Shinobu Koko with resentment at this time. The four people quickly came to the foot of the mountain. From the dozens of people who just came here, there are only about 13 people now. But this number is also relatively large in the selections over the years. After all, sometimes the selections do not exceed 5 people, and this year there are more than 10 people at once, which is already very good. And our vision turned to the other side, a child of 12 or 13 years old, with some ugly purple wrinkles on his face, but still can't stop the boy's beauty. He said softly, "Very good, I have more children. I wonder what kind of swordsman they will become? It's really exciting." The scene changed again, and the four of them had just arrived at the place they had just come to 7 days ago. Many people recognized them. It turned out that these were the people they saved. Those who were rescued also said to the four of them, "Are you the benefactor? Thank you so much for saving my life. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much." And they all began to thank the four of them, and Suuntu also waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's nothing, just a little effort, no need to be so grateful." Jengu couldn't stand him like this, and tugged at the corner of Suuntu's clothes with his little hand. "Okay, everyone knows, don't show off anymore." The two children that day also came out and said to the people in front of them, "Congratulations on completing the selection and becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. You are the lowest level GUI level swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps. You can upgrade your level by completing tasks. The levels of the Demon Slayer Corps are GUI, GUI 3rd tone. Ren, Ren 2nd tone. XIN, XIN 1st tone. Gang, Gang 1st tone. G, G 3rd tone. Wu, Wu 4th tone. Ding, Ding 1st tone. Yi, Yi 4th tone. Bing, Bing 3rd tone. Jie, Jie 3rd tone." The next level is the Pillar, which requires killing 50 demons or one of the 12 demon moons. Please choose your own end. Everyone's uniforms and their respective levels will also be given to everyone. After saying that, the two children quietly retreated to the sides, allowing everyone to choose the end that suit them. And GIYU also has to choose carefully at this time. Chapter 19. The more you look at the crows, the more you will be in the dark. Yang looked at the row of crows, feeling a little overwhelmed. He wanted to find a crow that suited his taste. Looking at the row of crows, some were calm, some looked indifferent, some were chirping, and some were waiting. Yang still hadn't found a crow that suited his taste, and at this moment, he caught a glimpse of a crow that was not as calm as Yang, but lively. Yang wanted that kind of crow. After all, when he watched Demon Slayer, he knew that the crows in it could talk, and if he was alone, the crows could chat with him for a long time. "So, it's you." Yang walked over quickly and said to the crow, "Will you be my crow?" The crow's eyes lit up. It had just seen Yang and the 3 people following him being thanked by everyone, so it knew that they must be very strong. "Okay. Okay." The crow quickly agreed, fearing that Yang would regret it later. "Well, let me give you a name." "What?" "Let me think about it." Seeing the crows so cheerful, Yang also thought of it. Then, you can be called Xiong. Xiong did not object, accepted the name, and then happily hovered over Yi Yong's head. Yi Yong had finished his work here, and he took Xiong to find the other 3 people. Are you ready? Yi Yong asked the 3 people. Well, I've chosen. The 3 people said in unison, and it seemed that they had all chosen their favorite crows. Have you all picked a name? My name is Xiong. The 3 looked at each other and tilted their heads to look at Yi Yong. In fact, they hadn't thought of naming it. Shinobu Koko said to Yi Yong, well, we haven't named it yet. Let's think about it. Then the 3 of them started thinking about what a better name would be. Satoshi was the first to think of it and immediately said to Yi Yong. I've thought of it, I've thought of it. Then my name for this crow will be Tagu. Why is there a character of mine in it? Jengu was a little puzzled. Ah, that. Actually, I really can't think of a name, so I'll just use a character from your name. Jengu was a little speechless. After all, is it so difficult to name it? Okay, I'll just use your name. Then I'll call my crow Hun. After all, Huntu, I see that you like meat so much, so I'll use Hun in dusk instead of Hun in meat. Do I like meat so much? No. Well, I do like meat a little bit. Xiao Shinobu, have you thought of a name? Shinkomo began to ask Koko Shinobu. After all, she was the only one who hadn't come up with a name yet. Or I'll just call this one Hudi. Koko Shinobu hadn't thought of a name yet, so she just picked one at random. But her crow was a little dissatisfied. After all, a crow was called Hudi, it was not very acceptable. I don't like it. Hantu, Shinkomo, and Koko Shinobu were a little surprised when they heard what the crow said, but Koko Shinobu was not very surprised, because she had seen her sister's crow, and it could talk. Well, okay, I'm thinking of a nice one. Ji Yang looked at Koko Shinobu who couldn't think of a name for a long time, and also helped Koko Shinobu to think of a name, but he couldn't think of a good one after thinking for a long time. Or let's call it Water Butterfly. This name will also be good for the crow, with strong vitality and as gentle as a butterfly. Although the name given by Ji Yang is very different from the one just now, Ji Yang also knows that, so he will praise Koko Shinobu's crow later. After all, Koko Shinobu's crow is female. Who doesn't like to be praised? Not to mention animals. Okay, this is Ji Yang. Koko Shinobu also decided on this name. Although her crow was a little dissatisfied, those nice words of Ji Yang made it feel a lot more comfortable, so it also agreed to this name. Okay, let's choose our own tamagang. After Ji Yang finished eating, he began to look for the tamagang of his own choice. But Yi Yang couldn't make up his mind. After all, he couldn't tell which one was better. Anyway, if he said it, all of them were good. System, help me choose one. Okay, host, the system is scanning you. Scan successful, host, since you are the user of water breathing. Then choose. Choose the 5th Tomoyaka from left to right. This Tomoyaka is soaked in seawater and is made of very good material. It can enhance the host's water breathing ability. Thank you, system. You're welcome. Yi Yang followed the system's instructions and picked up the 5th Tomoyaka from left to right. 2 children came out from both sides and said to the people who were playing. Everyone has made their choice. Please leave Fujiki Mountain. Your Nichiren swords and uniforms will be distributed to everyone. Finally, the 2 children said together. Goodbye, everyone. It was time for the 4 of them to say goodbye. Chapter 20. The 2 of them were very happy. Yeah. We finally became members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Santo couldn't help but feel happy, because in the past few years, the training given by Master Urokodaka made him suffer every day, and today he was finally liberated, so he wanted to vent. We should go back. I think the master will miss us very much. Yu Yang still didn't forget the heartfelt words that Master Urokodaka said on the day they left. Shinobu, the three of us are going back, what about you? Shinkomo looked at Shinobu Koko. After all, although they only got along for a few days, Shinkomo couldn't bear to leave this sister. I'm going back to find my sister, because she's also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I think she'll be very happy if she knows I'm a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Well, I hope you're as happy as your sister. After saying that, Shinkomo hugged Shinobu Koko. We're going back to our respective homes. I hope we'll meet again, Shinobu, bye. Shinobu Koko was also stunned, but her expression soon calmed down. Well, bye. After the two girls said goodbye, the three were about to go home, but Shinobu Koko called GIYU. GIYU looked back at Shinobu Koko, with questions in his head. What's wrong, Shinobu? Don't you have anything to say to me? Like a goodbye? No. You. Shinobu Koko looked at GIYU like this, and her face turned red with anger. Finally, she grabbed GIYU and pulled him in front of her, and gave him the butterfly headdress on his head. Here, this is my butterfly headdress. Let's exchange our things. If we meet next time, we must take it out. The butterfly head had 3 small characters Who Die Shinobu written on it. I don't know if we can meet again, so this thing is to remember each other. Do you have anything to give me? In the past few days, Koko Shinobu has had some good feelings for Yi Yang, so she is afraid that she will never see him again. After all, in this era of rampant evil spirits, the other party may be killed by the ghosts. Yi Yang thought in his head, what can he give? Then he rummaged through his bag, but he couldn't find it. Yi Yang suddenly thought of it, yes. There is also the disaster-inducing mask given to him by his master, Ugh. It is a disaster-reducing mask, that is, the fox mask. But Yi Yang thought about it again, this mask, afraid that the function of this mask would be transferred to Koko Shinobu, but Yi Yang thought about it again, after all, it was just a meme by the Ghost Slayer fans, there would be no disaster, it should be, right. Butterfly, here, this is my mask. Finally, he took out the fox mask. My master said it's called a disaster reduction mask, and it can help you avoid disasters. Shinobu Koko looked at the fox mask in Ying's hand and reached out to pick it up. Tomioka is wearing such a cute mask. I wonder what you will look like when you put it on. Okay, Tomioka, let's exchange it. You must cherish it for me. If you break it or lose it, I won't forgive you. Shinobu Koko warned Yi Yang. After all, she knew what Yi Yang looked like very well. If she didn't tell him seriously about this kind of thing, he might not take it seriously. Yes, I will. Put on my butterfly headdress, and I'll put on your mask too. Yi Yang didn't expect Shinobu Koko to do this. Hurry up, hurry up. Shinobu Koko didn't give Yi Yang any chance to react. She stood on tiptoe and put the butterfly headdress on Yi Yang. Then she put Yi Yang's mask on her face. Then the two of them looked at Santu and Zhengu, both of them were holding back, because they were serious and would not laugh, unless they could not help it. Ha ha ha! Yi Yang, you are so funny! Santu could not help it at all. Zhengu could not help it after hearing Santu's laughter, and began to laugh as well. Yi Yang saw the two people laughing there, and immediately took off the butterfly headdress. I didn't. Okay, the three of us should go, Shinobu, we will meet. Shinobu Koko also smiled slightly after hearing it. Pudding looks really good when she smiles, and Yi Yang could not help but reach out and touch his face. Yi Yang touched Shinobu Koko's face, and Shinobu Koko blushed, and Yi Yang immediately took his hand back. Yi Yang was also a little surprised, how could he do such a thing? It shouldn't be what he should do, could it be that this body? The body of GIYU? Well, Tomioka Satsuma, goodbye. Then Shinobu Koko ran away with a red face. Chapter 21. The two of them were very close, but the two of them were very close. Xiantu Zhengu was fed a mouthful of dog food, and felt a little unbalanced. Yiyang, is this what you call friendship? Yes, ordinary friends. Yiyang's simple words can always make Xiantu speechless. Okay, let's go back quickly. Master must be worried about us. Xiantu, don't you want to go back to eat? Then let's go quickly. Zhengu tried to smooth things over. Although she felt a little unbalanced just now, she has regarded Yiyang as her younger brother over the years, so she was happy for Yiyang when she saw that he had a good friend. Although he still felt a little reluctant, after all, his own cabbage was eaten by, well, not really, but he still felt a little reluctant. Then the three of them went down the mountain and walked towards Master Urokodaka's home. The scene came to our Urokodaka Seikenji, who had been praying since morning, because all his 11 disciples had not come back alive over the years. He didn't want to see another child die. If all 3 children died, he would make up his mind not to be a trainer anymore and retire forever. So he was praying now, hoping that nothing would happen to anyone. He was numb to this painful experience, but even when he faced the death of his apprentice again, he still couldn't help feeling sad. You must come back alive. Urokodaka Seikenji could only pray for them, because he could do nothing else and could only do this one thing. Master! We are back! Urokodaka Seikenji's body couldn't stop shaking. I'm back! I'm back! All of them are back! He immediately ran out of the door without caring about his image, and saw the 3 familiar shadows, his 3 apprentices. Makomo, Satoshi, and GIYU. Urikatsu Sakenji immediately ran over to them. The 3 people were still wondering what the master was going to do. Urikatsu Sakenji had already hugged the 3 of them in his arms. He kept muttering to himself, "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." The 3 people also thought of the hand ghost on Fujixe Mountain. The senior brothers were all brutally killed by the ghost, and the master was powerless. He must be very painful in his heart. It is normal to be excited to see the 3 of them come back alive. Master, I'm hungry, cook for us, I'm starving to death. Satoshi's stomach began to protest, making Satoshi say this. Urokodaka Seikenji also let them go and immediately went to cook for them. Maybe today was his happiest day, because there was no sadness today. What he welcomed was not the news of his apprentice's death, but the innocent smile as always. When Urokodaka Seikenji entered the house to cook, the 3 saw that they were 11 children of the same age wearing fox masks. The 3 were stunned. These were their senior brothers and sisters. You 3 did a great job. Yes, you completed the selection and became official ghost hunters. Thank you for avenging us. The 11 of them praised and thanked Makoto Sato and GIYU. GIYU looked at these 11 people and felt that they were so real, but they were just their residual souls. Why don't you leave? Are you reluctant to leave Master Urokodaka? One of the brothers said, yes, we are reluctant to leave, and we also want to share some of the pressure for the master, so that the younger brothers and sisters can complete the selection. Master also said that no matter what, we have to go home, so even if we are dead souls, you have to stay here with him. The other 10 people nodded and agreed with this statement. Host, this system actually has another function. What function? Yiyang was a little curious when he heard the system say this. This system has another function? It can teleport the dead souls to the space created by itself, whether they are alive or dead. Yiyang couldn't help but complain in his heart, isn't this a modified version of Infinite City? Well, it is indeed a good function. Yiyang has already thought about it. When Santu and Zhengu leave, he will collect the residual souls of the 11 brothers and sisters into this small space. Okay, the master should be ready soon, you go back first. Chapter 22. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to go out. Well, let's go. Zhengu and Qiang too, I'm going to go to the bathroom, you guys go first. Okay, we'll go first. After tricking Zhengu and Qiang Tu away, he slowly walked to the place where the 11 people appeared just now. Come out. Why didn't you leave? What's the matter? The 11 people also appeared after hearing Yi Yang's words, and a boy wearing a fox mask asked Yi Yang in confusion. I have a suggestion. What is it? Yi Yang didn't drag his feet and directly pointed out the topic. I have a space where I can summon all 11 of your residual souls. Are you willing to go in? Are you kidding? I'm not. Yi Yang said seriously. This made him feel awkward. He looked at the 10 people behind him and asked for their opinions. What do you choose? I choose to stay. The 10 people said something unexpectedly consistent. After hearing their words, the young man was also a little shocked, but then he calmed down. He knew that these boys and girls had the same choice as him. I also chose to stay. This time it was Yi Yang's turn to be at a loss. In fact, he really wanted to take these 11 people with him. After all, if they could be resurrected at that time, he would let them resurrect. I don't know how happy Master Kotake would be. Are you really not going to consider it again? No, I believe that my choice is the same as theirs, so we appreciate your kindness, junior brother. Seeing that they had made up their minds, Yi Yang knew that it would be useless to say more, and he could only respect their choice. Master is lucky to have disciples like you. You may have another apprentice in the future, I hope you can take good care of him. We will, this is one of the reasons why we stay. Yet. Yi Yang turned and walked into the house, but his heart was turbulent. He never thought that the ending would be like that, and no one accepted it. But Yi Yang also knew that when a person has made up his mind, you want him to change? Then what you do is like an ant trying to shake a tree. As soon as Yi Yang entered the door, Santa called Yi Yang to come quickly. Come on, or we will finish eating. Leave some for me. Who will leave some for you? Master Urokura took the rice that Santa had given to Yi Yang, directly exposed Santa's lie, and finally patted the mat next to him, indicating Yi Yang to sit down and eat. Yi Yang, sit here. Didn't Santa just tease you? This is the meal Santa just served you. Then he looked at Santa, and Yi Yang looked at him, thinking, why is he the same as the one in the next door, so arrogant? Santa looked at his master and told the truth, and looked at the way Yi Yang looked at him, and his face turned red as if his lie was exposed. Seeing Santa like this, Zhengu said to Yi Yang, Santa just wanted to tease you, but in fact, he cares about you more than anyone else. Zhengu, don't say it. Santa's style instantly turned into a big-headed doll, shouting loudly at Zhengu. Urokaida Taki Seikinji looked at his 3 apprentices, one was stupid, one was shouting, and one was smiling with his lips pursed. Haha, he was quite happy. Anyway, it's good to be back. After a happy meal, it was afternoon. These days, they just needed to wait quietly for the swordsmith to deliver the sword. GIYU had nothing to do in the afternoon. Unlike his master, he went down the mountain to ask someone to make a piece of clothing. Then, you see GIYU staring at the clothes made by the tailor. This piece of clothing no longer has half of the haori that commemorates the clothes on Santo, but half of GIYU's sister's clothes and half of the blue haori. This is the clothes that Master Urokadaki asked them to wear when training, and it seems to commemorate the original GIYU. Vertical banner, wear half of the clothes of relatives and half of the clothes of friends. Horizontal banner, all, life, is commemoration. Santo Makoto said that this piece of clothing is good, so hurry up and place an order. First come first served, there is also a discount. Sorry, I went to the wrong channel. A week later, Yi Yang was free one day and went down the mountain to stroll, but he heard a voice that was both familiar and strange. Who are you? Yi Yang was also startled and looked around. No one. Chapter 23. The ghost of the ghost was buried in the tomb. Who are you? Yi Yang also became alert and put his hand on the handle of the knife, because he was not sure whether the visitor was a ghost. It might be the other party's blood ghost technique. I should ask you. The mysterious voice still echoed in Yi Yang's ears. Come out. I'm not scared. Show up if you have the ability. Okay. Yi Yang didn't expect that the stranger would agree to it, and then a Q version of TOMIOKA Yi Yang appeared in front of him. Now Yi Yang can be sure that this is Yi Yang himself. He is sweating a little now, because his fake met the real one. This. Why are you in my body? Q version Yi Yang was a little confused. You are Togashi GIYU, right? How did you appear? GIYU thought to himself, didn't he occupy this body? Isn't it just his own soul? What does this Q version of GIYU mean? I don't know how long I slept, and then when I woke up, I saw you occupying my body, and then I couldn't take it back. In fact, sometimes, I may be controlling my body, but you don't know. Hey! GIYU was very surprised to hear Q version of GIYU say this. When did he lose control of his body? Why didn't I feel it? Could it be that you were also responsible for my hand touching Shinobu Koko's face last time? GIYU thought of the previous incident. That's right. I still remember that after I killed the demons, I fainted one day for some reason, and then I came to this moment. Then I was very excited and happy to see those old friends still alive. Thank you very much. What's your name? Yi Yang heard what Q version Yi Yang said, and felt that it made sense, and answered Q version Yi Yang's own name. Maybe we are really a little coincidental. My name is also Yi Yang. That. I occupy your body, you won't mind, right? It's okay, I've lived once, you can complete the task of killing demons for me. It's just right that I can enjoy this wonderful retirement life myself. Yi Yang was still worried that Q version Yi Yang would not agree, and he was relieved to hear his answer, but he said retirement life, but where does he live? Then where do you live? And in your case, it seems that you only have a soul body. There is a space. Q version Yi Yang showed Yi Yang his space. This is quite big, it seems to be 400 square meters, with snacks, drinks, air conditioning, etc., TV, computer, and several bedrooms. Anyway, it is complete for eating, drinking, and having fun. System, is this the space you told me about? Yes. Oh, that's it. Yi Yang finally knew that his assistant was the space given to him by the system, so there was nothing to worry about. Ah, I will enjoy my wonderful retirement life. You can find me if you have anything in the future. Although you have mastered all the water breathing, you are still not proficient enough. I can teach you later, but you can actually breathe the flame of purgatory. How did you do it? The Q version of Yi Yang saw the breathing method used by the Yi Yang army to kill the hand ghost last time, and he also knew that it was the breathing of flame. This is my secret. Yi Yang couldn't tell him that I have a system. Well, that's right, everyone has their own secrets. Yi Yang didn't ask. Must destroy Musen Kibyu. I will. Yi Yang also gave a positive answer. Yes. Chapter 24. The Brain Storage Place. Omega. Manager, Huang Shanyi. Put your brains here, I will keep them well, so that you don't need to use your brain to read the next chapters. Saijao, you are a tough guy. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months have passed. Yi Yang recalled that the last time he chatted with Yi Yang himself was last time. Fortunately, he didn't pursue it, otherwise this would have ended early. The swordsmith should be here today, and you three will become official members of the Demon Slayer Corps. I am really happy for you. Master Urokadaki finally had an apprentice who became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps after so many years, and there were 3 of them at once. He was so happy that he had to show off to those old guys. Back then, your master was full of vigor, and was the water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. I really don't know which of you three can become the water pillar. Master Urokodaka looked at the three apprentices. As long as one of them became the water pillar, his wish would be fulfilled. After all, the water pillar would have someone to succeed him. Before, the hand demon killed his apprentices one after another, which made him autistic and almost quit being a trainer. Fortunately, he didn't give up. When it comes to the successor of the water pillar, he gets a headache. A demon junior brother suppressed him. Now he is thinking about what title he will change to if he becomes a pillar in the future. Sea pillar? Blue pillar? Seeing that Santo was frowning, Shinkomo asked, Santo, what's wrong? Haven't you always wanted to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Why are you unhappy today? How is it possible? I was just thinking about something. Seeing Shinkomo asking this, Santo didn't want them to know that a senior brother actually envied his junior brother. Who would have such an idea? Mao Yu, just read my ID number. Xiantu, go out and see if your swordsmith has come. Master Linglong called Xiantu to go out and see. Why? Go, hurry up. Master, you are biased. Xiantu looked aggrieved. Xiantu, stop making trouble. Zhengu couldn't stand it anymore. Yet, Xiantu also ran out without hesitation. Master Linglong saw his apprentice like this, and said angrily, Little bastard, you have grown up. As soon as Xiantu went out, he saw three men, all wearing straw hats, each holding a rectangular box in his hand, which should contain their sunwheel swords, and their faces. Why are they wearing long-mouthed masks? Santo hurriedly said to the three people in the room, Here they are. GIYU, Makoto, Master, come out. The man came out after hearing Santo's call. The four people looked at the three swordsmiths who came over. Master Urokodaka looked at the happy look of his three apprentices. No, GIYU was not there. But as soon as the three people raised their heads, Makoto was stunned, and then looked back at the master's mask. Why is it a mask as ugly as Master's Tengu mask? When Master Urokodaka heard Makoto say this, he felt like he had suffered 10,000 critical hits. Is it really that ugly? GIYU looked at the masks of the three swordsmiths and was also a little surprised in his heart. Is this an ugly mask? I thought it was ugly enough in the anime, and I might have adapted to it, but when I saw it in reality, it was still so ugly. Yeah, you're right. When Santo heard that it was the words that were meant to insult the master, he immediately echoed. But Master Urokodaka came up and gave him a slap on the head. Master, you are biased. Why didn't you hit Zhengu when he said that to you? I think you are itching for trouble. No. Chapter 25. I almost forgot. Brain storage. Omega. Manager, Huang Shanyi. Put your brains here, I will keep them well, so that you don't need to use your brain to read the next chapter, you are so good. Here, this is your Nichiren sword. The leading swordsmith said to Yi Yang. The two broken swordsmiths behind him also opened the wooden boxes in their hands and took out the Nichiren sword. My name is Tetsuzuka Ling, and I am your swordsmith. He said to Yi Yang. My name is Tetsuzuka Yat, and I am your swordsmith. The second swordsmith said to Zhengu. My name is Tetsuzuka Xi, and I'm your swordsmith. He is also the forger of Santo. Perhaps just like the Xi after his name, he looks very happy. Oh, wow! This. Is this my Nichiren sword? So cool! Santo saw the Nichiren sword he had been thinking about all day. He will become the owner of this sword in the future. How can this make a passionate young man with a martial arts dream not be excited? Don't you see who your swordsmith is? I'm good at forging. His swordsmith was also very proud. After all, it was the first time he forged a sword for a swordsman. He was very serious and thought it was very memorable. The Nichiren sword will change color according to the user, so it is also called the color-changing sword. You guys try it quickly, I can't wait. The leading swordsmith rubbed his hands and put his face close to GIYU. Or let's go into the house first and talk slowly after we go in. Master Urokodaki invited the swordsmith to come in and talk slowly. Well, that's fine. Then the 7 people went into the house together. Master Urokodaki was brewing tea on the side. The 3 people had already picked up their own Nichiren swords. The 3 people put their hands on the Nichiren swords, and the Nichiren swords instantly changed color. The Nichiren sword of Santo is dark blue. If you look closely, there are some light blue waves, which seem to be telling the turbulence of Santo, just like the frequent tsunamis in Japan. Omega. The Nichiren sword of Shinkomo is light blue. Although it is not very turbulent, it is as beautiful as the color of the sea. If you look closely, you will find that there are rapids in the sea, as if Shinkomo's calm swordsmanship contains powerful power. Is this the color of the Nichiren sword of the first user of the Nichiren sword I forged? It's really beautiful. Santo's swordsmith was very excited at this time. He really didn't expect the color to be so beautiful and clear. Yes, you see, the color of my sun wheel sword is like sapphire. The swordsmith of Jingu also praised it. The color of Yiyang's sun wheel sword seems to be a little special. There is a calm sea, but you will find that the sun and the moon are together on the sea surface, and there are stars that have sunk into the sea. The surface is half orange and half white, and there is also a faint yellow in the sea. This seems to be like the poem in Cao's viewing the sea, the sun, the moon, and the stars seem to come out of it. The stars are brilliant, as if they come out of it. Yiyang looked at his sword and was a little surprised. He thought silently in his heart, how could my sword be like this? Did he awaken the breath of fire? But he denied this idea, otherwise how could there be a moon and stars? Could he breathe the moon and the stars? It's impossible to think about it. Just as Yiyang was still thinking here, the eyes of the 3 swordsmiths lit up instantly, and it was a light that even the mask could not cover. How can there be such a beautiful sword in the world? Send it to me so I can touch it, let me touch it. Yiyang's swordsmith rushed forward to snatch the sword from Yiyang's hand without caring about his image. Yiyang was not prepared at all, and his sword was snatched away by his swordsmith. Such a color, such a luster, is this true? Is this really the color of the sun wheel sword I forged? Although it is not a red sword, this color may be 1 in a million. Although there are some ideas about not seeing the red sword, this idea is filled by his own thoughts. Let me touch it, please, Ling. Jingu's swordsmith also instantly shifted his attention to Yiyang's sun wheel sword. Let me first, let me first. Ling, aren't we on good terms? I remember I gave you that thing before. Suunta was also very excited at the swordsmith. Although it was not his Akiran sword, the color of this sun wheel sword was taken back. I can brag about it to those swordsmiths for months. Chapter 26. The next plot, leave your brain to me. Readers, you don't want your brain to explode, do you? Brain storage room. Yiyang saw the 3 people like this, and couldn't help wondering why the swordsmith was so obsessed with the color of the sword and the preservation of the sun wheel sword. If the latter gave the sword to the ghost hunter with his own heart and soul, but it was damaged, lost, and dissatisfied, it would be normal. After all, if it is a gift prepared by oneself, I hope the other party can cherish it, but if I know that the other party has damaged it or accidentally lost it, I will inevitably feel lost and dissatisfied. This can also be said to be reasonable, and now forging a sword is also very troublesome, not to mention pure handmade, without various modern tools. I believe everyone must have read the beginning of the Swordsmith Village chapter of Demon Slayer. Question: express the scene when Tanjiro saw the swordsmith forging a sword, and express your feelings. How many times did Tanjiro's face change? What were they? The expression on Tanjiro's face when Tanjiro saw the swordsmith forging a sword also expressed his surprise and admiration for the swordsmith forging a sword. It made Tanjiro cherish the Nichiren sword forged by Mr. Kotsuzuka and use every Nichiren sword well. I got 80 points out of 100, and I didn't get the last one. But the former GIYU was very unsisterly. Does the color of the sword also have a distinction between high and low? Obviously, they are all members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and they all use the Nichiren sword to kill demons. Isn't this sword different in color according to the breathing method practiced by individuals? At that time, I saw Kotsuzuka Hotaru let Tanjiro hold the sword, and the color was black. Kotsuzuka directly asked why it was not a black sword. At that time, GIYU was dumbfounded. This. If you are crazy about the red blade, it doesn't matter if you say this. But you said in front of people who practice water breathing why it's not the red blade, and in front of Urokodaka Seikenji, this. The red blade is red, and your red blade has a blue one? If it were GIYU, it would be an insult to the red blade if he didn't give him a nose cap. You find a water blade for someone with a flame blade, you. But the plot is always so crooked, always so outrageous. Tanjiro happens to be the inheritor of sun breathing, and the color is exactly the color of the sun blade of people who practice sun breathing, but Kotsuzuka didn't know it. What a beautiful story, just missed it. GIYU can only say, 6. GIYU doesn't care about them anymore, take it if you want, it's okay, let them increase the workload when the time comes. Seeing that GIYU's sword is so popular, Santoshi showed an indignant expression on his face and complained to Makoto on the side. Makoto, I'm going crazy. Is this junior brother still a human? He has strength, looks, and luck with women. I'm so jealous. Makoto also comforted him, oh, it's okay, don't you have all the things you said? Think about it. Makoto, you really think so? As he said that, he took Makoto's hand and held her hand tightly. Makoto was also caught off guard by Santu, and her face flushed a little. She lowered her head shyly. Really? She answered in a mosquito-like voice. I knew it, you really understand me. Master Urokotaka said on the side, I am not worthy of understanding young people nowadays. Yu Yang also said, these two people are probably not on the same channel. Listen to their discussion. Although it is the same topic, the emotions of these people are different. Sorry. I have been busy these days. I have to go to cram school for 7 days in a row, and he added 3 days. I am still living at my aunt's house. The author wants to die, but I still stick to it for the sake of the book. I may update less in the next few days. After I go home, I will update faster. And I have been playing games in the last few days, a game like Demon Slayer. I want to recommend it to you. Download a rookie and then find Demon Slayer in it. I will post the picture of the comment for you to take a look. This game is only good on your phone, it is very fun. It is my compensation to you. Chapter 27. The 3 of them were very polite, and the 2 of them were very happy. Ahem, you 3 must have worked hard to come here. I have already made tea for you 3. Urokotaka Seikenji was the first to break this situation and pushed the 3 cups of tea on the wooden tray to the 3 swordsmiths. The 3 of them knew that they were too rude just now, so they immediately posed and returned Yi Yang's sword to him. Tsuzuka Ling apologized to Yi Yang. Sorry, I am rude. I have never seen such a beautiful sword like yours. Then he thanked Urokodaka Seikenji, thank you very much for the tea you made. The 3 of us will take our leave first. Finally, the 3 of them stood up and walked out of the house quickly. The 3 little ones tilted their heads and watched the 3 steel tombs leave. Urokodaka Seikenji stretched out his hand to keep them, but the 3 of them left too quickly. Hey! I just made tea. Urokodaka Seikenji was really distressed. He took his own collection of tea this time. He originally wanted to let the guests taste it, but he had no chance for so many years. Today, he finally had a chance, but he left in a hurry. This made him very distressed for his own tea. He looked at his 3 apprentices on the side. Or you? Master, the 3 of us have something to do, so we'll leave first. Urokodaka Seikenji was interrupted by Santo before he could finish his words. He immediately dragged the 2 of them out of the house. Don't ask, Santo himself has tasted that taste, he really can't stand it. If he is caught by the master, it will be difficult for him not to drink it all. Urokodaka Seikenji was really emo this time. Do you really not want to try it? Do you really not want to taste the tea I brewed? Then he tasted it himself. Urokodaka Seikenji, dead. Cause of death, died of bitterness after drinking the tea leaves he brewed. Pa, why is it so bitter? Alas, no wonder no one drinks it, it's so bitter, it seems I have to prepare the tea leaves and improve my tea brewing skills. Urokodaka Seikenji tasted it and had to say that the tea he brewed was really unpalatable. Achievement, the most despicable tea brewer in the history of Demon Slayer. Satsuki, why did you pull us out? Why do you seem to lose your soul when you mention Master's tea? Jungu was a little confused after being pulled out by Satsuki. Drink tea, what's the meaning of pulling us 2 out? I saved you. You really don't know how bad Master's tea is. Satsuki explained to Jungu breathlessly. Really? You won't lie to me again. Jungu didn't believe it. Yu Yang watched from the side, and 3 big yellow question marks appeared on his head. I remember that the original work of Demon Slayer didn't say that Master Urokodaka's tea was bad. Call Yu Yang. Hey? What is wrong? Wu little Yu Yang, wearing pajamas, rubbed his little eyes and asked Yu Yang in a daze. Yu Yang, it's noon now, why are you still sleeping? Sure enough, the tranquility after the war will make people loose. There is a picture of salmon and radish on the pajamas, and half of it is the color of his sister's Haori, and the other half is the color of the Haori of the rabbit, and there is a nightcap on the head. At first glance, there is a purple hat on the head, which looks like a butterfly. Isn't this Koko Shinobu wearing her sister's butterfly headdress on her head? Sure enough, after defeating Muzan, GIYU realized that Koko Shinobu was the only one in the team who didn't dislike him and wanted to talk to him. Straight man, you deserve to die. People were eaten as food by a certain upper string Tutong, and you know it. Is Master Urokodaka's tea so unpalatable? Indeed, it's quite unpalatable, but the Master's tea art is also slowly improving, it's still very delicious. GIYU was dumbfounded. Are you saying it's unpalatable or delicious? Forget it, it should be unpalatable. I won't disturb you from sleeping. Oh. Xiao Yiyang also disappeared, and went back to his own little bed, and fell asleep with the salmon and radish pillow. Really? Jungu, you won't disbelieve me, right? Seeing that Jungu didn't believe her, Suuntu immediately promised her. I believe it. Jungu couldn't help but smile at Suuntu's look. She was just joking. Did Suuntu have to take it so seriously? But like this. Kawi. Sorry, my readers. You must have been holding back these days. Broken, right? I'm really sorry. There were so many things going on these days that we didn't have time to update. I will never do this again. Please forgive me, please forgive me, please forgive me. I will definitely hope that those people won't push me anymore in the future. I will never do it again. Chapter 28. The road ahead is long and winding. North-northeast. North-northeast. There is a ghost in the village over there, go and kill it, hey. A crow was circling in the sky, and a boy also looked at the place it said, where a village could be vaguely seen. Oh, it's so far, it would be nice to have a car. The boy looked at the long road and felt a little distressed. The boy was none other than Yang, who was carrying out a mission with his crow at this moment. Xiang, is there no mission closer? No, this village is the closest? Hey. Ah, okay. Yang could only accept this result. Let's pull the timeline back to 6 hours ago and see what happened. Hurry up and change your uniforms, let me see. Yuriko Takasuchin asked the 3 people to change their uniforms. He wanted to see how his 3 apprentices looked in them. He still vaguely remembered that at that time, as long as he put on the uniform, who wouldn't say he was handsome? Thinking about it now, he is still a little proud, but now he is old and no longer the same as before. Okay, master. The 3 of them went back to their rooms and changed into their uniforms. Don't ask where the uniforms came from. Anyway, the author must have changed them. If you insist on asking, they went to the Demon Slayer Corps uniform distribution area to get them. Let me go back in time. That day, 3 people came to get the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms. This uniform is so ugly. What's the difference between it and the school uniform? As soon as Santa saw the uniform, he lost interest in an instant, but he didn't notice that someone quietly walked behind him. Who's in front of me? Ah! Sato also reacted, but it was too late. Shinkamo's fist had already hit him on the head. This is to make it easier for the demon slayers to hide themselves, do you understand, stupid Sato? What are you doing, Shinkomo? Is it necessary to be so cruel? Yes. Sato, _ GIYU also looked at the uniforms. Well, it was indeed like what Sato said, it looked like a school uniform. Then a member of the Demon Slayer measured their bodies and told the person behind him to design the uniforms. GIYU glanced at the person who designed the uniforms. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, but he was shocked when he saw it. This, isn't this Masao Maeda who made open-chested uniforms and skirts for the future love pillar Kenroji Mitsurai and benefited thousands of Demon Slayer otakus? Asking him, a pervert, to make it for Shinkomo? Sato would have to beat him to death, forget it, anyway, just watch the show. The production was very fast. GIYU and Suzuki's uniforms were completed. They were both wearing them and matched with the Haori. In one word, they were really handsome. Only Makomo's uniform was left. Maeda Masao gave her the uniform. Makomo went to the dressing room and came out soon. Makomo wore an open-chested uniform, but hers was flat, not protruding, and even smaller than Shinobu Koko's. But with the skirt and her own Haori, she had a shy expression on her face, which still made Maeda Masao bleed from her nose. Suzuki also blushed and covered her face with her hands, but still looked at Makomo through her hands. GIYU also said, "It's just as I expected, it's really beautiful. Don't stare at me like that, okay? Is it beautiful?" Makomo didn't expect the female team members' uniforms to be like this. "Beautiful, beautiful." Suzuki praised hurriedly. "Yeah, beautiful." GIYU also praised sparingly. "Jennen, you are like this again. How can you make such embarrassing uniforms for girls? Apologize and redo them." A female team member scolded Jennen and twisted his flesh. "Yingzin, ah! I won't dare to do it next time. There will be a next time. Help me." Jennen apologized after being beaten by Yingzin. "I'm sorry, miss. I was wrong, please forgive me." Chapter 29. The 2 of them were beaten. Ah. Jenggu also realized that what he was wearing was not a female uniform. "Okay. You pervert. You actually designed this kind of clothes for Jenggu." Santa was still thinking that the female uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps were really revealing, but he didn't expect that it was designed by this BT himself. Santu also started to get started, and that sandbag-sized fist was not for show. I can't do it anymore, help, me, Jennen was beaten black and blue by Santu. Sure enough, it was just as I expected. Yu Yang was complacent. After all, things were just as he thought. Xiantu, stop fighting, someone is going to die. Yu Yang, go and stop the fight, stop it. Zhengu actually didn't think it was a big deal, the uniform looked good on her, after all, Xiantu also thought it looked good. A hand grabbed Zhengu, and Zhengu looked back, and it turned out to be the female team member just now, Yingxin. It's okay, who made him so rude? Last time I asked him to go shopping with me, he didn't go, this time let him remember, anyway, I can't kill him. Yingxin also reassured Zhengu. But Zhengu was still a little worried. Oh, don't say but. By the way, my name is Taguchi Yingxin, what's your name? Yingxin also changed the subject. Me? My name is Kui Zhengu. The names here are made up by the author, you can look at them as you like. You are not only cute, but also have a nice name. You too, I think you are good looking and have a nice name. The two girls chatted enthusiastically, and the two boys fought fiercely. After more than 10 minutes, Suuntu finally let go. Humph! I'll teach you a lesson. See if you dare to do it again next time. Brother, no. I won't dare to do it again. Zhennan replied weakly. Looking at his half-dead appearance, he felt a little distressed. Yingxin looked at Zhennan's half-dead appearance, and also helped him up skillfully, found a chair, found medicine from the cabinet, and applied medicine to his wounds. Xiantu, don't do this again in the future. Look how badly he is injured. Although Zhengu blamed her a little, she was much less angry when she thought that Suuntu was doing it for her. I know, but that pervert is like that. Anyway, I can't stand it. Don't do this again in the future. Oh. Seeing that Zhengu's tone became tough, Suuntu also admitted his mistake. Hiss Yingxin, be gentle, it really hurts. Who asked you to make such a uniform for someone's girlfriend? You deserve to be beaten. Humph. I won't apply it for you. After saying that, she pretended to leave. No. Yingxin, let's talk it out. I was wrong. Zhennan was anxious when he saw her leaving. Humph. Then be honest, be careful, or I'll let your grandfather beat you. Seeing Zhennan give in, she continued to help him apply the medicine. No. I don't want to taste his bamboo stick, it hurts so much. Actually, it's not impossible for you to let me wear your design. Really? Zhennan was very excited. Really? Yingxin replied with a blushing face. Great, someone is finally willing to wear it. Am I the first one? Yeah. That's good too. The two are childhood sweethearts, and Yingxin also likes Zhennan very much, but Zhennan doesn't know that and is obsessed with beautiful women every day, which makes her angry. Yingxin is not bad looking, she is taller and thinner, Zhennan really doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings she has. Ms. Zhengu, I will make another one for you right away. Yeah. Then Zhennan hurried to make it. Tomioka, we meet here. Yu Yang also heard someone calling him, and the voice was very familiar. Yu Yang looked back and was surprised. Shinobu. Chapter 30. The two of them were so surprised. Yu Yang was very surprised. Ah, is this such a coincidence? The three of them came to get a uniform and just happened to meet Shinobu Koko. Fate is wonderful. Hey, Shinkomo and Satsuki, you are here too. Shinobu Koko saw an old acquaintance beside Yi Yang. Shinobu, it's great to meet you here. Shinkomo ran to Shinobu Koko and hugged her. Yeah, me too. But, your uniform, why is it like this? After seeing it, Satsuki teased Yi Yang. Hey, Yi Yang, your friend has come to see you. Yi Yang looked at Satsuki, and his small eyes were full of doubts. She just happened to do it. Yes. Have your uniforms been made? Mine is already made. Shinobu Koko asked the point. My uniforms and GIYU's uniforms are made, but Shinkomo's. Santo didn't know what to say. Ms. Shinkomo, your uniform is ready. See if you are satisfied, or I will make it for you again. I am very sorry for what I did just now, please forgive me. Holding the uniform with both hands, he bent down 90 degrees and apologized in the most sincere tone. Masao was not because of anything else, but because a tiger next to him was staring at him. Ah! This. Shinkomo was confused by this sudden attitude. Please forgive me. I forgive you, don't do this. Okay. Masao said and hurried to make it for others. Shinobu Koko was also confused when she saw this scene, and immediately asked the truth. Makomo, what's going on? Did I miss something interesting just now? I'll tell you after I change my uniform. Wait for me. Makomo said and ran to the ladies' dressing room to change uniform. GIYU, can you tell me what happened? Shinobu Koko saw Makomo leave and asked GIYU. GIYU turned his head and looked at her. Ah! Tomioka, can you stop staring at me? Shinobu Koko was really shy when GIYU stared at her. You should ask Makomo. GIYU looked like he didn't want to answer. You. Forget it, I won't ask you. Wait for Makomo later, Tomioka, you're so annoying. I'm not annoying. You asterisk. 3 minutes later. After changing into her uniform, Makomo came out of the dressing room. She looked a little more cold in her black uniform. Makomo looks good in it. Shinobu Koko saw Makomo come out and looked at her. Not bad. Yeah, it really fits. Makomo, what happened? Let's talk about it after we get out. After that, she dragged the butterfly man out the door. Yiyang and Santo were really speechless. Finally, they said goodbye to Yingzhen and left, and then ran out. Makomo, can you tell me now? Shinobu Koko was impatient, after all, she was impatient. Seeing her like this, Shinobu Koko told her what happened just now. After listening to it, she was also shocked. I never thought that there is such a pervert in the Demon Slayer Corps, Makomo, you are too soft-hearted. If it were me, I would have beaten him so hard that his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Okay, don't worry about me. You just saw him apologizing to me. It's okay now oh. But even so, Shinobu Koko still stood up for Makomo. Well, they are really good sisters, Delta. GIYU watched and didn't expect that the two of them could get along so well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the chance to draw the supreme 10 consecutive draws. GIYU remembers that he didn't seem to have completed any tasks? System, what's going on? Host, this is the reward for killing the demon last time. Why didn't you give it to me last time? The system failed last time, and I was rewarded with 2 supreme 10 draws. Well, that's good enough. At the last second, a large disc appeared in front of me, with a flash button and 2 small words on it. 2 times. Finally, Yiyang started to draw the lottery. I wonder what he can draw? Chapter 31. The first time, the second time. Yiyang started the lottery, 10 lights flashed on the screen, and then they began to flash one by one. 5G mobile phone *1. Demon Slayer Comics *5. Star Platinum Experience Card, hint, no time stop ability, lasts for 1 minute, *1. Handmade figures *3. Yiyang looked at the reward and didn't know what to say, okay? It's pretty good. When Yiyang saw Star Platinum, his excitement was self-evident. Star Platinum, bro. Strength and Speed AA, that was the substitute of a 17-year-old bad boy who smashed a centenarian with 1 punch. However, his enemy is a ghost. Even if the ghost's body is completely destroyed, it can still regenerate. This star platinum can only play a supporting role. Forget it, it's also good. System, help me collect it first. Okay. GIYU didn't draw it again. After all, he wanted to keep it first, in case of emergency, he had to keep some backup. After chatting with Makoto, Koko Shinobu came to GIYU and poked him with her hand. "Tomioka, Tomioka, can I go back with you? Anyway, I'm bored." GIYU looked at it and didn't answer. His eyes looked to one side, and his face was full of disgust. Koko Shinobu didn't care too much. He still smiled and went around to the other side to look at GIYU's face. GIYU turned his face to the other side again. "Why don't you answer? Tomioka." "I don't want to." Then GIYU had an extra bun on his head. In fact, GIYU didn't deliberately target Koko Shinobu. He really didn't know why she followed him. Forget it, just treat it as teasing a child. Then we come back. The three of them changed into their uniforms, and Master Urokodaka saw them and praised them. "You are worthy of being my apprentice, you look so good in it." GIYU is still the same as before, except that half of the Haori has turned blue. But the difference is that there is a butterfly embroidered on the blue Haori, and it is green and purple. But everyone can always believe that GIYU is a straight man. He did not embroider it for Shinobu Koko. In fact, he is also a fan of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. When he thinks of the sea, he thinks of Jotaro Kyujo's daughter, Jolin Kyujo. She sacrificed herself to protect Emporio, which made him sincerely admire her. She is also the only heroine in Araki's JoJo. Embroidering butterflies symbolizes that the butterfly will eventually fly to the sea of freedom and escape from the strong shackles. As demon hunters, they want to kill Muzan Kibutsuji and end the 1,000-year fate. Isn't it like the Joestar family, who have a 100-year fate with Dio? In the end, it ends in Jotaro's generation, and in their generation. Kill the Demon King in the end. The feathers of Satoshi and Shinkomo, that is, the feathers they wear, are made into feathers. Anyway, it's good looking. Shinkomo thought of Shinobu Koko who followed him. When he came just now, he seemed to go to the toilet, and he should be here now. "Master, wait a minute, I'll introduce you to someone else. She is my good friend, asterisk, dot. Hey? Who is it?" Master Urokodaka was very confused. He received a team uniform and brought back a friend. Shinkomo went out and saw Shinobu Koko walking slowly over, so he quickly pulled her over. "Hey, hey, hey! What's wrong with Shinkomo? Why are you in such a hurry? Come on!" Shinkomo brought the butterfly man to Master Urokodaka. "Master, look! That's her!" Shinobu Koko was stunned. She was not mentally prepared to bring him directly to their parents. "What's your name?" "Shinobu Koko." The butterfly man also became more upright and began to recover. "You must be the former water pillar Urokodaka Seikanji. I remember my sister told me about you. You always wear a Tengu mask, and your apprentices are all users of water breathing." Well, the author would like to say this first. Actually, when I was playing the game yesterday, I found that Master Urokodaka's Zo was not the Zo of Dazuo, but the Zo of the left. Sorry, everyone. Who is your sister? Master Urokodaka was curious about her sister's identity when she heard that the other party knew her name. Ordinary team members generally had no chance to know these old antiques. When talking about this, Shinobu Koko instantly became proud. "My sister is one of the 3 pillars of the current Demon Slayer Corps, Flower Pillar, Koko Kane." This tone made GIYU feel like Shinobu Koko was saying that she was a pillar. Here, the 3 pillars are Rock Pillar, Sound Column, Flower Column. I don't know if it's right, if not, tell me. Well, I didn't expect it, but I've heard of it before. Master Urokita heard this name and heard people say it was very powerful. Chapter 32. The two of them were very close, and the two of them were very close. Shinobu, I didn't expect your sister to be a pillar. Can I meet her next time? Shinkomo admired her very much, because she had heard from her master that the pillar was the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps, and after hearing that her master was the former water pillar, she was so happy that she couldn't sleep for several days. After all, being trained by a powerful pillar is what countless members of the Demon Slayer Corps yearn for. Of course, we are good sisters. Ahem, since you are ready, then go and perform the mission. If you want to become the main, you must work harder. Master Urokadaki interrupted on the side. After all, it is better to be a good pillar than to envy the pillar, so you still have to work hard. Your crows will tell you the direction and location of the mission. Let's go. Then it's now. If you forget, go to chapter 28. GIYU only knew that Satoshi and Shinkomo were traveling together. He asked to go alone, and Shinobu Koko was the same as him. Okay, I'd better hurry up. I don't think I can meet the 12 demon moons, so I'd better kill 50 demons quickly. I'll get familiar with it first, after all, I haven't practiced it at all. Let the body temperature rise first, expand the lungs, and the blood throughout the body feel the breathing. Calm down, calm down. Complete collection. Tomioka, wait for me. A girl's voice shouted to GIYU. Hey? Don't mess with me, it won't be Shinobu Koko again. GIYU heard this voice and could only say that he was familiar with it. Even if this voice turned into ashes, he could still hear it. Yang slowly turned his head, silently repeating in his heart, "Don't be Koko Shinobu, don't be Koko Shinobu." Then, as expected by Yang, it was Koko Shinobu, who had already run to his side panting. "No, why did you follow me? Didn't you say you were acting alone?" Koko Shinobu didn't answer his question, she stretched out her hand to Yang, and Yang didn't understand what this meant. Yang, give me water, I'm so thirsty. Can't you run slower? Yang wanted to say something to her, but it was difficult to say it, so he took the water while talking. Yang just took out the kettle, Koko Shinobu grabbed it, unscrewed the bottle cap, and drank it in big gulps. Gudong gudong! Finally! I finally quenched my thirst. I'm so tired. Didn't you say to act alone? Tomioka, I think it's rare to carry out a mission. Why don't we go together? At least someone will accompany you. It's lonely to be alone. GIYU pondered for a while, and then looked at Shinobu Koko seriously. I'm not alone. I have Crow to accompany me. It can talk. At this time, Shinobu Koko was silently saying in her heart, "Don't be angry with Shinobu Koko, don't be angry with Shinobu Koko. You're not the same as me? I think you look lonely." This sentence is just like the ridicule that GIYU made when he saw Shinobu Koko catching a few small fish during the selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Then, Shinobu Koko couldn't bear it anymore. "I told you to say I'm alone, and I told you to have Crow to accompany me. Why can't I come? I'm here. What can you do?" Shinobu Koko grabbed GIYU's uniform on his chest and punched him in the face and body. Puff! Shinobu! Yang collapsed. He was telling the truth, but what is the result of telling the truth? Is it wrong to tell the truth in this world? Is there any law? Is there any law? Yang suddenly remembered that Suunta once told him that if a girl is angry, you can do something to please her, such as eating, so that the girl will forgive you. Yang didn't really believe it, after all, Suunta had been beating him for more than a day or two, but it's still for a while. Shinobu, stop, stop, stop. What else do you want to say? Koko Shinobu also gave Yang a chance to speak. In fact, as long as Yang said something nice, she would accept it reluctantly. I saw you ran over and beat me up just now. Are you hungry? If you are hungry, I will treat you to a meal. You'd better die. Who can accept this? This is a concise and clear statement, which means that you are weak. Is her physical strength so poor? When the fist was about to land on Yi Yang's face, he seemed to see a revolving lantern, and then he found himself on a boat with a group of people. Yi Yang looked and thought, oh my god! This is the Forgotten River, where is he now? Yi Yang immediately woke up and thought of a way out. A condition that will not be refused. I will buy you decorations and go shopping with you. Shinobu Koko stopped her fist. This is a good condition. Okay. Don't lie to me. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Don't dare. GIYU shook his head like a rattle. Anyway, he really didn't dare. This directly suppressed his blood. It turns out that GIYU was so afraid of the angry Shinobu Koko. After all, if you force Shinobu Koko into a corner, she will use poison to kill you without you knowing it. Look at the Nada Spider Mountain and Shinobu Koko's old man Ashizawa shoes. If it weren't for the timely shouting of the crow, GIYU would have reunited with his sister Tomioka Tsutako. Huang Shanyi's class is open. Question: when the knife in Shinobu Koko's shoes was about to pierce Tomioka GIYU's head, what was he thinking at the time? Come on, invite Tomioka GIYU here today. At that time, I thought Shinobu would be trapped forever, and then she stabbed me with the knife in her shoe while she was talking. I just wanted to take out the knife handle to block it, but I knew it was too late. There were countless thoughts in my head, thinking about the taste of radish salmon, thinking about my sister, thinking about Santo, and many people I was friends with. When the knife was a few millimeters away from my head, fortunately, the cry of the crow stopped Shinobu, and I saved my life. Chapter 33. The two of them were so busy that they had to go to the hospital. Come here. What do you want to do? Shinobu Koko's sudden words scared GIYU. He didn't know what she wanted to do, but this woman didn't look like a good person. I'll just bandage you up. Are you so scared of me? Shinobu Koko didn't understand why GIYU was afraid of her. She was just an ordinary member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yes. GIYU nodded, and then Shinobu Koko walked over. Shinobu Koko took out the medical box, took out the bandage, and wrapped it around GIYU's bleeding area, but she didn't know if she did it on purpose or accidentally, and only GIYU's eyes and nose were exposed. Shinobu Koko held back her laughter after seeing it. You can't laugh, Demi. She thought so in her heart, but she couldn't hold it back. Puff. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I can't hold it anymore. Ji Yang looked at the woman and asked himself why he wanted to know her. Why didn't he just kill her with water? Is it fun? Ji Yang looked at her with a dark face. Sorry. Tomioka, I was not skilled just now. I will bandage you again. Seeing that Ji Yang's face was not right, Koko Shinobu stopped making trouble. This time it was obviously much better. Ji Yang's head was bandaged. Koko Shinobu, who still had a childlike innocence, naughtily tied a bow with the bandage at the end. Well, it seems that Koko Shinobu is a minor. Ji Yang is now 14 years old. Koko Shinobu is 2 years younger than Ji Yang, that is, 12 years old. The two are still children. They should have gone to school and would never meet. One is in junior high school and the other is in elementary school, but this era made them meet. Okay, since you're with me, let's hurry up. Yeah. The two began to speed up, but GIYU, who could concentrate on breathing, was obviously faster than Koko Shinobu, and the gap was huge. You're too slow, get on my back and I'll take you. GIYU saw that she was so slow, and thought about taking Koko Shinobu with her. I can do it myself. When Koko Shinobu faced GIYU, she seemed to have a rebellious bone all over her body, and she just didn't listen to GIYU. Don't waste time, the sun is going to set, and you won't be able to catch up at your speed before dark. I can. Hurry. GIYU didn't want to dawdle, after all, if they delayed a few more seconds after dark, one of them might have died. Oh. GIYU squatted down and let Koko Shinobu get on his back, because he didn't know if Koko Shinobu could get on his back, so he decided to squat down. After Koko Shinobu got on, she could smell the scent of GIYU and feel the firmness of the man's back, which made people feel extremely relieved. Are you ready? All right. Focus on breathing. Yu Yang muttered to himself and started to speed up. Koko Shinobu was very light, so even if Yu Yang carried her, she was not affected at all. Koko Shinobu felt how fast Yu Yang was, and she couldn't help but feel that she was a burden to Yu Yang, and it might be better for him to act alone than to take care of her feelings. Yu Yang was very fast, and they arrived at the village after more than 10 minutes. Shinobu, we're here. Yu Yang saw that Koko Shinobu seemed to be absent-minded and didn't know what she was thinking, so he quickly reminded her that they were in the village. Oh. Koko Shinobu nodded and jumped off Yu Yang's back. Let's ask the residents here, they should know something. Yeah, that's a good idea. The two asked the resident closest to them. Sir, do you know that there are ghosts in your village? But when the resident heard what he said, a look of horror appeared on his face. What is a ghost? I only know that there is a monster in our village. Why are you carrying knives? When GIYU heard him say this, he remembered that the Demon Slayer Corps was not recognized by the government. It was normal for them not to know about weirdness, and if they carried knives, they would be suspected of being bad people. We are here to destroy him. Can you give us some clues about him? Seeing that he knew something, Shinobu Koko also asked him quickly. I'll take you to that place. By the way, my name is Xingtian Chiba. You can just call me Chiba. What's your name? Chiba saw that they had no ill intentions and held a glimmer of hope. It would be okay to let them take a look. If they could destroy the monster, it would be even better. My name is TOMIOKA GIYU. Kao Koko Shinobu. Chiba brought them here. There were many holes on the ground, and this place was very wide, with many roads, and there were bloodstains on the walls. And holes. GIYU jumped onto the wall and started running on it. He was going to look at the terrain. Why does this look like a maze? GIYU couldn't help but think of a maze when he saw the terrain. Then he jumped down to look at the holes on the wall. He didn't have much clue, so he turned around and asked Shinobu Koko what he thought. Shinobu, do you have any clues? No, but I'm sure this is the weapon of the ghost, but what on earth did he hold to make so many small holes on the ground? Shinobu Koko didn't know either. I seem to remember that the ghost was holding something in his hand. Anyway, how should I put it? That thing has a handle, which seems to be a bit like a sickle, and his hand seems to have been on a switch on this thing. As long as he does it, that thing will make a loud noise and shoot out an iron-like thing with great power. By the way, he shot out this. Chiba told them the general appearance of the ghost's weapon, and then took something out of his sleeve. When he just took it out, GIYU already knew what it was. Isn't this a bullet? The ghost must be holding a gun, right? The ghost is using hot weapons. Hey? This is… Shinobu Koko looked at this strange thing and didn't know what it was. This is a bullet. The ghost must be using a gun. Gun? What is that? Shinobu Koko had never heard of it, nor had she heard her sister talk about it. This is the weapon of the foreigners. It's normal that we don't know about it. Yu Yang explained to her. Ah! Shinobu Koko was a little shocked. The ghost actually held a foreigner's thing. By the way, the ghost gathers some of our villagers every night, and then lets us run. He chases us, just like a hunter hunting prey. Oh? Chiba, I have an idea, you go back first. Well, I hope you can eliminate the ghost. I thank you on behalf of our whole village. This is our duty, we will definitely do it. Shinobu Koko let him rest assured. After all, with such a powerful ghost hunter like Yi-yang, she doesn't have to worry about anything. Shinobu, this ghost is not ordinary, you should be more careful. Yi-yang knew that a gun, as long as it is a fatal wound, will kill you instantly, which is much more terrifying than the blood demon art of the ghost. Don't worry about me, I will protect myself. And I am not as weak as you think, I can also play my part. Koko Shinobu didn't want Yi-yang to worry about her all the time, but she also knew that Yi-yang must have a reason for saying so, so she still had to be careful. Are you hungry? A little bit. While there is still time, I will take you to have a meal. If there is still time, I will take you to buy some accessories. Yi-yang, you are so nice. Koko Shinobu was very happy to see Yi-yang say this, and her name for Yi-yang changed from Tomioka to Yi-yang, and became more intimate. Here, I would like to say that in Japan, calling someone by their name means that the relationship between the two parties is relatively good. Chapter 34. The two of them asked a passerby, who said that a famous restaurant in the village was about 30 meters away from their intersection. Thank you. Shinobu Koko thanked the passerby. It's just a small favor. After saying that, the passerby left. Yi-yang, the seafood restaurant he mentioned seems to be called All You Can Eat, what a weird name. Shinobu Koko didn't know who gave this name, but it was weird enough. Well, let's go. Yi-yang didn't expect that someone would give such a name during the Taisho period in Japan. This name looks ordinary, but it is quite attractive, after all, you are full. You pay, right? When Shinobu Koko thought about eating, she thought about money. Well, I'll pay, okay. Yi-yang looked at this person who took advantage and wanted to take advantage. Did she really have no money at all? That's good. I'll order whatever I want, anyway, you pay, hee. Shinobu Koko was relieved when she heard this, after all, she was very hungry now, so she could be full. Oh. Yi-yang looked at her like this, and he had already thought of a plan to punish her in his heart. This can't be blamed on him. After all, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. The two walked on the quiet road, and the atmosphere made people feel uncomfortable. After all, this village is not very small, it can be said to be a relatively large one. There is not such a lively atmosphere on the street, only a few passers-by hurried home. Yi-yang, it seems that the ghost has caused great psychological trauma to the villagers here. He must die tonight. That's for sure. Aren't you here? If the ghost comes, hide behind me or go to a safe place. Remember, protect the villagers. Kohiko Shinobu was speechless. She was obviously not as weak as he thought, and she was carrying Wisteria flower potion, which could protect her. How powerful was the gun? Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm so hungry, let's go quickly. Yeah. The two of them quickly arrived at the seafood restaurant. After they entered, they found that there were no customers inside, and the boss inside was also idle. When the boss saw Yi-yang and Kohiko Shinobu come in, he immediately greeted them warmly. Two guests, what do you want to order? Then he took out the menu and handed it to the two. Yi-yang looked at the menu. He didn't care about other dishes, but his eyes immediately floated on the salmon and radish. Boss, I want this salmon radish, 2 servings, medium. Hey. Okay, miss, what do you want to order? The boss saw Yi-yang ordered, so he asked Koko Shinobu next to him. After all, his store has been deserted since the monster came. It's hard to get 2 customers, so he definitely can't let them go. Koko Shinobu looked through the menu row by row and found what she liked. Boss, 2 servings of eel rice, large servings. Koko Shinobu loves sweets. Oh, and 4 servings of dorayaki. Because Coco Shinobu likes sweets, she ordered dorayaki. Okay, please wait, boss lady, come out quickly, there are guests. As soon as Coco Shinobu finished speaking, the boss quickly asked the boss lady to cook for the two of them, fearing that the two would leave. Okay. Well, you are really willing to spend my money. Yu Yang also began to feel sorry for his money. Didn't you say you should spend money? Keep your word. Who told you to talk nonsense? Today I'll make you bleed and teach you a lesson. Hee hee. Seeing how Yu Yang was now, Coco Shinobu was even happier. If she didn't take advantage of Yu Yang today, she wouldn't be Coco Shinobu. So much, can you finish it? Yu Yang saw that Coco Shinobu actually ordered a large portion of eel rice, and also salmon, radish, and dorayaki, which he might not be able to finish. He now began to wonder how Coco Shinobu managed to eat so much and still be so thin. Of course I can finish it. Since you are paying today, I must eat my fill. Coco Shinobu gave a positive answer, and Yu Yang also saw that she would not stop until she was full today. Well, let me calculate how much it is. According to Yu Yang's calculation, he found that he would spend a total of 2,462 yen, which is about 122 yuan in RMB. Fortunately, it was not too expensive. 246. 2 yen, it's still cheap. Wouldn't you feel relieved now? You see, it didn't cost much anyway. Shinobu Coco felt relieved when she heard the amount. It's impossible for Yu Yang to be so petty. Shinobu, I didn't expect you to be a little foodie. Yu Yang heard her say that and directly complained that she was a foodie. Aren't you the same? You're just a little idiot. Shinobu Coco couldn't stand it when she heard him say that, and immediately fought back. Little foodie. Little idiot. Foodie. Idiot. 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 Yu Yang, let me tell you this, any girl who marries you in the future will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes, and must be a fool. Humph, then, any man who marries you will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes, don't let you eat him out of money one day. Ignore you. Kohiko Shinobu saw that she couldn't scold him anymore, so she blocked him directly. Kohiko Shinobu thought to herself that she must finish eating quickly, and then eat some of GIYU's portion. GIYU was also thinking in her heart that she would find a reason to leave quickly and embarrass Coco Shinobu. I never thought that the tacit understanding between the two people was formed in this way. I really don't know whether their relationship is good or bad. Please give more comments and more 5-star praise. I have been updating this book for so long, but there is still no rating underscore. Everyone, please work hard. Please. Thanks to those who have been reading my book and helping me correct my mistakes. It has always been your support that has given me the motivation to continue writing this book. I will continue writing this book. Chapter 35. The waiter waited for a long time. Sorry for the wait. The proprietress put the food they ordered on the table. Have a good meal. We also give you extra tea in our store, which is top-notch. Thank you. Shinobu Coco thanked her warmly. After serving the food, the proprietress hummed and left happily. Today, the bill was finally opened. Yu Yang, each of us will have a salmon, radish, and eel rice, 2 dorayaki, and a cup of tea. Shinobu Coco took the lead in allocating the food plan for Yu Yang. Yu Yang glanced at him and didn't want to answer. Anyway, he couldn't eat so much, so he would definitely give Shinobu Coco some. Let's eat. As soon as Shinobu Coco finished speaking, she began to eat up everything. She first ate her favorite eel rice, and then paired it with dessert dorayaki. Now she felt that she was the happiest. Ji Yang also started eating. He also ate his favorite salmon and radish. He could no longer bear it. He ate the salmon meat on top first, and then ate a piece of radish. But to his surprise, there was rice underneath. Ji Yang was really surprised, and then he showed an expression that Shinobu Koko had never thought of. Ji-young was eating salmon and radish, and suddenly he laughed. Shinobu Koko happened to see it. She felt very incredible when she saw it, because after contacting Ji-young, because in her cognition, Ji-young would not laugh, but today he actually laughed. Shinobu Koko looked at him laughing, and he looked pretty good. She thought silently in her heart, he can laugh, but he still pretends to be cool every day. He looks handsome when he laughs. Looking at him like this, Shinobu Koko couldn't help but tease him. I didn't expect that GIYU-san has known me for so long, but he never smiled. Today, he smiled after eating a salmon radish. I am not as good as a salmon radish. Salmon radish can be eaten, can you? Maybe your role is to argue with me. GIYU-san could not see that this was Koko Shinobu teasing him, so he told her simply and clearly. Salmon radish can only be eaten, but I have many roles, although I can't be eaten. Koko Shinobu was really going crazy. She always couldn't argue with her, and GIYU-san's words obviously made him unconvinced. Oh. Then the two continued to eat. Shui Dai, it seems that the relationship between our two masters is a bit bad, hey. GIYU-san's Crow Xiong looked at his master and Koko Shinobu's Crow Shui Dai's master quarreling, and couldn't help complaining. Ah, who knows? The same goes for Mizu Dai. These two people really seem to be enemies. Although the relationship between GIYU-san and Koko Shinobu is strained, their crow relationship is quite good. GIYU was eating, but he was thinking about something. He sorted out what happened today. A ghost with a gun? This ghost seemed to be using hot weapons like palang, but he was not very worried, because his water-breathing 11th form Nagi was the strongest defensive skill of Demon Slayer, which could defend against most of the blood demon arts. But there were two issues that GIYU was worried about. First, was the gun that the ghost was holding a gun made of his own flesh and blood, or a real gun? He couldn't guarantee that after he opened Nagi, he would not be able to defend against real bullets and directly shoot himself to death. Second, could Nagi defend against damage that was not blood demon arts? Those breathing methods seemed to only cause damage to ghosts, but they should be able to cause damage to people. Let's ask GIYU himself. Call GIYU, call GIYU. What's wrong? What's the problem? GIYU looked at GIYU himself watching TV on the small screen. Wasn't the show on TV Demon Slayer? And it was the first episode, when GIYU said Tanjiro was incompetent. Oh my god, I'm watching myself. GIYU, can Nagi defend against damage other than blood demon arts? Ah? I don't know, I've never tried it. Seeing him ask this, GIYU himself was also confused. Okay, but why are you watching Demon Slayer? A few days ago, I found a software called Bilibili, and when I was watching it, I found this anime, and then I realized that we are actually an anime. GIYU himself said the reason why he watched this anime. Oh, then you continue watching. GIYU saw that GIYU himself didn't know either, so he asked the system. System, can my Nagi defend against damage other than blood ghost arts? Yes, breathing can also be used in life. Host, you used water breathing to catch fish and fire breathing to warm up. Isn't this the best proof? Yes, that's right, it's really an omnipotent system. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Oh, yes, can I exchange it for Japanese yen? Yi-yang chatted for a long time, and when he touched his cuffs just now, he found that he had no money at all. Yes, one business coin can be exchanged for 5,000 yen, host, isn't it very conscientious? Conscience, too conscientious. Yi-yang was excited. This business coin of 5,000 yen is equal to 1 ghost, which is equal to 247 RMB, 33 US dollars, and 27 British pounds. At this rate, financial freedom will definitely be achieved. Host, You have 500 business coins now. When did you have so many? Ji-young, I vaguely remember that there were only more than 20 last time. Because the host performed well last time, not only killed the hidden boss, but also killed the hand ghost, and unlocked the last hidden achievement of gentleness, and also made the hand ghost apologize to Urokadaka Seikanji, which is an achievement that even the protagonist has not achieved. All these miscellaneous things add up to so many rewards. Then give me 20 business coins first. Okay, host. Congratulations to the host for exchanging 100,000 yen. Ji-young now thinks that he is also a rich man. In his previous life, he saw those rich and powerful people showing off their wealth, which made him feel itchy. Today, it is his turn to be a rich man. Although the salary of the Demon Slayer Corps is also high, 50,000 yen a month, he has not worked for a month yet, so he can't advance his salary in advance, right? But this job is a high-risk occupation, and there are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. While thinking, Ji-young also finished the salmon and radish in his hand, drank a cup of tea, and his stomach felt full. Ji-young, are you full? I'm full, Butterfly, you. Ji-young looked at himself thinking, and Butterfly had eaten all of his share. I'm full, that's good, then give me what you can't eat, don't waste food. Butterfly Shinobu was happy to see Ji-young answer that he was full. Here, give, really, who asked everyone to eat one? I don't say it, I know it in my heart. What are you talking about? This is obviously you can't finish it, so I ate it for you. I call it cherishing food, which is a virtue. Look at you, if everyone is like you, how much food will be wasted? When Coco Shinobu was eating GIYU's portion, she had already thought of a reason and directly condemned him from the moral high ground. Hehe, you just want to eat, it's okay to give it to you. GIYU didn't expect a person to be so shameless. GIYU, you really understand me, then I won't be polite. Coco Shinobu didn't care about GIYU and continued to eat. Well, you eat here first, I'm going to the toilet. Go ahead, go ahead. Shinobu Coco, who still doesn't understand the dangers of society, doesn't know that GIYU is going to run away and asks her to pay. GIYU left, went out to find a toilet, and urinated. He was still thinking about the ghost. Do you pick some villagers to hunt every night? Interesting, interesting. But tonight, I'll let you know who the real hunter is. Since Nagi can defend himself, what does he need to be afraid of? He opened Nagi and walked directly towards the other party, and he was not afraid. Today, I updated 2 chapters in total. I originally wanted to post 1 today and 3 tomorrow, but I accidentally pressed the wrong button and sent them directly. It's okay, I'll post them anyway, everyone can just make do with it. The plot may be really slow. After all, I use too many words when writing about things. After killing this ghost, it will be Doma next time. Don't worry, Hwazu won't die anyway. Chapter 36. After eating, the food was very delicious. It's so delicious. My stomach is full now. I feel so satisfied. Shinobu Coco finally finished eating. He ate 2 large portions of eel rice, 4 dorayaki, and drank a cup of tea. Yi-yang, pay, I'm full. Oh. Shinobu Coco called Yi-yang to pay after finishing the meal. Yi-yang? Yi-yang. Shinobu Coco saw that Yi-yang didn't answer, so he looked around, and then he found that there was no Yi-yang. At this time, the boss came over. Miss, you spent a total of 2,462 yen here. Please pay. Ah. That, it was the man who paid just now. I'll go find him. Is that okay? This time it was Shinobu Coco who was embarrassed. She didn't bring any money with her. After hearing this, the boss's face fell instantly. You didn't bring any money? You want to eat a free meal? No, 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 boss. I really didn't bring any money. Shinobu Coco was really panicked. She was a teenage girl, and she was at a loss when faced with such a thing. Boss, I'll wash the dishes for you. Is that okay? There are no dishes for you to wash. The business here was originally cold, and there were not many customers. Where did so many dishes come from? And even if there were, she couldn't make up for it. Wu, Yiyang, where the hell have you been? Shinobu Coco was aggrieved now. She really didn't expect Yiyang to run away. In fact, Yiyang had been listening outside the store. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, he stopped pretending. He couldn't guarantee that Coco Shinobu would cry later. Boss, I just went to the toilet. This is our meal money. Yiyang took out a 5,000 yen note from his sleeve and handed it to the boss. When Coco Shinobu heard this voice, she immediately rushed to Yiyang's chest as if she had caught a savior, and then punched Yiyang's abdomen with her fist. Yiyang, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. I just went to the toilet. Didn't you tell the boss? When the boss saw the money coming, his face changed instantly. My guest, I was a little rude just now. I'll give you the change. No need to change the money, just take it. Yiyang thought that he had money now, and his pocket was full of 5,000 yen notes. Did he still need the change? It is a great honor for our store to have a customer like you. Boss, we are leaving. Thank you for your patronage. You are welcome to come again next time. The two walked out of the store. Before leaving, Shinobu Coco muttered, "Humph. I will never come to your shady store again next time." Yiyang touched Shinobu Coco's head and sighed helplessly. "Oh, it's okay. I am here. Don't cry." Shinobu Coco also raised her head. Some tears on her face stopped. She wiped her face and wiped away the tears. I thought you ran away. You are really annoying." Yes, I am really annoying. Don't cry. And I was also cheated by you. Once the money was spent, I was almost out of money. I have already lost a lot of money. Yiyang lied against his conscience, but it was also a white lie. At least he hoped that he could coax Shinobu Coco. After hearing this, Shinobu Coco stopped crying and stopped sobbing, but she felt guilty towards Yiyang. Yiyang had almost spent all his money to treat her to a meal. "Yiyang, if you don't have money, you can ask me for it. My sister gave me a lot of pocket money, and I can give you some of it." Shinobu Coco was still foolishly moved. She didn't expect that Yiyang would spend the little money he had on her. No thanks." Yiyang looked at Shinobu Coco's silly look and felt guilty. "Yiyang, it's okay. Tell me if you have any difficulties. I'll do my best." Shinobu Coco was still thinking about Yiyang, but unfortunately she didn't know how stupid she was. If she knew the truth, she would definitely tear Yiyang apart. Shinobu, it's getting dark, we have to go to the place that villager takes us to. Promise me, protect yourself and then protect those villagers, that's all I ask. Okay, I'll listen to you." Yiyang breathed a sigh of relief. This Coco Shinobu, really, silly and cute. Chapter 37. The two ran to Chiba together, the place where they were brought before, and now they should think about where to ambush. "Let's hide on the roof, so that we can observe the situation below." Okay. Although Yiyang agreed, he was still very worried. He didn't think that the ghost would not smell their breath. After the two found a good position, they lay on the roof, and the night fell. Da-da. Yiyang suddenly heard a sound of footsteps and shook Coco Ninja beside him. "What's wrong, Yiyang, are you here?" Coco Ninja asked Yiyang about the situation. "Well, look." Yiyang pointed in a direction. Coco Ninja looked in the direction that Yiyang pointed, and saw a group of villagers in the open space just now. Everyone had a terrified look on their faces, as if they were afraid of something. Suddenly, a very fast figure appeared in front of the villagers, holding a pistol in his hand, looking at them with excited eyes. And this is the monster in Kyunyi's mouth ghost. Ji-young, here it comes. Coco Ninja's tone was a little excited. She couldn't wait to let the ghost taste her newly developed poison to see if she could poison the ghost. SHH, the ghost will find us. Yi-young asked her to speak softly. After all, he didn't dare to guarantee that the ghost couldn't hear it. And the breath of that ghost, Yi-young guaranteed that it felt that it had eaten no less than 30 people, and he didn't know what its ability was. In the last selection, I met a ghost who controlled tree branches, but he could immediately create more than a dozen trees hundreds of meters high. Looking at the entire ghost world, it is rare. Today, I met a ghost with a gun again. I don't know his ability. I hope he is not too perverted. Tonight is really beautiful. I wonder how many of you can survive. I'm in a good mood now. I'll give you 1 hour less. Anyway, even if I reduce it, there are still 6 hours, hee. The ghost looked at the villagers with the eyes of a hunter. In his eyes, humans are his hunting targets. I guess everyone is impatient, but I still have to deal with a small matter. The ghost's meaningful words made GIYU stunned. He grabbed Coco Shinobu's clothes. He had a hunch that the ghost already knew where they were. You watched the show just now, Ghost Hunter. A teasing voice appeared behind GIYU and Coco Shinobu. The ghost came behind them without knowing when. GIYU just heard it and instantly grabbed Coco Shinobu and threw her out, then immediately opened the skill. Water-breathing 11th form Nagi defense. GIYU instantly opened the big move. This time was definitely the fastest time. He shouted. Pong pong, 2 gunshots sounded instantly, and bullets flew towards Yi-young. Fortunately, Yi-young fired early and blocked these bullets, otherwise he would have been shot. Before Shinobu Coco, who had just been thrown out, could react, she heard the voice just now. Just when she was about to curse at Yi-young who threw her out, she saw the ghost holding the silver spear and finally realized what was going on. Water-breathing 7th type Shizuka wave stab. Yi-young quickly used the fastest move in water breathing. This move was very effective and did hurt the ghost, but it was only a superficial injury. It was not that Yi-young's damage was too low and the accuracy was not accurate. I dodged it with the speed of wisdom. What? Dodged it? Yi-young's eyes were full of disbelief. It couldn't be so fast. This ghost must have eaten more than 60 people, and it might exceed 80. Otherwise, how could it avoid the attack comparable to the pillars so easily? Very good, you can actually hurt me, but that's all. The ghost was also surprised, but then turned to teasing. What if he was hurt? He couldn't be killed anyway. The villagers below saw them fighting and ran away quickly, silently praying in their hearts that the 2 boys and girls must defeat the monster. Breath of insects centipede dance centipede belly. Coco Shinobu also rushed over when the ghost was not paying attention, and the tip of the knife pierced into the ghost's chest, directly approaching the heart. Ah! The ghost didn't react at all. He didn't expect a little girl to be so fast. After reacting, he pulled out the Nichiren sword that pierced his chest and threw Coco Shinobu out again. Humph, what's the use of being faster? Anyway, it's for me. Why does it hurt so much? No, it's poison. What the hell did you do, you bitch? The ghost didn't expect that there was a ghost killer who was smeared with poison on the Nichiren sword by the swordsman. Now the poison has spread to his heart. His whole body is purple and he can't use it. Force. FK, I won't be a human if I don't kill you today. Shinobu Coco was extremely angry. She really didn't expect that this ghost would dare to call her like that. The ghost had only one thought in his mind, that is, to run quickly, faster, otherwise he would really die here. Yi-young also saw the opportunity and immediately released a big move. Water-breathing 11th form. Blood demon art hidden. The ghost instantly became invisible, but he couldn't run at all. Yu Yang was already standing behind him, and the surrounding water surface changed from the initial fluctuations to the calmness later. Nagi attacked countless after-images of the sword passed through the ghost, and the waves on the sea also swallowed the ghost. In that instant, Yu Yang entered a state of tranquility like water. He completed all the attacks in the first second. The ghost's head also fell off, and his body turned into dust in the world and went away with the wind. The end of the secret. The winner has been decided. So far, you are my second prey, Nagi's first. The grass on the grave is already more than 2 meters high. He Yang was a little scared. The real blood demon technique of the demon just now could make him invisible. If he was invisible, it would be difficult for the two of them to kill him. Yang, the demon is dead. Shinobu Koko was very happy to see Yang cut off the demon's head. They finally completed the first mission. Well, we're done, hey? Why is there blood on my back? Yang was also happy, but he was very confused when he saw the blood behind him. As his voice became smaller and smaller, he fell to the ground. Yang. It turned out that after Yang cut off the demon's head just now, although he disappeared, his resentment made him unable to dissipate for a long time. He wanted to drag Yang to take the blame, so he fired a gun and pulled the trigger to shoot Yang in the chest. Yang could feel a foreign object around his heart. GIYU didn't panic. He began to stop the bleeding with breathing, just like the method that the flame pillar told Tanjiro. Finally, the bleeding stopped and the blood could not flow into the heart. GIYU, don't scare me, don't sleep, don't sleep. I will save you. Mizuko. Go and call the nearby yin. Koko Shinobu saw GIYU fall down. She saw the gun just now, and it actually rose up and fired bullets. She just wanted to remind GIYU, but it was too late. Mizuko and Xiong hurried to find the nearby yin. They were also very anxious, especially Xiong, who didn't want his master to die prematurely. Koko Shinobu also took out the medical kit she carried with her and began to stop the bleeding for GIYU. Don't stop it, I have stopped it. Do you have a sedative? Give me an injection, it hurts too much. Oh. Koko Shinobu took out a sedative from it and gave GIYU an injection. He also felt a lot less pain and relaxed. Chapter 38. The two of them were so tired that they had to wait for the next day. Shinobu Koko carried GIYU down on her back and almost fell down because of the huge weight difference between them. At this time, the two nearby hidden had been called over by the two people. When the two hidden saw them, they waved to them like a life-saving straw and shouted here. Here. The two hidden also saw Shinobu Koko and GIYU with blood on his body, and hurried over to carry GIYU on his back. At this time, his consciousness began to blur. It was the first time in his life that he was hit by a bullet. It didn't hurt at first, but it started to hurt later. He felt his whole body shaking, and looked at the INU with him. It turned out that someone had arrived. Then he saw Koko Ninja following them. Koko Ninja saw GIYU turn his head back and encouraged him, GIYU, be patient for a while. When the time comes, go to the butterfly house to treat your injuries. You must hold on. He also saw the villagers who came out after seeing the demons being eliminated. Some of them were happy, some were crying, and some prayed for GIYU after seeing his injuries. There were also Xiong and Mizujo in the sky. Then, GIYU gradually became unconscious and fainted. Koko Ninja's attention was all on GIYU. When she saw him faint, she shook him beside him. GIYU, don't faint. We'll be there soon, sister, can you go faster? Okay. The female INU also started to speed up. She sincerely admired these swordsmen who fought bravely to kill demons, not to mention that GIYU and Koko Ninja were still young. Although they were the lowest level GUI level swordsmen, those who could kill demons were good swordsmen. The village here is 5 miles away from the Demon Slayer core. After 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the butterfly house. As soon as they came in, they could see the butterfly house members Aoi Kanzaki and Kaneo looking up at the stars in the sky. The two also heard the sound of the door opening. They turned their heads and saw In carrying a wounded person, and Shinobu Koko was also beside him. Aoi, sister, go and call my sister, there is a wounded person here. Shinobu Koko saw that they were the only ones and asked them to call my sister quickly. What happened? Lady Hanazu is resting now, I'll go call her now. Aoi reacted first, and Kaneo next to her just opened her eyes and didn't speak. Now Kaneo is just a child adopted by the Butterfly Sisters a few days ago, and her psychological trauma has not been repaired. Shinobu Koko asked In to carry GIYU to the medical room, but the two In hesitated. But we haven't gotten permission from Master Hanajo, so we can go in. Don't worry, she's my sister, she'll agree. The two of them ran to the medical room without any worries, and at this time, Master Hanajo Butterfly Kane also rushed over and said to In who was carrying GIYU, put him on the bed quickly, is his back injured? It must be injured by the blood demon art of the demon. Yes. Master Hanajo. After taking off GIYU's shirt, his abdominal muscles were exposed, and the people present blushed a little, but they couldn't think too much. They turned GIYU over and saw the wound on his back, and Kane was a little shocked. What kind of blood demon art is this? The wound is already close to the heart. If it's a little more crooked, it may kill him on the spot. He had never seen any demon whose blood demon art would create a small hole, but the lethality was extremely strong. I heard from GIYU that the ghost used a gun, and it seemed like a bullet entered GIYU's body. Sister, hurry up and save him. Koko Shinobu explained to her sister. In fact, she didn't know much, but just copied GIYU's words. Yet, Kane used surgical forceps to remove the bullet. It was not far from the heart. If it hit or caused a wound, it would be troublesome. Looking at the depth caused by the bullet, it was about 9 mm. Fortunately, it didn't hit some important organs. Kane also keenly discovered that the blood from the wound had stopped. This boy was really calm. He didn't panic when he was hit, and he could stop bleeding with breathing. Then disinfect it, and never let the wound get infected. Finally, under Kane's superb medical skills, GIYU finally came back from the gates of hell, and then asked Aoi to wipe the blood stains on GIYU's back with a wet cloth, and finally it was done. Chapter 39. The operation was difficult, but she succeeded. Okay, it's finally done. Kane breathed a sigh of relief. The operation was difficult, but fortunately she succeeded. She looked at the foreign body removed from GIYU's body. Just now, she heard her sister say that it was a bullet. She must report it to the Lord later, so that the next Demon Slayer Corps member she met could deal with it. Sister, is GIYU out of danger? Seeing her sister said it was done, Koko Shinobu couldn't wait to ask about GIYU's situation. He's out of danger. His physique is really good. At this rate, he will wake up tomorrow. Let him recover here first. I'll go to sleep first. After cleaning the blood stains on her body, Kane hurried back to her room to catch up on her sleep. She has been tracking down ghosts that only eat women recently. She is worried about this matter. Yet, Xiao Shinobu, you should also rest early, and Xiao Kui, Kane, you too. Yes, Master Hanabi. Master Hanabi, we're leaving. The two Hin should also leave. Well, you've worked hard too, rest early. Kane smiled at them. The male Hin blushed like a bubble teapot, and the female Hin also blushed slightly. The two hurried out. Kane's smile is really charming. After everyone left, Aoi saw that Koko Shinobu hadn't left yet, so she told her to go to bed. Master Shinobu, it's time to go to bed. I'll be in a while. Aoi, don't call me Master Shinobu, Sister Shinobu. Sister also said that when you see her, call her Sister Kane, so you should treat us as sisters. Shinobu Koko didn't like Aoi calling her that. They were friends, and she was a little older than her. Calling her Master Shinobu made Shinobu Koko feel strange. Yes, Sister Shinobu. Aoi also did what Shinobu Koko said, and her heart was warm. She didn't expect that Master Hanazu and Master Shinobu actually treated her as a family member. Sister Shinobu, you should also go to bed early. Yes, I will. Now, everyone really left, leaving Shinobu Koko and GIYU. GIYU, I'm a burden to you. I will work harder in the future and catch up with you. When you and I are on a mission together, you will feel that I'm holding you back. Oh, forget it, you should have a good rest, I'm going to sleep too, good night, GIYU. Shinobu Koko went out to sleep after saying that. At this time, Yang, looking at this situation, sighed helplessly. He really didn't expect that Koko Shinobu would be like this. 10 minutes ago, after he fell into a coma, he found himself in a room, and then, saw Yang himself. Yang also looked at him at the same time and was instantly shocked. You, why are you here? Well, I'll explain it later. Then Yang explained to Yang himself. In the middle, Yang himself gave me a bag of potato chips. Yang, you are a good person. You must remember that when fighting any demon, you must not be careless. Even when beheading the opponent, you must not relax until the last moment. You now have my strength as a pillar. When the time comes, you will serve the Demon Slayer Corps. You must not be seriously injured. Yang had some reproaches. After all, if the evil demon is not eliminated, he really can't rest for a day. Yet, I'll remember this lesson. GIYU couldn't refute anything, after all, what GIYU said was right. Your place is nice. It seems to be very similar to the space of the Peepa girl. Indeed. Watch TV for a while. Then he pointed at the TV. Look, this. Don't ask GIYU why he was like this, because he didn't expect it to be Demon Slayer, good guy, it's a bit strange. Do you want to watch it? Watch it. Then, they watched it all night, and the sun rose quickly, and GIYU disappeared on the sofa in an instant. I didn't expect Zenitsu to be a pig to eat the tiger, don't you think so? GIYU looked at the people around him and found that there was no one. Ah? Where are the people? Going back so soon? Then he looked at the clock on the wall. What? It's already early morning. No, as a pillar, I'm actually getting lazy and can't even pay attention to the time. I still have to train tomorrow. After saying that, he turned off the TV, turned off the lights, and went to bed. The camera turned to GIYU, who woke up from the bed in an instant, and saw that the sun had risen in the sky, and then he realized that he was awake. Chapter 40. The wound was almost healed. Yang shook his head and looked at the wound on his back. It was almost healed. He couldn't help but sigh at Kane's good medical skills. Put on my clothes first, otherwise you will catch a cold. But since I mastered the breath of fire, my body seems to be much better than before. Yang walked out of the ward. His injuries have healed a lot. It's time to go on a mission again, but because he didn't know the way, he walked to the yard. As soon as he came out, he met Aoi. Aoi stared at Yang and recalled that it seemed to be the injured team member yesterday. She was a little surprised. He was obviously seriously injured that night. Why did he come out today? It seems that something shot near the heart. Anyway, it's very serious. Why did you come out? Are you healed? No, I have to report to Master Hanashiro and Master Shinobu. Aoi was about to tell GIYU about waking up. My injury has healed, and I think I can go on the mission now. GIYU didn't want to cause too much trouble, because after listening to what GIYU said to him, he now has only one goal, which is to become a pillar. No. You wait where you are. I really didn't. GIYU wanted to explain. By the way, Kaneo. You stay here and watch him, I'll be back soon. Without giving GIYU any chance to speak, Aoi ran away immediately. Because there was no other way, and then turned around and saw Kaneo, who was still a child of a single-digit age. GIYU couldn't help but marvel, indeed, she looked exactly like in the anime. I will never forget that pair of pink eyes. There was no light in them. She was wearing a pink kimono and had a faint fragrance. She looked dull and silly. When I thought of this, Yi-yang couldn't help but laugh. Let her look after Yi-yang. Wait, my junior brother is her husband, and she is my junior brother's wife, so doesn't she count as half of my sister-in-law? Yi-yang thought about this question in his heart, feeling surprised, but normal. Master Hwazu, Master Shinobu, the wounded is there. Aoi quickly called the two over. Shinobu Koko was more anxious than anyone else after knowing it. Yi-yang, are you healed? Just come out casually, go back, and rest. You can go on a mission only after your injury is completely healed. Shinobu Koko's tone was very unhappy and angry, but her words were full of worry for Yi-yang. My injury is really healed. If you don't believe it, see if the injury on my back is healed. Yi-yang also knew that they would not believe it if he explained it, so he asked them to come and see for themselves. Sister, don't be so angry. Kanae asked her sister to calm down. It was because of this temper that basically no wounded came to Koko Shinobu for treatment. Although her technique was very skillful, it was also not gentle. Once, because of excessive strength, she just bandaged someone and broke his bones. Kanae turned her eyes to Yi-yang again. The wounded person that her sister mentioned yesterday seemed to be called Yi-yang. Just now, when she heard Yi-yang say that his injury was healed, Kanae didn't believe it. Although she just said yesterday that Yi-yang had a good physique, she never believed that Yi-yang's physique could allow him to recover from such a serious injury in one night. Little brother, don't be too strong. Although I know you want to kill ghosts, you must wait until you are healed. Kanae still used a gentle tone. After all, she had seen many people like Yi-yang who were willing to kill ghosts even if their injuries were not healed, but they were all stopped by Kanae and forced to wait until they were healed before going. Although Kanae is a pillar, she also admires these swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Their determination to kill demons and their righteousness to sacrifice themselves for world peace are definitely not inferior to these pillars. But, well, I really need to rest for a few days. GIYU wanted her to take a look at his injuries, but then thought, forget it. After all, there is nothing wrong with letting him take a few days off. Moreover, Kanae cares about the wounded very much. Even if she sees that GIYU's injuries are almost healed, she must let him rest for a day or two. That's right, rest well these days. After saying that, she went back to the butterfly house. After all, there are still some wounded waiting for her, and at night he will continue to investigate the ghost who only eats women. He almost knows the location. Next time, she must go to that place, of course, she will be the bait. However, no matter how much Kanae planned, she didn't expect that the ghost was the second of the 12 demon moons, the leader of the eternal paradise, a ghost who was born without any emotions, Doma. Chapter 41. The sun was shining brightly, shining on the green grass, and the color of the green grass turned golden yellow. The darkness was finally driven away. This was the safest and most leisurely time of the day. Yi-yang stepped on the grass barefoot, feeling very soft and comfortable, sitting on the wooden board. I haven't had such a relaxing time for a long time. I kill ghosts every day and can't even rest for more than 12 hours. Alas, Yi-yang lamented the suffering of the ghost hunter. After all, even Yi-yang, who was called the sleeping god in his previous life, became ready to get up on time after experiencing the life of a ghost hunter. Yi-yang even thought that he would never see the sun rise in the morning. Now, he finally gave up this idea and watched the whole process of the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, from the sun to the moon, and then from the moon to the sun. He is already a well-deserved little prince who stays up late. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Yu Yang looked up at the blue sky, with white clouds as embellishments, and put his hands on the back of his head to enjoy the tranquility and peace of this moment. Perhaps, this is why we insist on killing all the evil spirits in the world. Then Yu Yang lay down, closed his eyes, and prepared to take a nap. Yu Yang brother. The first time he was called brother, Yu Yang was also confused by the shock of this baby voice. After all, others used to call him brother. Should I not call you that? Kaneo thought in her heart, because she didn't want to call you that, but Sister Shinobu Koko asked her to call you that, because she couldn't make a judgment for herself, so she could only come here happily. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? As soon as he said it, Yu Yang felt that he had said it wrong. After all, Kaneo would not respond if he said it, but he felt that if he didn't say it, she would be disappointed. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, they stared at each other in silence, looking at each other, without saying a word, and an awkward atmosphere was created. Yu Yang didn't know how to solve it. He touched his pocket and wanted to teach Kaneo a skill, which he had mastered when he was a naughty child. Suddenly he touched a coin. This coin was not an ordinary RMB, but a coin from Bilibili, because Yu Yang had imagined having such a coin when he was a second-dimensional. After all, who doesn't want to be like Misaka Mikoto? Come on, Kaneo, come here, brother will teach you something fun. But after a few seconds, Kaneo didn't come over, and Yu Yang didn't know what to say. Sure enough, Kaneo would never listen to strangers now. Ha ha. Yu Yang moved over, and Kaneo's face turned towards Yu Yang. Come, look at me, I'll show you. Yu Yang made a fist, put the coin on his thumb, and threw it into the air with a bin sound, then caught it steadily with both hands. But Yu Yang didn't rush to reveal it, but asked Kaneo a question. Do you think it's heads or tails? Kaneo still didn't say anything, but she seemed to have guessed it, just smiled silently, put the coin on the board, and left. Now Kaneo saw Yu Yang leave and looked at the coin, which was heads. If you can't make a decision in the future, use this coin and let it make a choice for you. It turned out that Yu Yang turned his head and said another word to Kaneo. At that moment, there seemed to be light in Chaneo's eyes. Chapter 42. The old man was very happy, but he was still very busy. I'd like to apologize to everyone here for taking so long. I'll perform a harakiri first. Yu Yang didn't go anywhere, but went to the place where clothes were hung in the butterfly house. Hey? Why are you here? Shouldn't you go to rest? Hurry up, go back. Zyakui was a little angry. After all, Shinobu Koko asked her to take good care of Yu Yang. My injury is almost healed. I think I can go on a mission now. Damn. How is that possible? Although I don't know anything about medicine, I can at least see that you were seriously injured at that time. How can you say you're fine? Go back. Xiao Kui pushed Yi Yang to go back. It's really fine. Look, I'm alive and kicking now. That won't do. At least we have to let Master Hwazu and Master Shinobu know. Really, it's unnecessary. My injury is really... No. Then the two of them were in a stalemate for 30 minutes, and finally Yi Yang had no choice but to go back. I finally let that guy go back. I have to dry the quilt quickly. Xiao Kui wiped her sweat and continued to do her own thing. But she suddenly heard a voice, and when she turned around, she found that Yin Yang's clothes were all gone. No, come back quickly. Bastard. Come back quickly. But GIYU, who had already climbed over the fence, didn't care about so much. Who cares about her? It's none of his business anyway. Then the main film will start next. During the 5 days of waiting, many things happened. When Koko Shinobu learned from Aoi that GIYU had left, she was angry and annoyed. GIYU! Don't let me see you again, or I'll eat your flesh, drink your blood, and sleep on your skin. At this time, GIYU was on this side. Ah ball, why are you suddenly runny nose? It seems that the weather has suddenly become a little cold these days. I have to wear thicker clothes next time. Don't miss it. GIYU was searching for Kane in the surging crowd. He estimated that these 5 days were the time when Koko Kane was searching for Doma, so he would come here every night to take a look. Suddenly, a pink figure flashed in the crowd. Yes, it's her. Yu Yang hid in the crowd and followed Kane. There is a smell of a ghost nearby, it must be nearby. The ghost that specializes in eating women always showed a little smell before, and then disappeared in an instant. Today, we must eradicate it. Thinking about it, she stopped, because this time she was definitely right, it was a ghost, and it was nearby. The smell also told her that this ghost was definitely not simple, because the ghosts she had dealt with before were never like this. He also played 200% of his spirit. It was pitch black all around, and there were many houses. It was possible that the ghost would come out from one direction if he was not careful. Yu Yang, who was tracking, hid on the roof and observed. He was thinking about when he would help. At this time, a figure came out of the darkness, wearing a hat, holding a fan with a smile on his face. He was pale and had different colored pupils from others. His appearance made Kane sigh in his heart, if this was a woman, how beautiful she would be. Cuba, what are you doing here, little sister? The mysterious man smiled at Kane. And Kane also smiled. Cuba, do you know that there is a ghost that eats women nearby? Oh? I seem to know this. Really? Please help me find him, thank you very much. Okay. The mysterious man smiled like a child, and then approached Kane step by step. Doma appeared, why didn't Kane notice it? GIYU didn't understand Kane's confusing behavior. No, it's absolutely impossible. Kane seems to want to get closer and fight, so she must have seen that this is not a simple ghost. As for the next plot, please listen to the next analysis. Chapter 43. The sword was broken, but the sword was still broken. Doma walked over step by step, and when he was 2 meters away from Kane, flower-breathing one type Heiaku/Kane's sword was only a few millimeters away from Doma, but the distance was still too long for Doma. Oh my, why do you like fighting so much? Doma flashed behind Kane, but what came towards him was another flash from Kane. This ghost is really unusual, and the number engraved in its eyes is upper string too. No, I must inform everyone, I can't handle it alone. Kane thought to herself. It seems that I can only hold on until dawn, but can I make it? Kane could only hold on hard, and kept performing the breathing method. At this time, Doma also realized that the other party was not simple and saw the other party's identity. Isn't this the flower pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? It seems that the women of the Demon Slayer Corps are not just in name. Hehe, then I have to let you, Mr. Demon, see it well today. Kane's expression began to become serious, and her smile also stopped, because he knew that the enemy he was facing was not simple. If he was not careful, he might be killed by the opponent. Flower-breathing second form GIYU. Kane's speed was so fast that after images appeared, and her knife quickly chopped towards the neck of the child model. Did you cut it? No, it was an after image. Too slow, too slow. Kane didn't even see Doma's movements clearly, and Doma didn't know when he dodged to the side. Blood Demon Art, Lotus Leaf Ice. Doma used his golden iron fan with lotus patterns to spit out several lotus-shaped ice crystals. Kane also reacted immediately, but even though she was fast, she still suffered some skin injuries, and the blood that just flowed out of the wound froze into ice. What's going on? Why do I feel a little breathless? My chest hurts. Kane covered her chest, coughed continuously, and even coughed up blood. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this fan has ice crystals produced by my blood demon art. When you inhale it, you will slowly lose your breath. Kane was a little desperate. Not to mention that the strength of the upper rank too was there, and his ice crystals were specifically designed to restrain these swordsmen who knew breathing techniques. They were simply natural enemies. For swordsmen who know how to breathe, not being able to breathe is no different from being useless. She really regretted not investigating the whereabouts of this ghost. It was like a novice who just left the novice village and encountered a big boss as soon as she went out. How she wanted to report this information to her companions. But after a while, she adjusted herself again. Even though she knew she didn't have much chance of winning, she still had to fight to the death. Now she could only hope that the sun would rise quickly. Although breathing became particularly difficult, she could still inhale a small amount of oxygen, which was enough for Kane. On this side, GIYU was thinking about going down to save the situation now. While he was thinking about it, his peripheral vision suddenly caught Doma's eyes. Doma actually looked in this direction. Although they didn't look at each other, GIYU was sure that Doma knew of his existence. Just when Kane was about to start the flower breathing again, Doma interrupted her. I was too aggressive in hitting you, so... So what? Little brother on the roof, it's time to come down. This time, Doma turned around and looked in his direction. GIYU felt a chill on his back, and when he turned around, he saw that it was Doma's little ice man, which was restored quite similarly. GIYU immediately threw the little ice man out. Water breathing first form water surface slash. Chapter 44. The ice crystals were so thick that they could not be seen. Yu Yang chopped the little ice man into pieces with one knife, but he never expected that there were ice crystals on the little ice man. I eat lemons. Is it so sinister? Yu Yang immediately avoided it and quickly moved away from the area with ice crystals. Fortunately, I dodged it. Yu Yang wiped the cold sweat from his head, and there was still a little lingering fear in his heart. But Kane was stunned when she saw Yu Yang jumping down from the roof. She had never expected Yu Yang to appear here. GIYU? How did you appear here? Shouldn't you still be healing? Have you recovered? I'll tell you about this later, Lord Hana Hy. Let's deal with this ghost first. Faced with Kane's repeated interrogation, GIYU was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to answer, so he could only change the subject temporarily. Kane suddenly came to her senses. GIYU's appearance just now made her completely forget that there was another upper string too at the scene, and then she moved to GIYU's side in an instant. You should leave now, I will deal with him here. Run as far as you can, go back to the headquarters to find the Lord, and ask the other two pillars to come to help. But after Kane talked for a long time, GIYU remained indifferent. Go, GIYU, what are you doing? But you look seriously injured too. I will stay and fight with you. Believe me, I will never hold you back. GIYU promised. But Shinobu is still waiting for you. During those few days when he was healing GIYU, she could see that Coco's feelings for GIYU were different. It felt a bit like brotherhood, but mixed with a little love. Then I can't leave even more. GIYU didn't look afraid at all. Why? Kane asked puzzledly. Because Shinobu Coco is also waiting for her sister, that is, you. Besides, how could this upper string too let me go? Doma, who was standing by, looked at the two of them, with tears in his eyes. If you didn't know, you would think it was the sad look of a passionate and sunny boy who was dumped by a girl. So touching, so touching. The loyalty between the two teammates is really rare. You two should go together. And the answer to what the little brother said was also correct, so as a reward. When he said this, Doma suddenly laughed sinisterly. I'll play with you guys for a little longer. I'll make sure you die without any pain. And, I recognize you, so I'll save you and let you live forever with me." GIYU got goosebumps all over his body and cold sweat broke out on his face. The so-called salvation in Doma's mouth is to devour people alive. Shinobu Koko was devoured at that time, and she didn't die by being eaten, but by having all the bones in her body crushed and dying in pain. GIYU imagined himself being devoured, having all the bones in his body crushed and dying in pain. He shook his head instantly and threw the idea out of his head. "Master Hanazuki, if we go by strength, we will definitely not be able to beat him. So, we can only delay until the sun rises. Then the two of us will have to avoid his attacks. You should have seen that he can make us unable to breathe just now, so we must not let him attack us." Kane also nodded to indicate. "Then let me, the leader of the all-in-all paradise cult, redeem you. This opportunity is rare. As long as I redeem you successfully, you can live forever with me." Doma smiled brightly, as if what he said was true. But Yi Yang didn't believe a word of it. "What bullshit redemption? To put it bluntly, it's just eating you as food, and it's a high-sounding word. Come on." Chapter 45. The two of them were still in the same boat. Doma was still laughing jokingly, as if he was not worried at all that the two of them would last until dawn. "If you want to hide, then I'll let you hide as much as you want." Frozen cloud. Doma waved his fan, and a large number of ice crystals spread towards them like clouds. Yi Yang and Kane could only dodge helplessly, but they still inhaled a small amount of ice crystals, and the two had no way to start. Yi Yang just realized the feeling of inhaling these ice crystals, which was very uncomfortable, like drowning, and the feeling of not being able to breathe was very, very uncomfortable. "Well, host, you still have a breath of fire. Although it can't let you eliminate all the ice crystals in your body, it can also play a good role. What's more, I'm still here and can help a little. Your ice crystals can be completely eliminated." After hearing this, Yi Yang really wanted to give himself a big slap. Yes. He still has a breath of fire. How could he forget this thing? Yi Yang readjusted his breathing, and the breath of fire began to operate in his body. He could clearly feel that the ice crystals in his body were gradually disappearing, and finally disappeared completely. It feels good to be able to breathe. Yi Yang now cherishes that precious breath very much. But at this moment, Doma flashed and teleported to the side of Kane. Kane was about to use the sun blade to resist, but with Doma's fan, not only did he cut off the sun blade, but he even left a long wound on Kane. Kane vomited blood instantly, and Yi Yang rushed over in an instant and took Kane to a safe place. Suddenly, the system's voice came out. "Host, I just went to the system center and found that there is a task here. I almost forgot it. This task is rated as A level. Don't let your sister's sister cry. The rewards are as follows. 1 golden treasure chest. 2 possession skill. Failure, no reward or punishment." Yi Yang was staring at the reward above, but was hit on the chest by a fan from 2mo who flashed over, and was blown directly into the house. Puff. It hurts. Yi Yang could only struggle to get up. He is now thinking about how to complete this task in his mind. First of all, Kane must leave, otherwise the task will most likely fail, but he must think of a way. Just think of this injury as a holiday to rest at GIYU. Then, he shouted to Kane. "Hurry up! Master Hanashiba! Let me stop him here!" "No. Let's go together." "Forget it, you run first, I'll stop him." But GIYU didn't care about anything else and rushed directly to Doma. Water breathing first form water surface slash. But as expected, he still didn't hit Doma, but was sucked into his lungs by Doma's ice crystals again. GIYU was vomiting blood and couldn't stop it, but he still turned around and shouted at Kane. "Hurry up! Master Hanashiba! Otherwise, you and I will stay here." But... Kane was still hesitant. GIYU was also a little anxious. Master Hanazu, you are one of the top fighters in Demon Slayer. Please leave quickly. I will be very satisfied if you and Shinobu can go to burn incense for me on this day next year. Don't hesitate anymore, please leave quickly, I beg you. Seeing that GIYU's eyes were full of "please leave quickly," Kane had to hold back her tears and ran desperately towards the back. Doma wanted to chase, but was stopped by GIYU. The smile on Doma's face was gradually replaced by a face full of indifference. Anyway, both of you have to die, why are you so anxious? GIYU did not get angry but laughed instead. This is your true face, you bastard, you really hurt me so badly. I'll make this clear today, you definitely can't kill her today, let me see how powerful the upper rank 2 is. You're not an idiot like the waiter who gets yelled at every day? Ha ha ha. GIYU, this temper is no longer hidden. Although GIYU in his previous life was a taciturn person, he was also very kind, but also accompanied by irritability and anger. He had compassion for everything, but also jealousy and hatred. Maybe it was because of this complexity that it was difficult for him to make friends. He was very happy that he could vent today. Is it true? It's really acting according to the rules. Written by the author himself, Delta. After listening to the words Scattered Lotus, Doma quickly attacked, his face still without any expression, no anger and no joy. Do you think you know it's still useful? Breath of Flame, 4th form Flame Whirlpool. It can be used, but even with this move, it still can't resist all the ice crystals, and there are many cuts on the clothes, face, and body. Breath of Flame? Did you use water breathing before? Then, Doma inserted his finger into his temple to search for GIYU's memory of using water breathing. Looking at Doma's stunned moment, GIYU also seized the opportunity. Breath of Flame, 3 form Air Flame, All-Seeing. But he didn't expect the other hand of the ally, but he didn't expect that Doma's other hand actually used a fan to resist his attack. At this time, Doma also retracted his fingers and had read the scene at that time. It's the first time in hundreds of years that someone can use 2 breathing methods. No wonder you have the courage to let the young lady go and let yourself stand alone. Unfortunately, you have to pay for your courage. After saying that, he was ready to attack Yi Yang again. Stop, stop, stop. I know I spoke a little loudly just now. Yi Yang stretched out a hand and asked Doma to stop attacking. So I must die today. Doma was not in a hurry, but answered on the side. I will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. Since I am going to die, can you fulfill one of my wishes now? Tell me and I will listen. Doma's face returned to a smile, and Doma asked what wish could make the application stop. Since you are a ghost, you should be able to sense where the flower column is now. Let me try. I can't sense it, it seems that he has run far away. Yi Yang smiled with relief. Really? I'm so grateful to you now. Since there's nothing to worry about, I can fight you without restraint. That's great. I really hope my other friend is the same as you. Wait a minute, let me recover my strength first, otherwise if we fight now, you'll be the one who cheats. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Doma still accompanied him, because in his eyes, GIYU was already a dead man. At worst, he also wanted to turn GIYU into a demon and recruit him into Muzan-sama's company. Just think about how happy it would be to have 2 good friends staying by your side every day in the future. Alas, everything depends on how GIYU chooses. Chapter 46. In Tongmo's field of vision, Yi Yang was still breathing heavily on the ground. But on the other side. System, give me the reward first. Since Kane is gone, isn't this mission already completed? Oh, host, why are you so anxious? Don't let Koko Shinobu cry. Who said that as long as his sister dies, I will cry? You mean? I can't finish it even if I die. That's exactly right. Then system, is there any skill that can help you escape? Yes, but you can't afford it. Just tell me how much the smallest one is. 1,000 business coins. F***ck, why don't you go rob a bank? This is a civilized era, host, you can't just curse at people, you are still a boy of the new era. Finally, Yi-Yang looked at his panel. Name, Yi-Yang. Gender, male. Age, 14. Business coins, 80. Breathing method, water breathing, flame breathing. Space items, click to open details. Yi-Yang closed his eyes, and the scene followed. On a sunny day, two people came to a tombstone and placed carefully prepared flowers on it. It turned out to be Shinobu Koko and Kane. They looked very sad. Yi-Yang wanted to see what happened to them. Who is it commemorating? The picture slowly zooms in on the name on the tombstone. Yi-Yang looks from a distance and it seems to be a two-character name. Then, Yi-Yang looks closely and sees that it is his own name. Yi-Yang also opens his eyes immediately. He glared, gasping for air in fear. Well, 2 minutes have passed. Doma reminded Yi-Yang. Hey, be gentle. Yi-Yang could only sigh. As long as Doma was not too harsh, there should still be a glimmer of hope. Of course, you will be allowed to go without any pain or fear. Yi-Yang couldn't believe that this was something a person could say with a smile. Well, he wasn't a person either. It's a ghost. But then GIYU's eyes suddenly widened, his face was filled with fear, and he pointed his trembling fingers behind Doma. What is this? Doma was very curious, so he looked back. He looked for 2 seconds and saw nothing. However, he saw the horrified expression on GIYU's face before, so he observed carefully. It took 6 seconds. Could it be that the boss came to inspect? But after 8 full seconds, he didn't find anything, and he didn't feel any breath, so he turned his head back. But when he turned his head, he was stunned. GIYU? He ran away a long time ago. Meanwhile, GIYU was running towards a deserted area at a speed comparable to that of Bolt. Although running to a crowded place would help him get rid of Doma, he didn't dare to. To ensure that Doma would not go on a killing spree, he had already thought of the headlines on the front page of the news a few days later. Horror! Thousands of people were killed or injured in a certain city in one night. What kind of thing could cause this? What? You asked GIYU why should he point at Doma's back in fear? Isn't it obvious? Run! Do the readers sitting in front of the screen really think that GIYU can fight against upper rank 2 alone? What? Didn't GIYU have the sun-breathing experience card? Why didn't he use it? Does he need to use the sun-breathing to dodge an upper rank 2? That's a life-saving artifact, how could he use it in such a small situation? GIYU he looked back while running, but there was no one chasing him. However, he still did not dare to stop, because there was no place that was safe in the dark. Although he ran for his life, Kane would definitely call for help, what if they can't find me? But GIYU decided not to think about it, just run away first, and then go back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, after all, life is the most important. Chapter 47. The two of us were playing tag, but we were still together. Are we playing tag? A sentence that couldn't be more ordinary reached Yi-Yang's ears, but it made him sweat. Water-breathing 6th form twist whirlpool. After the fight, Yi-Yang realized that Tongma was still 10 meters away from him. He was too nervous. Yeah, turn around for me, and welcome me. Doma clapped his hands, feeling a little happy. But what Yi-Yang was thinking was, how to run next, the trick just now has been used, no way, how can he chase so fast? Yi-Yang now knows that he can't run away at all, but he can't hit Doma even if he fights him. Anyway, he will lose in the end. I have a good suggestion. How about I turn you into a ghost? Doma got straight to the point. He was just thinking about hiring GIYU as an employee. Maybe the boss would give him more blood. Just thinking about it would be great. GIYU was embarrassed at this moment. Ah, this, Turning into a ghost? Wouldn't that mean working for Musen? Let alone whether he could turn into a human, if Musen stared at him, he couldn't even run away. But GIYU was not in a hurry to refuse. Although Doma was asking for GIYU's opinion, for a ghost like Doma, the meaning of this sentence is simple and clear: you either become a ghost or die. GIYU held his chin with his hand, looking thoughtful. He had not given up the idea of escaping. Doma urged him, I hope you hurry up. You don't have so much time. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Do you think I will be fooled by the time the sun rises? GIYU felt that he would die anyway. After listening to Doma's words, he still said calmly, let me think about it again. Anyway, think about it, you are so powerful that you can kill me in less than a minute. What does this little time mean? Then tell me, what will I do after I become a ghost? What benefits can I think of? If it's good, I will do it, if it's not good, I won't do it. Oh. As soon as GIYU said this, Doma was no longer bored. Oh, you mean Lord Musen? He treats people very well, is very elegant and graceful, and is simply a gentleman among gentlemen. The daily work is very easy, you only need to complete some specific tasks, and you can do anything in the rest of the time. If you do well, you will be rewarded with blood, which can help you improve your strength greatly. I believe in your strength. Perhaps we will meet at the Upper String Conference in the near future. And, you should know that the life of a demon is infinite, and only a small amount of human flesh and blood can keep it young forever. Look at me now. I am so young, but I have lived for hundreds of years. By the way, there is also, Lord Musen will make our relationship. GIYU also believes what Doma said. Except for the first point about treating people well, the rest of what Doma said is exactly the same as the original. But those who have seen Demon Slayer know that demons cannot travel during the day, otherwise they will be destroyed, and GIYU also raised this issue. Indeed, what you said is very tempting, but I also know that you ghosts cannot move during the day. As long as you are exposed to a little sunlight, you will be burned. Even if you ghosts have strong recovery ability, it will be useless in the face of the burning of the sunday. After listening to this, Doma suddenly slapped his head and said with a smile, I forgot to mention this. You are right, and this is also the problem that our Lord Musen has always wanted to solve, so we have another task, which is enough to save our lives. What? GIYU also pretended to be confused. Of course, he knew what to find, the blue-red spider lily. Blue-red spider lily? Hey? Why? Is this flower difficult to find? Well, Lord Musen asked us to find it for so many years, but there was no news. He also started to study for it. I remember that he became a biologist for this in the last century, but he still couldn't find out the bottom road. Oh, that's really hard to find. But at this time, GIYU was thinking the opposite. Yes, it's too hard to find. Tanjiro, my mom cooks for us every day. Since this treatment is good, then I should consider my interpersonal relationships. I am not good at speaking and I am usually taciturn. When he said this, Doma became even more proud. I am an expert in this field. I am very popular there. The boss thinks highly of me. My colleagues also have a good relationship with me. Trust me, you will get along well with those ghosts. Jiyang, haha, yes, you have a really good relationship with them, which means you get half of your head cut off by fists every day. Jiyang is now in a forest. The trees here are tall, so Yiyang cannot see the position of the sun, but according to the light, the sun is about to rise. Yiyang plans to wait until it is not long before sunrise, and then run back to the place where he fought with Tongma at the beginning. Actually I am a foodie, and my favorite food in my life is salmon and radish, but Okay, don't waste time. Doma was also a little impatient. Seeing that the sun was about to come out, he didn't want to waste time anymore. Just say whether you can become a ghost or not. Doma's tone gradually became colder. He only wanted an answer from GIYU now. He held the fan in his hand more tightly. He had made up his mind. As long as GIYU said he would become a ghost, he would happily turn him into a ghost and bring him back to Infinite City, but if he said no, he would control GIYU and force him to become a ghost. Anyway, Doma didn't want to return empty-handed. He was originally happy to have a big meal today, but this person messed it up. If the boss knew about it, he would inevitably scold him. Taking him back seemed to please the boss, and the ghost with breathing method seemed to be very interested in this aspect. When the time comes, give it to Koku's so that his friendship with Koku's will be more stable. Just thinking about it is like a high-pitched iron duck. Speak quickly. I've decided. Doma held the fan more tightly, waiting for GIYU's final decision. Chapter 48. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Do you think I'm the one? Yang said calmly. Oh, really? Doma's smile fell again, and he rushed towards Yang without any hesitation. Just when Doma was about to touch Yang immediately made a cross with his hand, looking pitiful, as if he was going to drop a little pearl in the next second. Dami. Dang 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 dang. Yang's desire to survive was even stronger at this time. He was really afraid that Doma would kill him in the next second. Well, that's right. Doma, who put on a smiling face again, looked so creepy in GIYU's eyes. Just when Doma's finger was about to touch GIYU's crown, GIYU instantly showed Doma a professor-level demonstration of turning a book faster than turning his face. Breathing of Flame 1 type Shiranui. A sneak attack caught Doma off guard, and the knife really cut into Doma's body. GIYU also did a backflip and ran back, feeling a little happy. After all, this was the first time he had hit Doma in such a long time, but when he looked back, Doma had healed the wound just now. Ha, what are you in a hurry for? I haven't finished my words, Omega. Don't be the brother next to you. GIYU even laughed heartlessly. Doma was so quiet that it was frightening. He was next to GIYU in an instant and swung his sword. GIYU hurriedly blocked it with his Nichiren sword, which immediately broke into pieces. GIYU could only pray in his heart, don't fight someone like the Kitetsuzuka. Don't fight someone like the Kitetsuzuka. Doma punched GIYU in the stomach again, and GIYU spat out blood on Doma's face. GIYU kicked Doma and used him as a springboard to escape again. Ah! Master Hawazu! Help! Brother, leave a way for me as a ghost, so we can meet in the future. Please let me go this time. I beg you. Ah! Can anyone save me? Oh! Doma grabbed GIYU's neck with his hand, and he was even more terrifying with blood on his face. This was really the first time GIYU came here and experienced the most frightening moment of death. Since you don't obey, then don't blame me. Second brother, don't. Just when Doma was about to turn GIYU into a ghost, GIYU's savior finally came. Breathing of Sound 5 type sounding strings. Doma had to take his hand away to resist, which gave Tenjin a chance to save GIYU. That's right, Kane finally brought back reinforcements, Sound Pillar Uzui Tenjin and Rock Pillar Sadness Chiume. It's really upper string too, it seems that what Kane said is true. Randomly looked at GIYU in his arms, GIYU's little pearl and snot were flowing down at the same time, he was really scared just now. Tenjin saw that the snot was about to flow on his clothes, and threw it directly. Fortunately, Xingming was quick, otherwise GIYU would have fallen to the ground. GIYU was very moved when he saw Tenjin directly close to his face and opened his big move, but now he is 120% disgusted. Dog Tianyuan, you wait for me. GIYU didn't dare to express anything, he could only be furious in his heart. Xingming looked at this child who was only 13 or 14 years old, and the tense expression on his face instantly relaxed. He took a piece of paper from his pocket to wipe GIYU's tears and snot, and put him down. Thank you. GIYU also stopped crying. Kane immediately came to GIYU and hugged him. GIYU, you're okay, that's great. If you died, I really don't know how I would explain to Shinobu, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life, sorry, I'm late. Kane was full of apologies to GIYU, after all, as a pillar, she was saved by a GUI class soldier of the Demon Slayer Corps. So who is the pillar and who is the GUI class swordsman, isn't it obvious? Daijoubu. Anyway, am I not fine now? GIYU did not blame him, after all, it was his own choice. But when he scanned GIYU's body, his clothes were torn, there was a bloodstain on his chest, blood on his face, and he looked exhausted. Kane hugged him tighter and even cried out, I'm sorry, sorry. Sister will take you to the butterfly house to heal your wounds. After that, she was ready to carry GIYU on her back and rush to. Hurry back. Hey, Master Hwazu, you're injured pretty badly. It's okay, it's just a minor injury. Xingming, Tenjin, I'm taking GIYU back now. The two nodded. Doma saw GIYU leaving, and the sun was about to rise. He didn't plan to stay here, but he still looked at GIYU before leaving. GIYU also looked at him, and GIYU thought of a picture as he looked at him. Doma said to him, I always come back. GIYU shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Spring trap, I steal my lines, right? Seeing that Doma was about to run, the two hurriedly chased him, but Doma contacted Master Muzan and wanted Mingnu to teleport him to the Infinite Castle. Muzan agreed to his request because of his greater contributions. Xingming was about to hit him with a hammer, and then a piano sounded, and Doma disappeared. Damn it! He ran away, or I'll kill you. Tianyuan pounded the ground with his fist, feeling a little unwilling. Okay, Tianyuan, let's go back to the headquarters. Our main purpose here is to save people. Xingming was also a little unwilling, after all, 2 pillars could kill an upper rank 2, which would greatly reduce Muzan's combat power. Yet, in the end, the two followed Kane's footsteps and returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Chapter 49. The two of them were so busy that they had to go back to the beginning. Master Hwazu, I have a request. You say. Kane didn't know what GIYU was asking. Can you slow down a little? My whole body is shaking and it hurts. GIYU was very weak. He was hit in the abdomen by Doma's punch just now, and it still hurts now. In addition, Kane was shaking a lot on his back, and his bones were about to fall apart. Ah, sorry. Kane also slowed down immediately. Is this okay? Of course it's okay. It's much better than before. After Kane slowed down, the 2 pillars behind her followed immediately. Who die? Xingming and I will go first. Yes. Yang was on Kane's back. He went to find the system. After all, the mission had been completed and it was time to take his own reward. Host, this is the first time I've seen someone as greedy as you. You're almost dead, but you don't even need the experience card I gave you. The system was speechless. It didn't expect to follow a gambler. You don't understand this, do you? Yang said with a smile, people only live this life, what do they want? Just want to be free and easy. Besides, I've died once. I didn't expect that your life values are so unambitious, and what's more, you're not using your own body, but Yang's. If you do this, this body will be useless. Then he rolled his eyes. Yang himself was sleeping at this time. Ah! Who misses me? Then he sank his head and fell asleep again. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. Give me a reward and I'll forgive you. Yang stretched out his hand for the reward. Give it if you want. The system looked reluctant, obviously still looking down on Yang. But Yang didn't care about this childish system, because it disliked him anyway, and he was also her host. Ding! Please sign for your email *2. Yu Yang rubbed his hands, and with excitement, he clicked receive. Then Yu Yang opened the backpack interface, and the most conspicuous thing inside was the glittering golden treasure chest of the super invincible universe Thunder World Miracle. Okay, Yu Yang, we're at the station, Butterfly House. Kane smiled. After all, this time she was injured by the upper string too, so she was able to relax for a few days, which was really a blessing in disguise. Yu Yang had a little disappointment on his face. After all, he was interrupted at the climax, and he still felt a little bit of pain in his heart, which made him feel uncomfortable. But the smile that followed replaced this disappointment. At least he came back safely, and besides, it's never too late to open the treasure chest. Why should he be in a hurry? Master Huazu, please put me down. You must be tired after such a long distance, not to mention you are injured. Yu Yang said with concern. He did not expect that Kane had such great physical strength. He was indeed a little bit of a dog-eye. It's okay. Of course, thank you for your concern. Kane was touched and touched his head when she heard Yu Yang's concern. Also, just call me Sister Hudai in the future. You don't need to use honorifics to me. Yes, Sister Hudai. Yu Yang was a little touched. It turned out that Kane was really as gentle and kind as in the anime, a typical good wife and mother. I have to admit that Shimizu's vision is really good. Alas, but Hudai Shinobu did not inherit anything. The original work was very restrained. If I change the plot like this, what will happen? Thinking of this, Yu Yang remembered something and said to Chini tremblingly, Sister Hudai, you must say something good for me after you go in, please. Looking at Yu Yang's pitiful appearance, Chini agreed without thinking. She knew that Yu Yang had sneaked out without permission because Shinobu and Aoi told her about it as soon as she returned to the butterfly house. Pushing open the door of the butterfly house, Chini said first, I'm back. Aoi stopped what she was doing, and Shinobu threw herself into Chini's arms, but at the same time, the two of them stared at a small figure hiding behind Chini. The two people's eyes instantly became kind, and Hudai Ren greeted directly and kindly, Hey, Stinky Yu Yang, you ran out to have fun, why are you back at this time? Hurry up and get out of here, as far away as you can. It's better to die outside. Sister, she is mean to me. Yu Yang directly switched to green tea mode. Okay, Xia Ren, calm down, Yu Yang didn't mean it. Kane was in a dilemma and didn't know who to help for a while. Hudai Ren saw Yu Yang's mean look. Without thinking twice, she grabbed the collar of Yu Yang's neck and punched him on the head. Ah, Shinobu, I didn't mean it, listen to my explanation. Humph. Explanation is covering up is quibbling. Number. Shinobu, don't. When Kane wanted to stop it, it was too late. Seeing that the fist was about to fall on Yu Yang's face, Yu Yang fainted directly. Seeing that Yu Yang fainted, Hudai Shinobu began to worry. Yu Yang, don't scare me, I won't hit you anymore, wake up. Hudai Shinobu only then discovered the injury on Yu Yang's body, and the more striking one was the deep scratch. Combined with what she had just done, she felt very guilty and tears came out. Yu Yang, don't be angry with me, I was wrong, I'm sorry, When Aoi saw this scene, she ran over quickly, and when she saw the deep scratch on Yu Yang's body, she also covered her mouth in surprise. How could this happen? Sister, hurry up and carry GIYU to the medical room to save him. Don't make a fuss, GIYU just fainted, of course, he must be saved. Shinobu, Aoi, go find a stretcher and carry GIYU to the medical room, I'll go get ready. Kane asked them to calm down, but to her surprise, Shinobu was actually quite concerned about GIYU. Chapter 50. After the two of them had a fight, they were still together. Yu Yang was carried to the medical room. Hudai Shinobu held his hand and put her forehead on his hand, praying that he would recover soon. Aoi on the side couldn't understand. She had seen Shinobu look like a complaining woman when she heard that the boy named Yi Yang left without saying a word. She had never seen Shinobu lose her composure like this before, but today they are reconciled? Aoi could only say, I don't understand the world of adults. At this time, Kane came over. Shinobu, Aoi, you two help me and do what I say. Today is just a test to see if you have mastered the knowledge I taught you. If you take the wrong thing, there will be a punishment. Kane deliberately emphasized the word punishment to remind them that this is very important. Yes. The two nodded solemnly, as if they were sure of victory. I believe you can do it. Kane smiled with satisfaction. After all, he was the master of the two people. With such an attitude, she was quite happy. Then the operation began. At the same time, after falling into a coma, Yi Yang once again came to the room where Yi Yang was. I'm here again. Yi Yang was teleported to the living room. It was pitch black. Yi Yang's eyes were very difficult to see the time on the clock, but after trying several times, he gave up. It should be 6 or 7 o'clock now. Yi Yang should be sleeping. In order not to disturb Yi Yang tiptoed like a thief and moved over. A minute later, Yi Yang finally touched Yi Yang's room with difficulty. Yi Yang saw Yi Yang sleeping soundly, and his heart was burning with anger. Okay, I'm almost losing my life there, and you're sleeping here and having sweet dreams. Yi Yang complained quietly. Just when the script was supposed to go smoothly, Yi Yang wanted to put his hand on the wall, but it felt uneven and too dark to see clearly, so Yi Yang accidentally pressed it down, and then… Genshin Impact, start! Ah! My eyes! Whoever wants to murder me, I will kill all 9 of your clans. Sigma death penalty. Yi Yang covered his face with the pillow. The strong light just now almost made him think that heaven was coming to take people away. Pa! With a crisp sound, a red palm print appeared on Yi Yang's face. Yi Yang also came back to his senses and was completely awakened by this slap. Scream! 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 I just turned on the light and disturbed your sleep. Look at you, it's not exactly the same as the sound of slaughtering pigs I heard during the Chinese New Year, but it's comparable. Yi Yang was speechless. The scream of Yi Yang scared him so much that he thought it was a female ghost. What are you doing? Ouch! After Yi Yang finished speaking, his head fell on the bed again. How can you sleep at your age? Get up! But no matter how hard Yi Yang pulled, it still didn't help, so he had to give up. Then he turned off the light, slammed the door, walked out of the room angrily, and sat alone on the sofa in the living room to open the system panel. Open the backpack, click golden treasure box, and the "Do you want to open it?" pops up. Yi Yang closed his eyes and pressed it immediately. Yi Yang's heart was beating fast, and he couldn't wait to see how lucky he was. He took his hand away and put it back quickly. Forget it, let's look at them one by one. The first thing that caught Yi Yang's eyes was the infinite dressing room. Then his hand moved slowly. Yi Yang had only done this when the college entrance examination scores were released. Chef's experience * veteran level. Secret skills of invisibility. Opportunity to choose a gift *1. Thousand-faced man skills. Plum blossom knife *2. System update. Yi Yang moved back and there was no more. Wow! Not bad, a great harvest. Although I don't understand it, this reward is worth it. Then, Yi Yang looked at the second reward. Possession skills. System, what is the function of this possession skill? It allows the host to control the body of others silently, but the host will be unconscious. Of course, the possessed person will also be unconscious and lose that memory. The use time is 2 hours, and the cooldown is 5 hours. The possessed person can interrupt at any time, and then enter the cooldown and restart the timer. Yi-Yang was a little excited. This is a magical skill, but then he expressed his doubts. Are there no restrictions on its use? Yes, of course. It must be someone weaker than you. Ghosts cannot possess them. Tisk, I thought it was fun again. After listening to this, Yi-Yang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, because when he heard about the use of possession, he thought of many ways to play, such as a certain upper string kissed the boss. A certain third brother was actually good friends with the second brother. A certain Peepa girl teleported the boss to the beach to bask in the sun. Forget it, these are all good. System, is that system update for you to upgrade? Yes, yes. There was a hint of joy in the system's tone. Okay, let me click it. Let me tell you in advance that this update will take me 5 hours. During these 5 hours, I will fall into a deep sleep, so if there is any trouble, you can't ask me to solve it within these 5 hours. Haha, last time I was almost dead, and I asked you for help, but you didn't help at all, and even took advantage of the fire to rob. Don't blame me for the speed, that's the original price of the store, who made you poor? Forget it, you should update it quickly. Well. A minute later, Yi-Yang said, System. But no one answered on the other side. It seems that it has really been updated. Forget it, I won't bother you anymore. I'm so sleepy. I haven't slept all night. I need to catch up on some sleep now. Yi-Yang rubbed his eyes, yawned, and fell asleep. The operation on the other side was almost over. Chapter 51. After Chinese operation, Yi-Yang's wound was no longer fatal. He only needed to rest for a period of time to heal completely, but scars might be left. It's done. Xiao Shinobu, Aoi, you go back to rest. Chini said with a tired face. Well. Sister Chini, you should also rest early. Good night. Let's go, Sister Shinobu. Aoi took Hudai Shinobu's little hand and prepared to go back to rest. Hudai Shinobu hesitated because she wanted to stay with Yi-Yang for a while, but seeing that her sister was still here and Aoi was pulling her away, she gave up the idea. After all, if she really stayed here, she would inevitably gossip here, and she might even tell others. How would those people view her relationship with Yi-Yang at that time? Ordinary friendship? Who would believe it? If it really turns out like that, then it's pretty good. Hudai Shinobu shook her head and instantly passed this idea. What a weird idea. Okay, sister, you should go to bed early too. Aoi and I will go back to bed first. Let's go, Aoi. Then the two of them were ready to leave. But Hudai Shinobu suddenly let go of Aoi's hand, ran over and said to Yi-Yang, Good night, Yi-Yang. Then she immediately ran out with a red face holding Aoi's hand. Hey! Sister Shinobu, go slower, too fast. Aoi didn't react for a while, and when she reacted again, she had been dragged away by Hudai Shinobu. Well, I'll go to rest later. Woo, I'm so sleepy. Kane stretched, looked at Yi-Yang, smiled, carried Yi-Yang to the ward where patients rested, and covered him with a quilt. Good night, Yi-Yang. Then she was ready to go back to rest, but stopped halfway. Maybe, it's not bad to have a brother and sister like this. Kane whispered, and her face was sore from laughing. Of course, Yi-Yang didn't hear this, otherwise he would really say, you know how to sell your sister, the best sister in Japan. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already high, and the bright light made Yi-Yang's eyes tremble slightly until his eyes were fully open. Yi-Yang got up and stretched first, and then he was ready to stay in bed. After all, getting up at 9 o'clock was not his style. Moreover, he had not slept well for a few days since he came to this world of Demon Slayer, and he was also injured a lot. At least he got up before lunch. Just as he lay down, a hand pulled his ear and made him scream. It hurts, It hurts, stop it, my ear is going to fall off. Yi Yang said in pain. The next second, Yi Yang's ear fell off. Ahem, fake, don't take it seriously. The hand that was twisting his ear was also put down, and Yi Yang turned his head to see who it was. He thought it was Hudai Shinobu, but he didn't expect that the person who came was Kanzaki Aoi. When he saw it was Aoi, his tense expression instantly became indifferent. How could a mere Kanzaki Aoi do to Yi Yang? Hey! How can you sleep like a pig? Get up quickly! I still have to wash the sheets. Aoi shouted at Yi Yang, but Yi Yang just waved his hand and said, can't you just pull the sheets off? Don't disturb my sleep. That's what you said. Don't blame me if I hurt you again. Aoi immediately used all her strength and pulled hard, but she found that she tried for a long time and the sheets still didn't move. Okay, okay, you are a man and you are bullying a little girl, just wait. I will ask Sister Shinobu to deal with you. After saying this, Aoi ran out immediately. Tisk. Go find him, if I am afraid of that Hudai Shinobu, I am not a man. Zzz Aoi heard this voice very clearly, and the anger on her head increased, and the speed increased more than twice. 2 minutes later, the voice of Aoi complaining to Hudai Shinobu came from outside the house. Sister Shinobu, it was this guy who didn't let me collect the sheets, and threatened that he was not afraid of you, you must do justice for me. Aoi's pitiful little expression was completely different from the stinky face she put on at Yi Yang. I will definitely do it, I think that damn Yi Yang is itching for trouble, and I will give you a good beating. Hudai Shinobu rubbed her hands, and had already thought about how to beat Yi Yang later. But when the two walked in, Aoi was stunned. There was no scene of Yi Yang sleeping soundly on the bed. They only found that Yi Yang had put on his clothes and pulled down the bed sheet and put it in his hands. He looked sober, completely different from the lazy look just now. Aoi even wiped her eyes twice with her hands and pinched. She pinched herself to make sure she was not under the illusion. Hudai Shinobu was also confused. Now he had no reason to beat Yi Yang. This was completely different from what Aoi told her. Yi Yang was also familiar at this time, and asked Aoi with a sunny face, Miss Aoi, why did you run out just now? Here, this is the bed sheet you wanted. Hey! Shinobu, why are you here too? Yi Yang pretended to be confused, as if he didn't know Aoi went to call Hudai Shinobu. Hey! That's not right! Where did your attitude go? Didn't you say you weren't afraid of Sister Shinobu? Are you still a man? I just took care of everything and showed a perfect look in front of others. After all, I am a gentleman, Miss Aoi. How can this prove that I am afraid of Shinobu? Besides, I'm only 14 years old, just a boy. Epsilon, Yi Yang put on a serious look, and Aoi didn't expect that there would be such a shameless person in the world, who turned his face faster than turning a book. You. Humph. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Angry, Aoi snatched the bloody bed sheet from Yi Yang's hand and walked out angrily. Hey, Yi Yang, it's only been a few days since I last saw you, and you're so talkative. What gentleman? What 14 years old is not a man, but a boy? This is the first time I've seen a beast being a gentleman. Hudai Shinobu teased Yi Yang. Same here, if you dare to claim to be second, who dares to claim to be first? Yi Yang also confronted him. He couldn't beat him anyway, so he would just jump out of the window. Isn't it just a temple escape? Oh, really? Hudai Ren walked slowly towards Yi Yang, taking something out of his sleeve. Yi Yang also slowly retreated. As long as Hudai Ren made any move, he would jump out of the window immediately. Mr. Hu then took out a fox mask, closed his eyes and smiled, saying, I'll let you go this time. Here, Yi Yang, I'll give you a gift for me, and you'll give me a gift for you. But she blinked and saw nothing in front of her. There was no Yi Yang's figure, and there was no shaking window. Damn Yi-yang, come back. What do you think of me? Hu Dai-ren put her hands on the windowsill and cursed at Yi-yang who was running away below. If you look closely, you can see that there are several cracks on the windowsill. Yi-yang immediately made a grimace. Only a fool would go back, Shinobu. I thought you were a nice person, but I didn't expect you to poison me to death. Oh Yi-yang saw a bottle of purple potion from Shinobu's sleeves, and knew it was wisteria poison at a glance. It seemed to be harmless, but Yi-yang didn't care. After all, it was a poison, so there was no good. Kane opened the window in her room and looked at the scene, smiling slightly. I really don't know whether to say that the relationship is good or bad. Maybe, it can also suppress Shinobu's bad temper. Chapter 52. After the two of them had a long time to get married, they had to wait for the next 2 days. Hu Dai-ren was too lazy to chase after her, and said indifferently, "Humph. I gave it to you, but you don't want it. Take it or not, I'm going to carry out the mission later anyway. This is also the last time we will see each other in the past few days, and I don't want to be angry with you." Hu Dai-ren spread his hands. After listening to this, Yi-yang stopped, turned his body, was stunned for a few seconds, then ran quickly, and then jumped back to the ward. Ahem, speaking of gifts, I almost forgot. He also took out the butterfly headdress in the pocket of his team uniform, on which Hu Dai-ren's name was written. Look, it's guaranteed. _ Well, that's good, then keep it well. Hu Dai Shinobu said, and put the fox mask back on her sleeve. You said you would give it to me, but you went back on your word. Forget it, I won't bother with you. But Yi-yang suddenly said mysteriously, Shinobu, close your eyes, I'll give you a surprise. Hu Dai Shinobu's face turned red as an apple after hearing this, and she stepped back a few steps, crossing her hands on her chest. Yi-yang, I warn you, erase your filthy thoughts. At least, you have to wait until I grow up. The voice was getting smaller and smaller. Yi-yang slowly approached Hu Dai Shinobu, and Hu Dai Shinobu also slowly retreated. The next second, Hu Dai Shinobu was grabbed by Yi-yang's shoulders with both hands, and then she shouted in panic, and her face got closer and closer. Ah! Is this the only way? This, too embarrassing. Forget it, I might as well enjoy it. Hu Dai Shinobu thought to herself, and her face slowly moved closer. Xiao Shinobu, how? Wow! Kane heard Hu Dai Shinobu scream just now. She saw this exciting scene as soon as she came, and immediately hid behind the door frame, glad that she did not disturb her sister's lifelong event. The distance between the two faces was less than 8 centimeters, and Kane leaned on the door frame and tilted her head to look. At this time, Aoi, who had just put up the bed sheet, also passed by here and saw Kane near the door frame, who seemed to be stealing something. Kaana was interrupted by a gesture of shutting up by Kane as soon as she said it, and she called her over. What? Mysterious. Aoi thought to herself, thinking it wouldn't be a big deal, right? She also leaned on the door frame with Kane to peek, and the moment she saw it, her face immediately flushed and a shocked expression appeared. Excuse me, although Shinobu is older than me, she is only 12 years old. How can that pervert have the stomach? Aoi had 100,008 horses drawings in her mind. Should I stop it? But looking at Sister Kane's performance just now, it doesn't seem like she wants to stop it. Aoi was thinking whether to stop it or not. Forget it. Since Sister Kane didn't stop it, I'll just watch the show here. Sister Shinobu, I'm sorry. After making the decision, she joined Kane in anticipation. Shinobu Hyuri closed her eyes and prepared herself. Suddenly, Yi-yang put one finger on Shinobu Hyuri's mouth and took away the 3 bottles of wisteria poison that Shinobu Hyuri had tied around her waist with the other hand. Well, it seems that I still have to use this method. I didn't expect you to enjoy it. This is what we call a hot-tempered lady. I'll borrow these 3 bottles of wisteria poison. Yi Yang looked calm. You cheated on me, I'll kill you. After hearing this, Hu Dairen's face was red to her ears. She felt really uncomfortable being described like this. She wanted to punch him, but Yi Yang dodged it. The expressions of the 2 people outside the door changed from excitement at the beginning to disappointment now. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Yi Yang spoke again. Of course, the gift still needs to be given. Close your eyes and don't peek. Hu Dairen also obediently closed her eyes. She was looking forward to what gift Yi Yang could give her. Kane and Aoi peeked on the door frame again. System. Here, host. The voice turned into a cute female voice. Suddenly, a little loli with blue hair appeared next to Yi Yang, and a pair of small wings became more agile. Oh my god! You are a girl, or have you changed your personality? Yi Yang didn't expect this big update to be so magical. Hey, of course I'm a girl. I can finally breathe fresh air. It's really too suffocating to share the view with the host in that space. And please call me Zaya Suzuki from now on. If it's too much trouble, just call me Zyoki. Well, Zyoki, are there any gifts related to butterflies in the mall? Yes, yes. Then Zyoki helped Yi Yang open the mall interface, clicked to search for gifts related to butterflies, and then the interface popped up. Yi Yang flipped up and down, even the cheapest one cost 800, and finally thought about his 80 business coins. Alas, Zyoki, let's close it, I don't have so many business coins. Yi Yang was a little disappointed, and finally took out his body to see if there was anything. Yi Yang wanted to give the plum blossom knife to Hu Dai. Ahem, I can come out this time, thanks to you, the host, so as a reward, just pick one this time. Don't pick too expensive, otherwise if the company finds out, your salary will be deducted again. The first sentence directly touched Yi Yang, and the next sentence made him realize that Zyoki was also a little girl who loved money. Well, I didn't expect you to still work in the company. Of course, thank you. Anyway, Zyoki gave it for free, so Yi Yang was not so picky. Then let's take this crystal glass ball. It's only 1,200 business coins. It shouldn't be a big deal for you. PFFT Sigma Chuan, take this. This is so expensive. Ah, ba, what I mean is, this is so cheap, just take it. It's just a drop in the bucket for me anyway. Although Xiao Qi said this, the pained expression on his face said it all. He had just promised. If he went back on his word at this time, it would be bad. Alas, I have to bear the consequences of my own pretense. Finally, a crystal glass ball appeared in his hand. Although the name had nothing to do with butterflies, there were flowers and plants inside, and the butterflies inside were moving for some reason. It looked good as a decoration. By the way, this also has a certain function. It can glow at night. The holder needs to adjust the brightness according to the spell, and it can also be turned off at any time. This crystal glass ball absorbs sunlight, so you only need to take it out during the day and put it under the sun to charge it. As long as you shout bright, it will glow. Including this time, you can shout it 3 times in total. If you want to make it dim, repeat the above operation and shout it 3 times. If you want to turn it off, just say off. Xiao Qi explained the other functions of this crystal glass ball to Yi Yang. Wow! Xiao Qi, if I had known that your things were so useful, I would have bought them more expensive. Anyway, you are quite open-minded. Yi Yang really regretted that he didn't choose a more expensive one, otherwise the effect might be better than this one. I hope there will be no next time. Xiao Qi took out his wallet, okay. Cleaner than his face. Xiao Qi put his hands together and could only pray that he would not be discovered by the company, otherwise she would have to eat dirt again this month. Ren, you can open your eyes. Here you go. Chapter 53. After a while, the two of them were very busy. Hu Dai-ren opened her eyes and saw the crystal glass ball in Yi Yang's hand. It was very beautiful, and the inside was exactly as Yi Yang described. Hu Dai-ren pointed at the crystal glass ball with one hand and said excitedly, "Is this really for me?" Oh. Then why do you think I took it out?" Yi Yang asked back. Hu Dai-ren covered her mouth with both hands and said incoherently, Thank you. Yi Yang, you are so kind. Then let's write off the previous things, and this has other functions. Come, let me tell you." Then he conveyed everything the system told him to Hu Dai-ren, and the two people outside the door frame began to feel jealous. Why is my sister so lucky? Is this the downside of being a pillar? Alas, this is the first time I feel inferior to being a sister. Kane recalled her experience and burst into tears, but she was also very happy. If she died in the future, at least there would be Yi Yang by her side, and she would have the faith to continue in the future. Wow! What is that? It looks so beautiful. If I get married in the future, I will definitely ask my husband to buy me one. It seems that pervert still has a conscience. After all, Aoi is still a child, full of yearning for some beautiful things, and at the same time, her perception of Yi Yang has changed a little. Xiaoqi looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile, but she didn't know if it was because of her tears and the reflection of the sun. She actually saw something flashing in the door frame, and at the last glance, there were two girls peeking there. Yi Yang, you are willing to give me such an important thing. Alas, I don't have anything to give you. Hu Dai-ren thought that Yi Yang gave her such a valuable gift, but she had nothing to give back, and felt a little sorry. No, but please be gentler next time. It hurts when you hit people. Yi Yang didn't ask for anything, just asked her to hit him gently when she was angry. Who knew that Hu Dai-ren was really good at hitting people? That feeling was just like Tom chopping a tree with his crotch, so sour. Hee, okay, I won't hit you next time. Then she looked left and right with the crystal glass ball, and liked it very much. Even her sister had never given her such a beautiful gift. Xiao Qi flew to Yi Yang and poked him. Then, the two began to communicate in their spiritual consciousness. What's wrong, Xiaoqi? What's the matter? Yi Yang was a little confused. Could it be that he was still worried about the 1,200 business coins and wanted him to do something? Host, look over there. Then, he pointed his finger in the direction of the door. Yi Yang glanced at it and found the two people hiding behind the door frame. If Xiaoqi hadn't reminded him, he really wouldn't have found them, but what he didn't expect was that these two people. They were Kane and Kanzaki Aoi. Shinobu, put your ear over here, I'll tell you a secret. In order not to disturb the two people behind the door, Yi Yang decided to hold this secret meeting. Ah. Okay. Hu Dai Shinobu turned her head and stood on tiptoe. But this was hard for the two people who were eavesdropping behind the door. They didn't want to miss any news, but even if they pricked up their ears to listen, they couldn't hear anything. They also had a doubt in their hearts, what is it to be whispered? Could it be a confession? I dare not even think about it. Yi Yang also took the opportunity to tell Hu Dai Shinobu. It seems like there are two people watching us behind the door. What? You said there are people. Hu Dai Shinobu felt her face getting hot. She didn't know when someone came to peek. If it was during the gift-giving period, it would be fine. If it was a little further forward, Hu Dai Shinobu couldn't even think about it. Then she turned around suddenly, and the eyes of Aoi and Kane outside the door met Hu Dai Shinobu's eyes. The two were shocked by this sudden change. But the other side was also shocked. After carefully looking at the faces of the two, they couldn't believe it. Sister, Aoi? Why are you here? Hu Dai Shinobu was full of disbelief. It was her sister and Kanzaki Aoi. No. So you are the ones who peeked. Well, then she realized that it was them that Yi Yang was talking about. When did you come? Hudai Shinobu asked this crucial question, as long as it wasn't the part where they were intimate just now. But if you write it down, Hudai Shinobu will be shocked. But if you write it down, Hudai Shinobu will be shocked. Diaren was instantly disappointed with her previous thoughts. Your sister cares about you very much, of course I watched the whole process. Kane smiled heartlessly. I came when Shinobu and that pervert were doing that kind of thing. When Aoi talked about doing that kind of thing, the blush on her face could not be hidden. What? Aoi, why didn't you stop it? Angry. Well, I saw that Shinobu was so devoted, so I couldn't bear to disturb her, for fear of ruining the big thing, so. Aoi looked at Hudairan with an apologetic look, mumbling with her little mouth, and poking her 2 index fingers back and forth. So. You watched it with my sister, right? And sister, you too. It's fine if Aoi didn't stop it, but why did you do the same? Hudairan collapsed. Aoi's words would not be spread even if she saw them, but her sister might not be the same. She had never told anyone about the good and bad things she had done when she was a child. Aoi, run! Kane pulled Aoi's hand and ran out with a smirk on her face. She even said loudly when she left, this must be shared. Let them envy my sister. After hearing this, Hudai Shinobu chased after them without saying a word, but before leaving, she still said, GIYU, let's talk about it next time. Then, she chased in the direction where the two had just fled. Ah! Stop right there! You are making fun of me and gossiping about me, I will kill you. And on that day, all the patients who were recovering from injuries heard Hudai Shinobu's roar, and the incident was then spread by word of mouth in the butterfly house. I'm afraid that the entire Demon Slayer Corps will know about it soon. Yi Yang couldn't help laughing. This reaction was really intense. He finally looked at his tattered clothes and the unpleasant smell of sweat and blood on his body. Ugh! It smells so bad. Is there a bathroom in this butterfly house? Yi Yang asked people in other wards after he walked out of the ward. Excuse me, is there a bathroom here? Yes, of course. Then he pointed out the location to Yi Yang. Thank you. Oh, by the way, did you hear Miss Shinobu shouting in the corridor just now? At that time, I saw her chasing Master Hwazu, and Master Hwazu was holding Miss Aoi in his hand. What happened? Well, I heard it, but I don't know about this matter. Anyway, it can't be me. Yi Yang scratched the back of his head with his hand, pretending to be indifferent. Yi Yang finally found the person based on his location. Finally, I can take a nice bath. Zyoki, please go out. Yi Yang didn't forget to let Zyoki go out when he was about to take a bath. He didn't want anyone to peek at him. Humph. Got it, do you think I'm that kind of person? Xiao Qi turned away proudly, / Well, you'd better be. Chapter 54. After 2 minutes, Yi Yang felt refreshed after taking a cold shower. Zyoki, give me a set of clothes. That dress can no longer be worn. It's only been 2 minutes, and you finished it so quickly. Zyoki couldn't believe it at all. She had just taken out her mobile game and started a game, and she had already finished her shower? What about her teammates? Don't worry about it, let's put on some clothes. Host, have you forgotten that you drew an infinite dressing room before? Let me think about it. Yi Yang scratched his head and used the video at double speed to recall what happened in the past few days. Oh. Yes, I did. Yi Yang suddenly recalled. Then let me tell you about this infinite dressing room, as the name suggests, you can change clothes. Anyway, there is nothing that the host can't think of, and there is nothing that can't be produced. This is our company's specialty. Xiao Qi looked proud, But Yi Yang couldn't see it. After all, Yi Yang was naked now. And, with the permission of others, you can change clothes for others. Is it really that magical? Of course, not only clothes from the Demon Slayer world, but also clothes from other worlds. Okay, I want to pick a set. Yi Yang opened the panel and opened this infinite dressing room. Oh my god! So many, this, and that are all so handsome. Yi Yang's eyes were full of stars. In his previous life, he had to pick and choose when buying clothes, but in this life, he didn't have to worry about it at all. Yi Yang picked a school uniform of Jujutsu High School, and then asked Xiao Qi to add the word destroy at the end. The new Demon Slayer uniform is born. Then he thought about what to wear as outerwear, but he couldn't think of it for a long time, so he gave up and picked a pair of shoes that suited him. Okay, let's wear this set. Then, clothes and shoes appeared on his naked body. Unexpectedly, it was quite considerate. Underwear and socks were ready. Just treat these days as a vacation for yourself. You won't have a good life when you get there. Yi Yang stretched his body and stopped thinking about it. Living in the present is the life he believes in and his ideal. Finally, he continued to lie on the bed, closing his eyes and concentrating. Xiao Qi, can you tell me what the remaining ones I drew are for? Sure. Then he began a professional explanation. Yi Yang also knew the role of these skills. For example, the chef's experience. Yi Yang also learned to cook in his previous life, and he could be considered average, and this veteran level made his cooking skills reach a new level. The secret skill of invisibility can make the whole body invisible, but it cannot hide the breath. It lasts for 30 minutes each time and has a cooldown of 3 hours. It is a skill that can kill people. The opportunity to choose a gift is just as the name suggests. The Thousand Faces Man is quite powerful. He can change his face and facial features at will, and if he gets permission from others, he can change the face of others. The Plum Blossom Knife, a knife with plum blossom marks embroidered on both sides, has the same effect as the Sun Wheel Knife. Both can kill demons, and it is also equipped with 2 knife holders with plum blossoms painted on them. Yi Yang put these 2 knives on his waist and pretended to be an assassin with a quick move. He thought he was very handsome, but was mercilessly mocked by Xiaoqi. During these 5 days, Yi Yang repeated a series of actions of eating, sleeping, drinking, and playing every day, and also got familiar with Aoi. From former enemies to current friends, they chatted about gossip every day, so there were still some small quarrels between them. Kaneo still looked dull, but with the efforts of GIYU in the past few days, Kaneo finally learned to chat with others. Although it may take a long time, this small step is a big step forward. Although Kane thought she could relax, she went on a mission not long after Koko Shinobu left. Koko Shinobu sometimes came to see him these days, but GIYU's mouth was always beaten up. Sato Shinko also came to see him. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. At that time, he hugged Sato excitedly. The two stayed there for 2 hours and told about their experiences in those days. GIYU also told about his experience. After listening, both of them were surprised. GIYU, you actually escaped from the hands of Upper String too. You are not dead, are you? This is your wronged soul. Sato touched left and right, and even. After pinching and touching the philtrum, it was confirmed that GIYU was still alive. Of course, GIYU also thanked him with a punch. GIYU, don't pay too much attention to this guy. He is a big mouth, but I think if you encounter such a dangerous thing next time, don't act rashly. Master Urokodaka will blame you. Shinkomo was also a little worried. After all, it was lucky that he survived this time, but it was hard to say next time. Although they were not related by blood, they could be said to be like real relatives. Because they were all orphans taken in by Urokodaka Seikanji. They had no relatives and could only rely on each other. Before leaving, GIYU specially called Shinkomo over and gave Shinkomo a perfume using the opportunity to choose a gift. Shinokomo, this is perfume for you. Just spray it on your body and you will smell good. Shinkomo looked at the perfume and felt very delicate, and was a little afraid to take it. Ah, no, no. It's too expensive, and you should give it to Shinobu. Shinkomo hurriedly refused. It's okay, I've given Shinobu a gift. Well, okay, thank you. Shinkomo took the perfume with joy. Actually, there's another reason for giving it to you. Yang suddenly smiled evilly at this time. Shinkomo saw this smile and felt that there was something wrong. What? How is your relationship with Santu? Ah. This Shinkomo blushed like a bubble teapot and didn't know how to answer. I support you too. This perfume can help you, come on. Ah, Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? Shinkomo said this, but the blush on her face said it all. Yang just smiled and let her leave. When Santu saw it, she was a little dissatisfied that Yang didn't give her a gift. Yang, you are not a good brother. Why don't you give a gift to your good brother, Shinkomi? Satoshi was full of dissatisfaction. Call me godfather and I'll give it to you. Is that how you play it? I don't want it. Then he walked away with a look of dissatisfaction. Tisk, who told you to treat me like that just now? Sigh. Satoshi, don't be angry. If it doesn't work, I'll buy you a gift for Yang. But Satoshi left without looking back. Although he said so, the relationship between the two was still indestructible. Ah, that, Yang, we're leaving, bye. Shinkomi quickly made a round, and then immediately ran after Satoshi. The two of you have a good relationship. Finally, I can continue to carry out the mission. Yang stood outside the door of the butterfly house with a happy face. Aoi was a little reluctant. She finally had a partner to chat with, but she was leaving so soon. She came to say goodbye to Yang. Brother Yang, I wish you a safe journey. Yes, I will, and you too. Yang thanked him in return. But he saw Kaneo not far away, with a blank expression on her face, just repeating the gesture of protecting her hands to say goodbye. Yang walked over slowly, touched her head with his hand, and squatted down. Kanaho too, brother wishes you a happy life and more vitality. Then he stood up, said goodbye to the two of them, and was about to leave. Brother, you also have to, also come, to see me. Kaneo said it with difficulty. Although her voice was not loud, Yang still heard it. And now in Kaneo's heart, Yang's status is no less than that of Kane and Hudai Shinobu, and even higher, but still not as good as Kane. Yang smiled back with tears in his eyes. Even though they had only been together for a few days, he was reluctant to leave, but he could only respond. Well, next time when brother comes back, you must grow taller and try to be taller than brother. Kaneo also smiled rarely after hearing this. Yeah. Goodbye, both of you. See you later. Chapter 55. The old man was very happy, but he was still very busy. Let's go to the Demon Slayer Association to get the mission now. Then he looked at his sword, and some bad memories flashed through his mind. He remembered the blood letter his swordsmith sent him that day, and the 4 big characters one and only engraved on the outside of the wooden box containing the sword, and it was red, which successfully made Yang understand that he might be crazier than the steel mound. Then he immediately stopped thinking just now. It was obviously summer, and he didn't want to be frightened into a cold sweat. Suddenly he looked up at the sky. The sun was so dazzling, and he always felt that something was missing in the sky. It seems like something is missing, it seems to be. By the way, where is my crow? Yang suddenly remembered. Xiang! Yang shouted at the top of his lungs, and then he saw the branches on the tree seemed to be moved by something, and finally a black crow flew through the woods and flew to Yi Yang's side. "What's wrong, master?" Nothing, just want to see what's wrong with you. And you don't have to call me so strange, just call me Yi Yang." Yi Yang didn't like others to respect him so much, he felt that he didn't deserve it, maybe because of his lonely lifestyle in the past. "Okay, Yi Yang." On the way to the Demon Slayer Association, one man and one crow chatted with each other. "Xiang, where were you when I and Master Hanazuri were dealing with the upper string too?" Yi Yang recalled the last experience, and he really didn't see Xiang. "I saw you and the Flower Pillar Master were no match, so I ran to call for help." "Oh, I see. Well, your crow told me, but you can't upgrade from GUI level to Ren level with just one demon." A demon slayer wearing glasses looked at the boy in front of him. "GIYU, his real name is Matsuma." "Ah? Okay. Of course, there are some tasks here, and you can get the corresponding level by completing the corresponding tasks." "Ah, really? Thank you so much." GIYU thought he had to wait until night to kill demons again. Although he could become a pillar after killing 50 demons, it was not that easy to find demons. "Pick me the one with the highest level." "Yes, there is." Matsuma pushed his glasses and said, "Go out of the Demon Slayer core, walk 300 meters forward, then walk 500 meters to the left, and you will reach Panchi village. There is a rich man's child there. You have to take care of the child and protect the child's safety. Although you can directly upgrade me to the pillar." GIYU's eyes suddenly glowed with gold. "Are you kidding me?" Matsuma looked at the whimsical boy and said speechlessly. "It was obviously you who made the joke first. The Demon Slayer core is to kill demons. Are you fooling me?" GIYU was a little confused. Could it be that he had traveled to another Demon Slayer? Matsuma was not too surprised, because for people in his position, people like GIYU were not uncommon, and he was used to it. "Of course not, you are right, but in addition to developing the abilities of the Demon Slayers, the Demon Slayer Corps will also let the members below the pillars do other things. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps is a public organization not recognized by the government, and the Japanese people have never heard of this private organization. Only those who are rescued by the Demon Slayer Corps know about it. This is to let more people know that the Demon Slayer Corps is a righteous organization, so that they can support us more. This is mostly to allow more people to join the Demon Slayer Corps. You also know that joining the Demon Slayer Corps is a high-risk profession. Of course, high risks will also have corresponding high returns. This is also a means of recruiting for the Demon Slayer Corps. Even if you don't join into, some houses with wisteria elements are most likely built by those who have been rescued to provide shelter and food for the Demon Slayers." I've said too much. Anyway, if you want to become a pillar, you must be a gentleman with high ability and quality. Anything less is not acceptable. Also, taking care of the children is just an extra task for this mission. In that village, there seemed to be news of ghosts eating people the day before yesterday. It seems that there are 6 ghosts. The rich man's luck is really bad. You have to protect the children well. Okay, then I'll take this task. When Yi Yang heard that there were 6 ghosts, he reluctantly agreed. Oh, give me some more tasks. I'll do them all when the time comes. Well, okay, but you can only take 3 tasks at most. Finally, he took out a small black bag from the cabinet in the counter, on which was written Evil Demon Slayer. Put it on your crow. Then he put the task list in the bag and hung it on Yi Yang's crow. Thank you for your trouble. Yi Yang also replied politely. It's okay, this is what I should do, I wish you a safe journey. Well, let's go, Xiang. Yes, Yi Yang. Then they walked out. Xiang, is taking care of children really suitable for me? Yi Yang regretted it a little. He took care of his younger brother. At that time, his younger brother was really noisy and was simply his childhood nightmare. It's okay, Yi-yang, even if you can't do it well, just take it slowly. What's more, what if the child is very well behaved? Xiang comforted, but it couldn't guarantee whether it would be like this. I hope so. Yi-yang lowered his head and smiled bitterly, but then he regained his serious expression. It's okay, it's okay. Yi-yang, can kill ghosts and take care of children. It's just a trivial matter, so it's not worth mentioning. Let's go. The target is Panchi village. Yi-yang said in his heart, concentrate on breathing. Then he ran quickly. Really full of energy. Xiang also smiled and followed immediately. Chapter 56. The old man was walking on the mountain, but he was still walking on the mountain. This is Panchi village, right? Yi-yang and Xiang had already arrived here, looking at the three big characters Panchi village engraved on the stone in front of them. Oh, how could I forget it? Yi-yang suddenly slapped his head and remembered something very important. I don't even know where it is. Oh, I left too quickly, it seems I have to go back the same way. Xiang, can I trouble you for a while? Yi-yang turned his head and looked at Xiang on the side. Ah, this, okay. Xiang agreed reluctantly. Are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps sent by Matsuma? A middle-aged man with a beard walked towards them. Matsuma? Is he from the Demon Slayer Association? GIYU asked him. Yes, yes. I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Jianfu. May I ask who you are? You can call me GIYU. This is my crow, Xiang. Is there a child left behind by a rich family around here? GIYU asked hurriedly. Oh, are you talking about the precious granddaughter of the Muriki family? Why are you asking this? Jianfu asked back. He really couldn't think of how the Demon Slayer knew this. Could it be that Matsuma said it? Well, it's strange to say, taking care of children is also part of my mission. GIYU dug his index finger on his face and glanced out. Well, then I'll take you there. Thanks. The two of them walked and talked on the road, and Xiang listened on the side. By the way, why not hire a nanny to take care of them instead of picking a member of the Demon Slayer team? I hired one, but, alas, when the news of the existence of ghosts just spread the day before yesterday, the nanny died that night. Is that so? Yi-yang suddenly realized that this question almost suffocated him to death, and it was finally over. This leads to another one. Your mission is to kill these 6 ghosts. It's okay, that's not a big deal. Yi-yang was not worried at all. As long as they were not upper strings, it would be a matter of 1 sword, and at worst 2 swords. Young man, don't be arrogant. These 6 ghosts seem to be very special. Well, okay, I can't be too proud either. Yi-yang collected his heart, because the ghosts he killed before were either a tree that grew hundreds of meters, or holding a gun. Has he encountered all the perverted ghosts in Demon Slayer? He can only hope that these 6 ghosts don't have any perverted abilities and don't really die. Okay, we're here. Jianfu called Yi-yang, who seemed to be thinking about something. Oh. Yi-yang looked at the house in front of him, and for the first time he was shocked by the money power. Although this house looks a bit old, it is still as good as ever. Walking in, there are all kinds of flowers and plants, including wisteria and even a big tree. Of course, the focus is not on the big tree, but on the branches. There is a swing. Entering the house, although it is no different from the house where the indigenous people of Japan live, the things on display are very valuable. Yi-yang seemed to see not furniture, but piles of banknotes waving at him. Not bad. Yet. Yi-yang nodded like a puppy. Come on, let's go upstairs and take a look. Yi-yang saw a lot of toys on it, and a large and soft carpet underneath. The quality of the wood was also very good, so it must have been built not long ago. It was just a temporary building when I entrusted the child to the countryside. You can come here to play with the child in the future. Yeah. Then let me wait for you to get familiar with it. After half an hour of detailed explanation, Yi-Yang also understood it vaguely. Jianfu opened the last door for Yi-Yang to visit, and there was a little girl inside. Then I'll leave first. After Jianfu finished speaking, he was ready to leave. Before leaving, he reminded Yi-Yang again. Please protect the girl, this is my last thing to say. Those ghosts seem to want to hurt the girl. You can see that there are some wisteria flowers planted around the house, so those evil ghosts dare not be so presumptuous. But it seems that they can't resist for too long. Of course, we will send more demon slayers here to assist you later. For the last time, please protect the girl. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Jianfu, this is what I should do, and what I must do. So, please let go. Heart. Yi-Yang patted his chest, his confident look made Jianfu Rang laugh and cry. The people of the Demon Slayer Corps are all very interesting. After explaining everything, he really left this time. Yi-Yang turned his head and looked at the girl sitting on the ground. The girl looked at Yi-Yang with a confused look, staring at each other. Yi-Yang thought to himself, this should be the little princess of the Murata family, right? Murata, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Yi-Yang always felt that this name seemed to have been heard somewhere, but he just couldn't remember it. Forget it, since you can't remember it, it must be an unimportant person. Ji-Yang wanted to take care of the baby, which was nothing more than building a good relationship with her, eating with her, playing with her, and coaxing her to sleep. It didn't seem difficult. But what happened later would completely kill this idea for him. Omega. The new book has been published, called Demon Slayer. Everyone watches Demon Slayer. I hope everyone will support it. Oh. Chapter 57. The little girl was very happy. Little sister, what's your name? How old are you this year? The little girl also answered very well, my name is Yalong, you can call me Daodu, I'm 4 years old this year. Wow! So cute, I want to pinch your face. Yi-Yang, although his face was calm, but his thoughts were different from the surface. Brother is your temporary nanny today. Just call brother Yi-Yang. Yi-Yang looked at her with a smile. Brother Yi-Yang, this baby voice made Yi-Yang's heart beat very excitedly. Can you let your brother touch your face? Yi-Yang was a little embarrassed, after all, he couldn't help seeing the cute child and wanted to touch him. Sure brother Yi-Yang, ///////. Really? Thank you so much, Daodu. Without saying anything, Yi-Yang went up and started to touch. Utaki's face is very smooth, and it sinks into it when you poke it. It feels very soft and elastic to the touch, making people want to suck it again. Is Daodu hungry now? Do you need breakfast? In fact, Yi-Yang himself was hungry, but he still called it cooking for Daodu. Well, let's eat. Daodu wants to eat Odin. Is that okay? Brother Yi-Yang. Daodu looked at Yi-Yang with a begging face. Since coming here, the nanny never made this for her, so he didn't have a very deep impression of the nanny. This. Yi-Yang didn't know what to say, because he had never eaten Odin before. He didn't know that he always looked at Odin and felt that he had no appetite, but looking at Daodu's expectant expression, he couldn't bear to refuse. Well, leave it to me. Yi-Yang finally agreed. Well, I'll wait for brother Yi-Yang here. After Yi-Yang finished speaking, he also went to the kitchen, but at this time Daodu showed a sly smile, and then went somewhere else, as if looking for something. Yi-Yang saw that there were still a lot of vegetables and meat left in the kitchen. It seemed that they were prepared in advance, which saved Yi-Yang from going out to buy them again. Hey, what is the magic of this Odin? Since so many people like it. Although I did learn the cooking skills last time, I still have to watch the tutorial. Forget it, I don't want to cook. Hey! Yi-yang, come out, you always ask me if I am the water column or not. Yi-yang himself also came out, with an innocent expression on his face. I've given you the initiative to control my body these days. I see you're almost exhausted from staying in the small space every day. Yi-yang felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't care and directly exchanged bodies with Yi-yang. Yi-yang became the smaller one, and Yin-yang returned to his own body. Yi-yang moved around for a while and completely adapted. I'm finally back. Stop talking nonsense. You can make Odin, right? It's so easy. You can't not make it, right? Ah, right, right. Will you eat it yourself? Yes, I was called here so early in the morning, and I didn't even have time to eat. Then make 3 servings. I want to eat it too. Xiaoqi, why do you want to eat it too? Yet. I like Odin very much. Okay, then I'll make 4 servings. 45 minutes passed. The next chapter is about Yi-yang himself, so for the sake of distinction, I will directly equate Yi-yang himself with TOMIOKA. I hope some people don't use Red King to read it. The delicious Odin is here. TOMIOKA finally made it. He gave the 2 bowls of Odin to Yi-yang and Xiaoqi. Yi-yang himself actually met Xiaoqi and chatted with him in the small space. GIYU/Zioki, thank you so much, we'll be welcome then. The 2 started eating right in the kitchen. Zioki's updated version added many features, so that she and GIYU could materialize, and the 2 of them were eating so deliciously. After GIYU took a bite, he instantly changed his opinion of Odin. Although it wasn't so delicious, it was definitely not bad. It's really delicious. It seems that there will be one more person on my list of favorite foods. TOMIOKA smiled at them. He was no longer the wooden man who could only stare blankly before. But even though he had improved a lot, if he calmed down, his eyes would be filled with unforgettable indifference. That is, 40% contempt, 30% disgust, 20% contempt, 10% arrogance, and 90% coldness. Fortunately, it has improved a lot, not as exaggerated as mentioned above, but it still makes people feel uncomfortable. Sure enough, how can the coldness of more than 10 years change? Daodu, the Odin is ready, come and eat quickly, be careful of the heat. TOMIOKA came in with his eyes closed and smiled. Yi-yang helped him understand the current situation, so TOMIOKA also roughly knew what was going on. As soon as the door was opened, a small water ball was about to fall down. Although Yi-yang TOMIOKA rarely exercises now, he can still react to this. Swoosh, a flash, while dodging the water ball, also caught the water ball. Hey? Who is playing this prank? TOMIOKA was not angry, but was just wondering who did it. Brother Yi-yang, you are finally here. Daodu is so hungry now. Daodu walked over her slowly. After seeing this, TOMIOKA put the Odin on the table, then held Daodu on the chair, picked up the apron and put it on her. Do you need your brother to feed you? It's very hot. After TOMIOKA got married and had children in his previous life, he asked his wife for a lot of parenting experience, and asked some experienced people how to take good care of children. Anyway, be gentle to children. Although I am still 14 years old in this body, as a brother, I should be the same. No need, brother Yi-yang, Daodu can eat by himself, and I can blow it by myself. When you see this message, it proves that the author has been in school for 2 weeks and can only come back once, so everyone can only wait for a long time. The author has not stopped updating. Chapter 58. After eating Odin, it was noon soon. Yi-yang didn't have the habit of taking a nap, but TOMIOKA and Zioki did. I didn't expect that Daodu, a little kid, didn't feel sleepy either. Maybe the kid is too playful. But the difference is that there are 2 6-year-old children in the big house, Yi-yang and Zioki. While eating, Yang asked Zioki. Zioki, since you can materialize us, can you keep it forever? Well, yes. That's fine. Then, can you turn into my own appearance? Okay. Zioki then operated, and Yang also turned into his original appearance in the world, with black hair. Although it is a bit long for boys in reality, it does not press down the rest of the hair. This may be one of Yang's characteristics, hard hair. Black pupils, still inherited the characteristics of Chinese people, tender face, slightly red, QQ and bouncy, height is about 1.2 meters. Then he took a mirror from Zioki, lifted his hair, and said to Zioki, Zioki, am I handsome? Zioki looked at a fool and ate the oden in his hand silently. You look like GIYU. Forget it, forget it. I know you are not good at speaking and you are speaking in a sarcastic way. By the way, how old am I? It seems to be 5 years old. After all, with my ability, I can only turn you into 5 years old, so your lifespan is equivalent to only 5 years. Okay, then do you want to come with me? That's fine, but I have to explain in advance that I can't help you fight demons. First, I can't. Second, as your guide, I can't interfere. It's okay, just be a bag carrier. After eating oden, GIYU and Tomioka talked about how to explain the origin of him and Zioki. Just say that we are the children you rescued from the hands of demons, and say the same thing to the Demon Slayer Corps. And, from now on, we will talk about our own things. You will be your Tomioka GIYU and I will be my GIYU. That's it. Zioki also nodded. After hearing this, Tomioka's face changed obviously, and he looked uncomfortable. Do we have to do it again? It seems that I can only work part-time. In the end, they did so, and Doudou was very happy. After all, there were finally 2 people of the same age as Do to play with her. Come on, Doudou, Xiao I will give you the whole job. After saying that, he pulled out the Nichiren sword from Tomioka's waist. This 5-year-old body really couldn't hold such a heavy sword, but Yang still managed to hold the handle with both hands to prevent the sword from falling. As he said that, he put his hand in, but the difference was that the color of the Nichiren sword changed, and it was pure blue. Yang was a little confused. It wasn't like this before, and then he turned to look at Zioki, and Zioki seemed to understand what he meant. Your Nichiren sword is just a bug. I went to the company to report it and asked the pest control team to remove it. After all, whose Nichiren sword looks like that? Okay. Yang was a little disappointed, but Doudou next to him was full of stars. Wow cool! Wow cool! Brother Xiaoi, sister Zioki, how did you do this? Doudou wants to learn. After hearing this, Yang began to say solemnly, Doudou, this is not something that anyone can change if they want to. You should ask your brother Yang. Yang said and pointed at Tomioka with both hands. Doudou also crawled over, sat on Tomioka's legs, and rubbed his face against Tomioka's hands. Brother Yang, just explain it to Doudou, Doudou also wants to learn. Tomioka looked at the baby and his face was slightly red. He coughed twice and could only explain it to Doudou. Doudou, if you want to do this, you must accept the instruction of a formal trainer and become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. During this period, you can choose a breathing method that suits you. Tomioka took the sun blade from GIYU's hand and used his own breathing method to turn the blade blue. Just like my brother practices the breath of water, one of the 5 starting breathing methods, which is a breathing method that branches from the breath of the Sunday. GIYU spoke seriously, and Doudou listened attentively like a student eager for knowledge. You can choose the breath of rock, the breath of flame, the breath of wind, the breath of thunder, and there is the water breathing that I practiced. Of course, there are more than these breathing methods, and there are other breathing methods that extend from the 5 major breathing methods. If you are strong enough, you can become a pillar. Of course, Doudou is very cute. I think you should find a good husband to marry and spend a happy life in peace and stability. The Demon Slayer Corps is very dangerous. Like my brother, people in this organization will escort your happiness. After saying that, he touched Daodu's head. After all, such a cute little girl, Tomioka couldn't bear to put her into the Demon Slayer Corps. But Daodu was a little dissatisfied and said angrily, "Brother Yang, don't look down on me. When I grow up, Daodu will also be a pillar that can stand on its own." After hearing this, Tomioka was a little stunned. When he heard Master Urokodaka say this to him, he also looked forward to becoming a pillar like Daodu, but since the death of his important people, he went from longing to boredom and indifference. Then Daodu, come on. Brother supports you, you must become a pillar in the future. Tomioka did not continue to persuade, but encouraged. Yes. I will. Daodu also planted an ambitious ambition at this moment. It seems that our Demon Slayer Corps will have another pillar. GIYU also cheered for Daodu. Sister is also optimistic about you. By the way, you have to pick a crow, hey. Except for this little episode in the middle is also quite boring, almost all the playful things in the room have been played. But just playing like this is not a solution. For a very naughty kid like Daodu, this is still too boring. GIYU also came from this age, so he naturally saw it. Daodu, let's go out for a walk. Okay, Daodu is also bored to death at home, and now I have to go out and breathe some fresh air. Then, the four people and the crow went out. The sun was shining brightly, and there were also many villagers on the street. Although they knew that there were ghosts near the village, it did not seem to affect their lives. On the road, many people noticed Daodu, who was led by Yang. The villagers seemed to sympathize with the little girl. After all, he was haunted by ghosts as soon as he arrived. It was really unfortunate. In fact, Yang was afraid that Daodu would be considered the murderer who attracted the ghost by the villagers. After all, as a Chinese, he could not comment on the morality of the Japanese nation. But seeing this, he felt that he was thinking redundantly. These villagers were very good and would greet them on the road. Some of these villagers were very good and would greet them on the road. Some women or elderly people would directly hug Daodu and pat her on the back. Anti-righteousness Yang has heard many of these words, including but not limited to these words. What a beautiful girl, why is she so unpopular with God? Daodu, I will definitely grow up to be a virgin and marry well. Daodu also responded in a baby voice, okay, Daodu will. This made him even more likable, and made the person on the other side feel even more sorry. At the same time, he began to hate the ghost in his heart. After all, no one in this world likes beautiful things to be ruined by dirty things. Chapter 59. After a long time, the two of them were busy walking around the village for an afternoon. For Yang who lives in modern times, it is such a sad thing to not have a mobile phone. During this period, they found that there are several higher mountains around this village, and it would be nice to go stargazing at night. In this way, they waited for the arrival of night in boredom, and they also came to the highest mountain in the vicinity. They lay on the slope together and looked at the stars in the sky. Tomioka has never seen such a romantic scenery. For so many years, he has almost never been interested in these things. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. The stars filled the sky, twinkling, and the moon was crescent, just like the story his sister told him when he was a child. The moon was crescent like a boat. Ah, it's so beautiful. Xiao Qi was like a real little girl at this time. Wow, Daodu has never seen it before. Daodu, who was lying on Xiao Qi's arm, was also very happy. Yang was a lonely person. He never liked night to night. He always listened to music in bed. He didn't dare to look up at the sky. He was afraid that he would cry, because he was alone at night. He would always imagine infinite things, feel sad and cry. But now he has friends around him, and he can watch with him. He doesn't feel lonely anymore. He can see the starry sky that he hasn't seen for a long time. But on such a quiet night, something still happened. Xiong saw several figures on the ground in the sky. After seeing it, Xiong hurried to report to Tomioka. Tomioka's crow was originally Quan Saburo, but it seemed that because of the improper selection time, Tomioka also found that the timeline here was indeed different from the previous one. This was 1 year earlier than when he met Quan Saburo. It should be the next time. But Tomioka finally accepted it. Since it was not Kanzaburo this time, he would cultivate a good bond with this crow named GIYU. GIYU, look over there, there seem to be a few shadows. Tomioka looked in the direction that GIYU pointed, and there were indeed a few shadows there, and they seemed to be approaching the house where they were before. Tomioka reminded the people around him, and they all saw it. GIYU thought of Jianfu's words, there were 6 ghosts, could it be them? GIYU jumped down first, and Tomioka held one in each hand, and did not jump down directly. After all, the 2 children could not bear such a big movement. GIYU only had 2 plum blossom knives in his hand, but it was enough. He took out the plum blossom knife tied to his waist, which had the characteristics of the sun wheel sword, and it seemed that the breathing method could also be used to change its color. After trying it, it was true. Yang turned the plum blossom knife red. In fact, he didn't want to major in water breathing. He wanted to use another kind of breathing. Flame breathing was just a transitional stage. He had already thought of the breathing method that Yang wanted. The black shadows also saw Yang. In their eyes, Yang was just a child. He actually rushed over. One of the ghosts rushed over directly. When he was about to grab Yang's neck with one hand, Yang cut off his hand with a knife. The ghost had claws on both hands, green hair, and dark green eyes like a snake. However, although the recovery ability of this ghost was not as good as that of the upper string, it was already very good. It was restored to its original state in just 2 seconds. Then, the 5 ghosts behind also showed their figures. Some had 2 thorns on their heads, blue-white hair, blue-white eyes, and some lightning on their hands. Some held a heavy and long iron chain, and their hair and eyes were brown. They looked different and had different abilities. Tomioka and the others also arrived there. As soon as they arrived, Xiaoqi received a message. GIYU's mission *1. Mission name, 1 fatal blow. Mission, A end level. Xiaoqi quickly conveyed it to GIYU with spiritual consensus. GIYU was also very excited when he saw it. Seeing that the mission was A+, he knew that the reward this time was very rich, but after the excitement, he became uneasy. The abilities of these 6 ghosts are completely incomparable to those of the upper strings. At most, they can only be ranked as the lower string 4. How can the mission level be so high? Wait! These ghosts are so weak, there won't be any characteristics between them. GIYU thought to himself. Before the ghost could react, GIYU slashed at his neck with a knife and cut off his head. But the terrible result that GIYU didn't want to see the most appeared. The ghost didn't die, but his head was. A new body grew out of it, and the body just now turned into a vine. Has the result I least want to accept still happened? Yang felt that he had mentioned the devil. This kind of resurrection is very difficult to fight, either like Han Tengu or like Jifutaro. In comparison, he hoped that it would be like Han Tengu, at least as long as the source is found, he can be killed. If it is Jifutaro, it is simply as difficult as ascending to heaven. Those who have watched the Yu-Gi-Oh film know that if one of the 2 brothers and sisters was in the Infinite City and the other in the Yu-Gi-Oh area, the protagonist group would definitely be killed there. When Yang saw that part, he didn't know that Jifutaro lost, except that the sun could kill him. You said that Jifutaro could fight all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps alone, I think it's no problem. As long as they are not beheaded at the same time, they can be resurrected infinitely. What is this concept? Gidaru is definitely not only the strength of an upper 6. If it is a one-on-one fight, he may not be as good as other upper 6, but if it is a demon slayer core fight, GIYU is undoubtedly the strongest and can wear down the opponent to death. What's more, the 6 demons in front of him are not sure whether there is a 7th or 8th demon. GIYU's heart is cold and he can only pray here. But there are not so many good things in the world. No one will be lucky all his life, and the same is true for GIYU. Chapter 60. The ghost summoned his blood demon art, and countless blood-red vines stretched out from the ground. Yu Yang saw that these vines were easy to deal with, but he didn't expect that these vines were corrosive, and his clothes melted because they were stained with a little. What? Damn, my clothes! Yu Yang hated that new clothes were dirty shortly after wearing them, and they were newly changed. You kid, become my meal. The ghost wanted to continue to use the blood demon art. Water-breathing 9-type water-flowing foam. TOMIOKA cut off all the limbs and head of the ghost, but as expected, the ghost grew new limbs and head. TOMIOKA was also a little at a loss. This was the first time he saw a ghost who would die if his head was chopped off. No. I've seen it in anime. Kolyao, what are you doing? It's not over yet. Do you want that little ghost? The ghost who seemed to have the attribute of thunder fell towards a ghost tree called Kolyao. Come if you can. Renault. Kolyao was also a little dissatisfied. It wasn't him who was fighting, so it was easy for him to talk without any pain. What a bunch of annoying remnants. Attracting thunder. As he said that, he rushed towards Tomioka and Yi Yang, but they dodged. At this time, the ghost named Renault saw the 2 children Tomioka was holding, and one of them seemed to be the target they were looking for. Hey, brothers, look at the child that the man is holding, isn't that the rare blood we are looking for? Renault's face was full of excitement. Eating one rare blood can be equivalent to 100 humans, enough to get it with his life. The other 5 ghosts were drooling after seeing it, and rushed up. Xiao Qi, your Daodu escaped to a safe place. Tomioka heard their conversation and told Xiao Qi to run away with Daodu. After hearing this, Xiao Qi also ran away. Get out of the way, don't stop me. The blood is surging. But with a click of a knife, his head fell to the ground, but he was not dead like the previous ghosts. But the ghosts did not give him time to think, and performed their blood ghost arts one by one. The other side of the River of Oblivion. Hurricane Slash. Rock Barrier. Thunderbolt. Skeleton. 3,000 weak waters. Red flowers of the other shore grew on the ground, which were rich in poison. A sting could drain the whole body of blood. The thorns on the ground also forced Yi Yang to avoid them, and these rocks also forced Tomioka to step on those flowers of the other shore. There was also fog to block the sight, but the fog of journey to the west would be very serious for the lungs. Not to mention the 3 skills next to him, one of which summons a dog covered in bones to bite him. Although there are so many sudden blood demon arts, it is still a small case for Tomioka. Water-breathing San no Kai Lu Lu Wu. 6 demon heads were cut off one after another. GIYU was a real witness at that time. He saw with his own eyes that the heads of the 6 demons fell to the ground, but what? They are not dead yet. GIYU is starting to panic now. It's over. It's really that kind. Tomioka looked at this situation and knew that it must be a hard battle. Are you surprised? Why don't we die? The reggae laughed playfully. He couldn't remember how many times he had seen such an expression on the other side. One heart and one body are the characteristics they are born with after becoming demons. For the demon slayer core, they are natural nemesis. The characteristic of not dying after beheading is their greatest asset. But they are not blood relatives. They became ghosts and met by chance. It seems to be the arrangement of fate. The ability of each of them is inherited from their way of death. Anyway, they have their own merits. They are basically incompatible with each other, but they have one characteristic in common, that is, they are always loyal to Muzan. Musen admired them very much after seeing them, but their current strength is too weak and they still cannot enter Musen's eyes. Alas, but Musen is blind and does not know that they have this characteristic. Why? Is there another ghost? Yu Yang asked the question he wanted to ask the most. If so, they would run away immediately. Why should I tell you? But anyway, tonight is the day you will die, so it doesn't matter if you say it. No. The wind ghost called Xiao Tian. Anyway, he is impatient now, thin blood, he tasted it only once a few years ago, he will never forget it for the rest of his life. A bunch of old immortal things. Yu Yang rushed over, he didn't have any idea about this kind of ghost, he could only delay time, after all, these 6 ghosts were too close to the village, they could easily fail to defeat them and escape to the village to eat people. Water eel frenzy. Dozens of electric eels flew towards Yi Yang, and Yi Yang was caught off guard. Flame-breathing 5-type flame tiger. The fusion of water and fire caused a lot of steam to be generated in the middle, but this attack still did not prevent the electric eels from attacking Yi Yang, and Yi Yang also felt the piercing pain. Ah! It hurts, so numb. Yi Yang was awakened by the piercing pain, yes. He is no longer the body of the water column, let alone the knife. No matter how powerful he is, his body is just that of a 5-year-old child. If this happens, he will definitely die as expected. TOMIOKA also came to the rescue immediately and carried GIYU to a safe area. Let me go, you are not strong enough to fight now. Xiong has already called for help. All we can do is to hold back the 6 ghosts. Protect Daodu. After TOMIOKA finished speaking, he threw himself into the battle with the 6 ghosts. GIYU was very unwilling, but the facts were there, and he could not refute it. He was a strong person, because every time someone helped him for free, he would feel very useless. What he hated most was to hear the words "It's okay, I don't blame you." It was obviously because of him. Okay, then come on. GIYU stood up and wanted to run fast, but his body did not allow him to. His legs were now very numb and he had no feeling, and there were many small wounds on his body. This was something Yi Yang had never experienced before. As a person living in a well-off family, the injuries he had suffered in the past 14 years of his life were not as many as this combined. After getting used to this comfortable life, he no longer wanted to live a hard life. While running, Yi Yang's legs slowly regained consciousness. He shouted for Zioki to return to the soul state, and Zioki did so, and he took over the task of protecting Daodu. When they came to TOMIOKA, although there were many ghosts, they could only hurt TOMIOKA's fur and could not cause any substantial damage at all. TOMIOKA also chose to cut off their legs. After all, if they were beheaded, they would grow back sooner or later, but if their legs were cut off, the recovery speed could be delayed for a long time. Each of the 6 ghosts wanted to avoid TOMIOKA's attack. After all, if it were not for this obstacle, they would never be able to eat the little girl in their lifetime. Damn ghost hunter, are you a pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps? They have seen many pillars and have eaten one before, but after tasting them, they are no different from ordinary people, except that they have more nutrition. So they basically avoid pillars when they see them, and their difficulty can be summarized in one word: annoying. No matter what kind of attack, they can always resolve it. No matter how much injury they suffer, how long it takes, no matter whether they can survive until sunrise, they will never give up. Some of them are blind in the left eye, some have lost a leg, and some even have their lungs pierced but still stand firm. Sometimes, they fight for a long time. Maybe it's because they know their identities, they will doubt who is the ghost, and when the sun rises, there is still no winner. And what about this boy in front of them? He seems to be stronger. Not only is he not panicked, but he is very calm. He looks down on them. Is he laughing at them in his cold eyes? Laughing? No, no, looking down on them? No. It was arrogance, hatred, and disdain for demons. It was hard to tell the origin, but the only thing we knew was, he wanted to kill us. Not now, but he was before. Tomioka was quite straightforward. After all, he was telling the truth. He really was a pillar, and a water pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps. It's just that he hasn't reached that stage yet, but his exquisite breathing method and experienced combat are still the water pillar of the past. But this body seems to be unable to exert its full strength. Tomioka decided to continue to practice well in the future. After all, he always felt that he was not worthy of the position of water pillar, but now Santo is still alive. Let's wait for them to compete and see whether the new master will ascend the throne or the old master remains. Really? Maybe we would have run away before, but you blocked our way. Chapter 61. The 6 ghosts rushed forward desperately, but they were constantly killed and recovered. But strangely, their fallen limbs did not disappear on the ground, but were integrated into their respective properties like materials. Slowly, Tomioka began to feel a little tired. He could also clearly feel that the strength of the 6 ghosts was slowly improving, and their recovery ability was getting faster and faster. He also had a few more wounds on his body. Yang and Doudou watched from the side. They were not too worried. After all, according to Tomioka's strength, the 6 ghosts there were like cutting melons and vegetables. Slowly, Tomioka began to feel a little tired. He could also clearly feel that the strength of the 6 ghosts was slowly improving, and their recovery ability was getting faster and faster. He also had a few more wounds on his body. Yang and Doudou watched from the side. They were not too worried. After all, according to Tomioka's strength, the 6 ghosts there were like cutting melons and vegetables. But the 6 ghosts were not stupid at all. How could they not understand this truth? So while fighting, the 6 ghosts looked at each other and communicated with each other. Finally, 4 ghosts ran towards the village, while the other 2 ghosts continued to fight with Tomioka. Tomioka chased the 4 ghosts after seeing this, but the other 2 ghosts seized the opportunity. Dead vine. Countless blood-red vines stretched out from the ground and attacked Tomioka. Water-breathing landform twisting whirlpool. The vines were cut off, but after the densest vines that were cut, a ghost pounced over. Tomioka's pupils shrank. It turned out that the vines were here to attract his attention, but Tomioka had expected this trick. Water-breathing one-form water surface slash. But as soon as the words were finished, another voice appeared immediately. Gluttony. A bloody mouth emerged from the ground, and a skull also emerged. There was actually a woman's head in the mouth, with endless fear in her eyes and her mouth open. The woman was the nanny who had taken care of Doudou before. Tomioka was forced to change the direction of his attack by this sudden attack, and cut the skull in half, and the blood ghost technique disappeared, which gave the ghost behind Tomioka an opportunity to take advantage of it. Tomioka turned his head slightly. It was too late to use the breathing method now. The distance between the two was constantly shortening, from 10 centimeters to 6 centimeters, and then to the last 3 centimeters. Even if the thunder breath, which was famous for its speed, could be used, it was difficult to be unscathed. The ghost smiled, but he suddenly heard a sound, as if something was coming this way. He turned his head and saw a white-haired man with some scars on his face and body running here, and he seemed to be muttering something in his mouth. Breathing of the wind type 1 dust whirlwind slash. What? No. But before he could finish his words, he was blown away by the strong wind, and he couldn't stand the strong wind at all, and was instantly torn into pieces. The ghost behind him, the wolf, was frightened by the sudden attack and looked at the man like the wind. Evil ghost, hurry up and die for me. Breathing of the wind type 6 black wind smoke hill. The wolf was split in half from top to bottom, and it was truly one half, but the man's attack still did not stop. Breathing of the wind type 4 rise to the dust hill. The wolf's ending was also like Ku Liao just now, turned into fragments and chopped into pieces. Deserve to die. Then he turned around and saw Tomioka, who was in a daze. Hey! What's wrong? Are you scared? When he looked at the young man of the same age as him, especially his eyes, he always felt a nameless anger blowing in the wind. Tomioka was awakened by this sentence. When he first heard the rough voice, a figure emerged in his mind: wind pillar / Buzugawa Shimai. Tomioka looked at his comrade in arms who had a very close relationship with him in the past, and couldn't help but say his name. Shimai. But Tomioka regretted it as soon as he finished saying it. He didn't know Shimai yet. Hey! How do you know? Shimai was a little shocked. Who is this? Shimai looked through everyone from his birth to the present. Have you seen him when you were a child? Impossible, when you were a child, no one played with you and your brother. Teammates you saved? It seems that there is no such person. But the two ghosts just now are slowly recovering now. Shimai also noticed it, and it was a little incredible. According to Chengdu's attack just now, those ghosts should have died long ago. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Tomioka. I've seen you before. This was of course a lie made up by Tomioka. I'll take care of these two ghosts. 4 ghosts just ran to the village. By the way, these 6 have their own characteristics. Even after being beheaded, it still survives and can regenerate. Is that crow yours? It told me. I didn't believe it when I first heard it, but it seems to be true. Shimai thought it was just an ordinary ghost when he went there, but now it seems to be more than that. It doesn't matter. It's not a problem to kill ghosts of this level 100 or 80 times. Shimai didn't care. The previous blow had already festering 2 ghosts, not to mention the next 4 I would kill. Well. He patted the dust off his buttocks and signaled Shimai to hurry to the village. Shimai understood and ran towards the village without stopping. Tomioka turned his head and looked at the 2 ghosts who were slowly recovering. Even if their bones were scattered on the ground and their eyes were chopped to pieces, they could always find ways to recover and their strength would gradually increase. Tomioka knew that this was not a solution. Continuously hacking and killing them would only increase the difficulty of the confrontation. The only way was to find a way to capture them alive. Yoyoki didn't want to be idle, but the miserable state of the ghost finally made him understand why Shanyi was so afraid of ghosts. He didn't think it was a big deal in the anime. After all, Yuyang only thought that the blood was just paint, not real. Just like the miserable state of the victim's death in movies and TV shows, there was not much in his heart, because fake is always fake, it can't be real. But now the reality is in front of him, this look is no less than a human, people want to die when they see it, not to mention Daodu, who witnessed the whole process, was already scared and crying. Don't be afraid, Daodu, brother is still here, you won't be in danger. Daodu, be good, close your eyes, can you stay here for a while? But Daodu is a girl who can't sit still, the kind of girl who is both naive and playful. Although it is very scary and dangerous, it makes her excited and has a strong curiosity about everything she has never seen before. No. I want to go too. Chapter 62. The 2 of them were very close, and the 2 of them were very close. No, listen to your brother and stay here. Yuyang didn't expect that this naughty girl wanted to stay here. No, no, no. With brother Yuyang here, Daodu will be fine. Daodu shouted with reluctance, and the tears in her eyes seemed to be accumulated as if she would cry out if there was only one more drop. Don't be stubborn, Daodu, this is very dangerous. Look at our little beauty Daodu, if she gets hurt, how can she get married in the future? Right, Daodu. Yuyang patted Daodu's little face, helped her smooth her messy hair, and kissed her little face again. Although I am about the same age as Daodu now, I am still a teenager. I like to squeeze and kiss my brother's face, and I can't let go of cute things. Ah! Daodu burst into tears, shaking his head, pounding the ground with his hands, kicking his feet, kicking Yuyang hard, making Yuyang's clothes full of muddy footprints. Well, okay, but the premise is that you must listen to me, hold on to me. Yu Yang turned his back and squatted, motioning Daodu to climb up with his right hand. Daodu stopped crying immediately, and he couldn't help Yu Yang. Good guy, it would be unreasonable if Oscar didn't give you a little golden man. Yu Yang ran past Tomioka with Daodu on his back. Yu Yang, I'll leave it to you. Yes. Then he ran towards the direction where Xia had just gone. Yu Yang slowly turned around again, took out the Nichiren sword and prepared to attack. It's your turn. Shimai rushed to the village. As soon as he arrived, he heard several villagers shouting. The streets were full of panicked villagers, who had already begun to retreat and flee. Ah! Help! There's a ghost! There's a ghost! A man was grabbed by the head by the water ghost. In the blink of an eye, the ghost reached into his brain with his hand. With a force, a fresh head rolled to the ground. And the water ghost also started to bite the man's body directly, as if he was eating a delicious meal. The blood that gushed out was like fairy jade nectar, and the blood vessels and organs were also obvious. And there was more than one man who had died in the village. At least 8 people had died. The 4 ghosts kept eating humans here. Shimai was surprised when he saw this scene, then he gritted his teeth and his face darkened instantly. Even though he had seen this scene too many times, he still couldn't keep calm. Damn it, why am I late again? Shimai blamed himself in his heart. Living lives, compatriots like himself, died in front of him, but he couldn't catch up to rescue them. He felt how useless he was. Shut up! Bastard, I'm going to kill you! Shimai shouted this sentence directly, and the water ghosts were also frightened by the shouting, and turned their heads in confusion. But as soon as he turned his head, a white shadow slashed towards him. Shimai didn't use the breath of wind because he didn't want to hurt the remains of the villager in order to kill this bad ghost. The ghost's head flew across the sky after being chopped off with a knife. Finally, it leaped up and kicked the head hard on the ground. Then, as if that was not enough, he pressed his head with his hands and shoved it into the ground. His body turned into blood and disappeared, becoming his food again. But Shimai still couldn't let go of his hatred. He saw another ghost and threw the head in his hand over there. The ghost was hit so hard that stars appeared in his eyes. Wind-breathing Sanzi type Kinglan Fengshu. Then he added a few more knives and cut them into pieces. Shimai knew that they would not die if he did this, so he could only cut them apart to slow down their recovery speed. Then he went to find the other 2 ghosts and shouted, "Everyone, hurry up! There are 4 ghosts here." At this time, Yu Yang also rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he heard Shimai yelling for the villagers to retreat quickly. He looked at him blankly. Daodu saw Yu Yang stop and stuck his head out to see what was going on. While shouting, Shimai looked around and found the 2 of them. He thought to himself, I've shouted so loudly, why don't these 2 little ghosts run away? Could it be that they can't find the adults? Can't you find the adults? Let's retreat now, don't hurt yourselves. No, I'm here to help you. Yu Yang patted his chest and said to Shimai, and Daodu also imitated him. Yeah. That's right. We are very powerful. Daodu looked proud, as if he was really powerful. Yu Yang's eyelids twitched. Why is this little girl so shameless? She looks quite civilized, but why is her temper so wild? Could it be that the ladies of the upper class are like this now? I don't have time to mess with you now, hurry up, little ghost. Shimai has lost his patience. If he doesn't go find those ghosts now, someone else may die. Do you believe it or not? You were deaf just now, right? We can't see at our age. For Yu Yang, of course he would scold back when others scolded him. He was a little unhappy, and when he encountered this scolding, he couldn't hold back his unhappy mood. You little brat! Shimai's veins popped up and he rolled his eyes. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that there were indeed 2 children, but he still didn't believe them. But seeing Yi Yang's determined eyes, he let them go. Humph! You go evacuate those villagers and tell them to stay away from the village. I'll deal with the ghosts. Although Shimai thought so in his heart, he was still worried. For some reason, when he saw the children, he thought of his younger brother. Well, by the way, are you stupid? Do you have to chop them into pieces? You know you can't kill them, why don't you trap them? After saying these two sentences, Yi Yang took Daodu and ran to do what he should do. Shimai became even angrier after hearing this, but he tried hard to think about it. Indeed, what he said made sense. He really didn't think about it just now. In the end, his complaints about Yi Yang were summarized into one sentence. What a disgusting brat! Chapter 63. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next day. As soon as Yi Yang separated from Shimai, he thought of going to the rooftop, which would make it easier for him to see the villagers' movements, but he was no longer as light as a swallow. Is this how we play? Then he looked left and right to see if there was anything around that could allow him to get on the rooftop. Unexpectedly, he really found it. The three piles of objects just formed a staircase to the rooftop. Then he quickly climbed up and got on the rooftop. Yi Yang could now clearly see the people below. There were not many people. Most people were awakened by the screams of the villagers and Shimai's shouts, and they were still in a daze. Everyone, hurry away from the village and run to the opposite direction of the mountain. There are no ghosts there. Yi Yang shouted, but no one listened. Whose kid is this? Can't you let me sleep at night? That's right. What ghost? Are we going to worship our ancestors now? Whose kid is this? Go back quickly, or I'll spank you. The mixed voices made Yi Yang speechless, but it was not the villagers' fault. Most people in Japan did not know the existence of ghosts, and some people did not know what creatures killed them until they died. But suddenly at this moment, a bloody woman suddenly ran over from the alley with many wounds on her body. Help! Help me! But she fell down and fainted as soon as she finished speaking. After seeing this, the villagers finally believed what Yi Yang said, but they did not do what Yi Yang said, but hurried to their homes to get weapons. There were iron spears, wooden bows and iron bows and arrows, kitchen knives, long whips, and there was also a stretcher. Yi Yang was a little dumbfounded. Is this really an ordinary village? How come every household has sharp weapons? Finally, the villagers rushed to the woman and lifted her up. The man holding the stretcher shouted, "Send her to the doctor." The man and another man carried the injured woman away, and the direction they went seemed to be the village clinic. It was not only Yi Yang who was confused, but the wind ghost was also a little confused. The food that was about to be in his hand was gone just like that. But he suddenly became happy again. One person was not enough for him to eat, so a few more people came. He wanted to see the food, and looked at the villagers. These villagers were a little panicked, but they quickly stabilized their hands and feet. A man stepped forward, took the posture of archery, took out the bow and arrow in the quiver behind him, and then shot an arrow at the ghost. After seeing this, the few people behind followed the man and shot arrows at the ghost. Storm! The strong wind shattered all the arrows, and then rushed over, but those who were holding melee weapons still stepped forward, but they were so powerless in front of the ghost. One of them had his arm torn off. This was a trivial matter for the ghost, but it happened bloodily in front of Yi Yang and the villagers. Ah! This heart-wrenching pain, this desperate wail, always appeared in the night. Close your eyes, Daodu. Yi Yang resisted the physical nausea, gently closed his eyes and said to Daodu, and Daodu was surprisingly obedient this time, closing his eyes tightly. Yi Yang ran over, the ghost was eating the villager's arm in his mouth, ready to continue attacking other villagers, and those villagers also burst out with the desire to survive, but surprisingly, they did not run away, but attacked the ghost when he was not prepared. This did work, and each villager came forward together, hitting the ghost one by one, causing substantial damage to the ghost, but unfortunately, it was the strong wind launched by the ghost that shook all the villagers who rushed over. Some crashed into the wall, some broke through the house and flew into the house, and some were even blown up the tree and fainted. Yu Yang saw the injured man in his peripheral vision, who was being blown into the air, and then used his weak strength to block him when he landed, so that his injury did not get worse, but he also fainted. Is there anyone else? Can you take this injured person away? Yu Yang shouted. Some villagers who were still conscious hurried over with an uncoordinated running posture. Thank you, kid. A villager thanked the injured man. Can you help me look at the little girl on my back? Yu Yang did not say anything impolite, and he did not always do good things for that thank you. Yet. I don't want it. Daodu didn't want it anymore. As long as you promise me this time, after tonight, I will ask your family for their opinions and let you become the future candidate for the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, and let you receive the teachings of the pillars. Yu Yang knew that Daodu's character was not one that would only take soft actions. Yu Yang preferred to use the method of exchanging the two sides, because he was not sure whether the ghost behind would come up to attack at any time. After hearing this, Daodu showed an excited expression on his face and nodded frantically to agree. Then the few people took Daodu and the injured man and quickly retreated. Yu Yang quickly turned around and looked at the ghost behind him, and finally looked around at the villagers who had fainted. There were still many. Yu Yang was very nervous and hurried now, and he felt like putting down the plum blossom knife in his hand. He really wanted to run away now and ask Xia or Tomioka to help solve it. But he knew that he couldn't run now. If he ran away with so many people, he would be disabled if he didn't die. Who must contain them well? Yu Yang thought so in his heart. Yu Yang was worried that the ghosts would ignore him because he was so small, so he started to provoke him. Hey, you are so weak after being hit by the villagers? Is it kidney deficiency? Just donate your kidney. He was already in a very bad mood after being beaten. He was mocked by a ghost whose age was only in the single digits. Although he didn't know what kidney was, he knew that it was weak. I will let you watch those people die with your own eyes. The battle in Tomioka was also mediocre. Tomioka tried to knock them out like Nezuko, but every time they could react at the last blow, they could only give up this method. Then he found the rope he carried with him and wanted to tie up the two ghosts, but it still didn't work. The tacit understanding between the two ghosts was that they could achieve the results they wanted even without looking at each other. Same mind? It's even harder to beat than the twin ghosts. Shimei was fine here. Although he listened to Yi Yang's advice, he found that he couldn't handle it at all, so he just killed them. He was fighting 3 ghosts alone, so he didn't have much strength. After all, no matter how strong these ghosts were, they needed time to recover. Although the difficulty was gradually increasing, it made Shimei more and more excited. He rarely saw powerful ghosts. Damn it! Lei Gui looked at the 2 unpromising ghosts and his head was suddenly big. He was not good enough to do things, but he was more likely to cause trouble. Lei Gui thought that he had to kill Shimei before the sun rose, and he had to ensure that every ghost was not burned to death by the sun. Besides, I am a little unfair to you, but if everyone wants to live, they must have that trick. Okay. Kill them. Don't take all the rare blood alone. I haven't played enough with my Wangke. I want to plant flowers with their corpses. Okay. I hope you can still have such strength later. Don't let me down. White hair. Hey? Say it again. Shimei didn't know who gave him the courage. Fish Liang? Chapter 64. The 2 ghosts disappeared. As soon as Shimei finished speaking, he saw that except for the reggae, the other 2 ghosts all dissipated according to their own elements, not only here, but also in Tomioka and GIYU. Hey? Why did it turn into wind? GIYU was a little puzzled, but he felt that things were far from that simple. "Tomioka, how is your situation?" "I don't know here either," the two ghosts disappeared. "It seems that our situations are similar. The reggae is already very different, and the smell of ghosts is slowly becoming stronger. This is a smell that Shimai has never experienced before." The reggae also had different characteristics besides the thunder attribute, and the horns on his body were sharper. Although it can be understood as a fusion, in fact, the other 5 ghosts became the upgrade materials of this reggae. The breath of the ghost is stronger than before. "Can I do it alone?" Shimai couldn't help but worry in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a ghost. "You are the 12th one to force out this form," Reggae said indifferently, but the murderous aura in his eyes could not be stopped, and he gritted his teeth. But Shimai suddenly laughed. "Really? That's good, then it seems that I will be the first person to kill you in this form today." Shimai could clearly hear that some of the teeth had been squeezed to the point of being broken, but even if the reggae had blood oozing out of his mouth, he still gritted his teeth. "Forget it, why should I torture myself? It seems that the Demon Slayer Corps can pay less. So." One hand quickly raised, and a lightning flashed out from Lei Gui's hand. Shimai hid, but was still injured, but there was no pain. Shimai also felt very numb. Damn! Shimai thought to himself that it was not good. He could now preliminarily judge that the main effect of the lightning was paralysis, but he did not dare to jump to conclusions, but he could only think from the worst aspect. But Lei Gui did not give him room to think at all, and another lightning. Shimai saw that he would definitely not be able to get away in this state, so he simply took the knife and stabbed his leg. Shimai did not stab too deep, because he vaguely remembered what the female doctor named Hu Daikane said that day. "Don't take such risks next time you're on a mission. Using your own blood to attract ghosts is a really novel method. But you almost cut your own artery. Do you know how serious this is? This artery, it's you." Shimai, who has always been known for his bad temper, now lowered his head and blushed under Kane's endless teaching, like a beautiful older sister teaching a boy. This little injury was enough to wake up Shimai's paralyzed legs from the coldness and sharpness of the knife. Shimai dodged quickly, and his speed was faster than before. For battle, stronger enemies can make him more excited, and he always can't help wanting to keep up with the enemy's rhythm, or even surpass the opponent. But at the same time, the blood that flowed out made the reggae smell it, and his face showed an intoxicated and excited look. "You too, but yours is obviously more precious than ordinary rare blood. Now I can't help it, it must be very good." Although Lei Gui was more impatient than before and seemed more hungry, Lei Gui still did not lose his composure. The attacks that followed made Shimai at a loss again. Sometimes it was a vine, sometimes it was wind, and sometimes it was a rock. The attacks were always confusing. But Shimai was not easy to mess with. "You can go to hell and ask the demons that Shimai had killed before he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Let me, Huang Shanyi, interview you." "Excuse me, what was he like when Shimai attacked you?" A recorder sounded in the distance. "Come on, I want to listen, and you have to think about it, the audience wants to listen more." "You asterisk." Huang Shanyi smiled with a gun on his head, "I must tell you. He always has different ways to deal with different terrains. For example, when he is in the bush, he always appears in a place you can't expect. He has a lot of weapons on him, and whenever he encounters someone he can't beat, he will bleed. Damn, I got drunk on the spot. And he can't be as quick and decisive as the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. He will hang us on the tree. Then wait for the sun to destroy us. I was already very angry after being defeated by a little kid, and this little bastard whipped my corpse when he was angry. I'm a ghost, not a beast, at least I was a human. Fuck. I'm $and*. Ah ha ha ha, let this ghost vent himself. I'll cut this part off later and give it to Shimai alone, hee hee. Why? Asterisk covering his mouth and laughing. Shimai seized an opportunity. Wind breathing type 2. The powerful blade has slashed forward, and Reggae still wants to resist. Even if he uses vines and other attacks as defense, they are all torn apart. Claw claw koto wind. By the time the move was finished, Reggae had already turned into pieces. Before being attacked, Reggae showed a look of shock and fear in his eyes, and then immediately began to repair his body. But Shimai's attack would not stop because of his repair, but what shocked Shimai was that these blood actually grew thorn-like vines like crazy, and also had a corrosive effect. Shimai did not dare to be careless, and immediately used the fastest move of Breathing of the Wind. Breathing of the Wind type 5, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Legge completely turned into a pool of blood, but he didn't disappear? Shimai didn't know. He thought that this blow had killed Legge completely, so he didn't think about looking for TOMIOKA and that stinky kid. But, the truth is not always as one wishes. The blood behind him repaired Legge's body at a very fast speed. Shimai also noticed it keenly, picked up the knife, and chopped it back. No one? Even the blood just now is gone? He turned his head and saw the Legge for the last time. Shouldn't you die? Shimai couldn't believe it. This ghost was not only alive, but also stronger than before. Why do you think I should die? When Legge was about to continue Shimai's battle, someone came. Shimai. Grumpy brother. It's TOMIOKA and GIYU. It's time for Huang Shanyi to take a walk. Fuzugawa Sanya and TOMIOKA GIYU and GIYU, travelers. Where have you been these days? You've been doing nothing but tinkering around all day. Huang Shanyi. Ahem, of course I've been doing something. Can you speak? What do you mean by not doing your job? I've been doing my job well, okay. Doma. When can I appear again? Huang Shanyi. Just wait. Kanroji Mitsurai. What about the rest of us? After all, even Kane has already appeared. Huang Shanyi. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it a glorious day for you. Mitsurai. Okay, Epsilon. Actually, I'm not doing anything, I'm just looking for inspiration in other works, really just looking for inspiration. For example, the Hell In, and the Dead Cells, I feel like there are really a lot of things to do, after all, you don't know how hard the author worked before the joint exam, alas, the scores will be out today, so nervous. Now I'm also rushing to read the pillar level training chapter, but I don't feel very satisfied, because there are still too few upper strings. Anyway, when I write to the infinite film, there will definitely be more than those upper strings. Everyone's urging, comments, and likes are the author's motivation to keep going. Thank you for your company all the way. Chapter 65. The new book is online, but the new book is about the absolute zero. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, I'll get off now. The bright full moon hangs high in the sky, and everything is in deep sleep. At this time, a deer was thirsty. He slowly stood up, looked around, and found a lake nearby, so he slowly walked over. It lowered its head and drank the clear lake water in big gulps, but it didn't seem to notice a dangerous figure behind a tree. It seems that we have tonight's supper, that little guy looks absolutely delicious. This is a man with a childish face, giving people a graceful look but full of danger, giving people a feeling of eating people. He seems to be out of tune with this world, maybe he just comes here to find food, who knows? Like, has he really eaten people? Maybe he has, if he comes to find game today. Raise the shotgun, stare at the scope, all the results will be revealed after a moment of breathing. I can already smell the tempting fragrance on it. Boom! The sudden loud noise made the deer quickly raise its head and run away in panic. At the critical moment, the huge noise confused his mind, and the childish man accidentally shot the bullet out, hitting the originally calm lake. For a while, there were more birds in the sky. A great opportunity was lost because of this unpleasant accident. No one could be happy. Damn it, witch bitch. Don't be caught by me after going to hell. Although he cursed, it was just a quick talk. He could only move the midnight snack to the next target. Even in the human world, one cannot be quiet. He seemed to have no attachment to this place that made him sad. His brown hair turned red, his teeth became pointed, and his beautiful white turned yellow. His skin color, like white snow, seemed to be dead. Suddenly turned into a shadow and left in a huff. The culprit who caused such a noise was near a village. Shia, are you okay? Tomioka asked Shia who had just hit the tree. It's okay, you have to be careful, this guy is different from the previous ghosts. It's not dead even if it's cut into meat paste, I'm sure that's definitely more deadly than cutting its neck, and this ghost won't die even if its neck is cut. What? Tomioka knew that this was definitely a small boss beyond the plot. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. After hearing these words, GIYU finally understood why the reward was higher than before, and it was a good fight. The three people kept fighting against this ghost, and Legui also knew that GIYU was the weakest, so he would attack GIYU if he caught the control attack. No, big brother, why are you bullying me, a kid? GIYU saw that this ghost was bullying him, and he was already injured. If it weren't for the two big guys next to him, he would have died long ago. Boy, follow Tomioka, I'll attack. Shia is mainly an offensive player, so it's most appropriate for GIYU to follow Tomioka. Well, come on my back, GIYU. GIYU was also scared of being beaten, so he had to be carried on Tomioka's back. Tomioka was not very mobile because of GIYU on his back, so he could only assist from the side, giving Tomioka the opportunity to ask questions. GIYU, where is Yuya? Tomioka finally asked a question that had been in his heart. You mean Daodu? I asked the villagers to take her to a safe place first. GIYU was a little embarrassed. After all, he had clearly said that he would take care of Daodu. It had only been a short time, and he had given Daodu away? Those villagers should be reliable. Tomioka was a little worried. It's okay, don't worry, all the villagers look friendly. Okay. Shimai was still fighting harder and harder, and soon he could tie with Legui, and at this time, he also found a fatal weakness. After each very strong attack, his body was actually disappearing, but it recovered quickly, but the recovery speed was getting slower and slower, and some parts could not recover anymore. Could it be that the best way to deal with this ghost is to let him bear a lot of attacks? Shimai thought to himself, but he was already very sure. Tomioka. This ghost is not without weaknesses. As long as we attack him hard, his body will be incomplete, and slowly some parts will not recover. Really, then it seems that I have to be serious too. But Legui on the side was not calm. His body did not die by beheading because he was consuming his own life and continuing to operate at the cost of his life. Although it would be very strong for a period of time, this was only for ordinary ghost hunters. Even if he could beat the pillar, it would only be because he was injured or careless. The young man in front of him was already difficult enough to beat, not to mention the Tomioka next to him who was like a water column. So what if you know? Reggae instantly showed an indifferent expression. Originally, the three people thought he was going to use a big move, and his expression was solemn, as if a big battle was about to hit, and this was just the calm before the storm. But Reggae did not play by the rules and summoned a huge skeleton from the ground, but this skeleton did not attack the three of them, but used his hands to stir the dust around in the air, creating a huge dust. Ahem, what on earth does he want to do? Is he trying to get rid of us in this environment? Shia's eyes were already wide open, and he could hardly open his eyes after the dust entered. Get rid of this skeleton first. Tomioka made a prompt decision. Let me say here that I want to change the Chinese of the very move style to Japanese. It looks very cool. Whisper, reduce the word count a little, hee. Water-breathing nano-type water wheel. I thought it would be another tough fight, but with this move, the skeleton was broken. Hey? What's going on? Then get rid of the dust. Wind-breathing nano-type. Welcome to the sky wind. The strong wind was at least 10 meters from top to bottom, gathering all the dust on top. The overbearing wind was irresistible. If you can't feel it, you can check it out on Kuaishou or Bilibili. It's really a great skill. I made up the 10 meters, but it's awesome anyway. Are you still so anxious? Sure enough. This is the wind pillar I know. Tomioka muttered there. Hey. Shimizu seemed to hear a little. Nothing, just saying that Shimizu is so powerful, he will definitely become a wind pillar in the future. Haha, who knows? Wait, where's that ghost? Chapter 66. The two of them were so angry that they had to fight. Wait. A terrible thought came into Yi Yong's mind. Tomioka and Shimai were in a daze after a reggae ran away. Hearing this, they turned their heads to look at Yi Yong. He either ran away because he couldn't beat him, or he ran to the village. Then, Yi Yong didn't continue, but his solemn expression explained everything. Shimai didn't say anything else, but quickly put away the knife and ran towards the village. Tomioka followed closely. Although there are two possibilities, everyone knows that the probability of the first possibility is 0%. After all, if there are two choices, one of which is bound to be a disaster, then someone will definitely choose it. While Tomioka was carrying him, GIYU began to speculate. To restore his strength? In view of what Shimai said just now, he should think about it in many ways. Could it be possible to repair his dissipated body? No. To be more precise, it is to restore his body faster. Because he can slowly repair his body, although some parts cannot be restored, who can guarantee that he will not restore them after sucking human blood? GIYU dare not jump to conclusions, but the ghost's need for human blood will indeed increase its own strength. GIYU has told this speculation to the two people in front and behind. Haha, really? No matter how many times, I will tear him apart. Shimai was not very surprised by the news. He just wanted to torture the ghost to death now. It's very likely. After all, everything should be planned for the worst. Tomioka also confirmed this idea. However, when they were about to reach the village, cries for help were heard from the village. The three people's eyes were filled with anger, and they jumped to the roof of the nearest house in one step. The bloody scene below was not suitable for children. In just a few tens of seconds, reggae had killed dozens of people. The bodies of those who died would be absorbed by the vines and finally transformed into reggae's energy. And the reggae also looked down at the people running around in a hurry, including men, women, children, and the elderly. Shia jumped and pointed the blade at reggae. Needless to say, he was angry, and his eyes were already very ferocious. Tomioka showed the strength of a water column, and quickly moved into reggae at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. Yi Yong was instantly confused by this sudden flash, so he had to hold Tomioka's back tightly and put his face on his back to prevent himself from falling. Reggae also heard a little sound, turned his head, and saw Shia falling from the sky. Reggae was stunned for a moment, but then sneered again. Haha, you jump so high, do you really want to be blown away by my wind? Okay, I'll satisfy you. Just as he was about to activate the blood ghost technique, a bad idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Wait. Where are the other two people? Then a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Water breathing, 7th type, Shizuka wave protrusion. A knife appeared in front of reggae without warning and pierced his head in an instant. Unforgivable. In order to pick up reggae, Tomioka then twisted the knife, with the back of the knife facing the sky, and then used all his strength to pick up reggae with the knife. Then he raised his foot and kicked hard. He kicked it directly to an unmanned house, and the force was so great that it went through 3 wooden walls. The house collapsed immediately, smoke and dust rose, and during this period, Tomioka also quickly signaled the villagers who had not been injured to take the injured away from the scene. GIYU, step back first. I'm afraid I might hurt you later. Tomioka slowly squatted down, and GIYU then got off Tomioka's back. Come on. After saying this, GIYU also went to help the villagers. Shimei also jumped down from above. The move he had just held back was instantly held back by Tomioka. Shimei, don't let your guard down. Tomioka took a fighting stance, his eyes fixed on the direction where Reggae had just flown out. Shimei also looked over, thinking about the situation in front of him. Smoke? It was Tomioka who made it just now. Why was he so fast just now? Did I see a residual image just now? A series of questions also shrouded Shimei's heart. He naturally knew that Tomioka was not weak, but he didn't know where Tomioka's upper limit was. 5 seconds later, the smoke gradually dissipated. A black shadow appeared in the smoke that was about to dissipate. From the smoke, you can see Reggae's very eye-catching scarlet eyes. It seems that the law of smoke without injury has appeared. The attack just now did not cause much harm to him. Tomioka did that just to give the villagers time to retreat. At this time, the parts of his body that had dissipated before were all restored, but the hole in his brain still remained. Damn ghost hunter! After saying this, Reggae cursed with gritted teeth again. How dirty the curse was, you can imagine it yourself. Hey, it's not good to curse other people's families like this, bastard. Shia's face turned black instantly after hearing those words, and Tomioka was no exception. And Yiyang, who was helping to transfer the wounded, also heard it. WC, this ghost is so brave. As expected, the anger of the two continued to rise, and the veins on the hands holding the handle of the knife gradually popped up. Reggae also noticed that something was wrong with the two and swallowed his saliva. Then, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and found water on his palm. Sweat. This thought came to Reggae's mind. Is it raining? But when he looked up at the sky, there were no dark clouds. The moon was still hanging in the sky, but it was obviously much lower than before. The pupils shrank instantly. It didn't rain. Dawn is coming soon. Reggae, who originally wanted to deny the fact that he was sweating, now got 2 more terrible facts. Then he supported his forehead and took his hand down. In an instant, sweat dripped from his palm to the ground. With such an enemy? Did it make me sweat profusely? But this situation did not give Reggae much time to think, and Reggae quickly stopped thinking. Don't want to think, don't dare to think. The 2 eyes stared at the 2 people in front of him, even if sweat flowed into his eyes, he didn't waver at all. But even in such a situation, Lei Gui still made a secret plan. Over the years, he has encountered many powerful enemies. Didn't he live well every time? But he didn't use his 2 hands, but his feet to control the skeletons underground. Lei Gui was betting that they were also waiting for his attack. Even if he couldn't cause any damage, he could distract the other party. Lei Gui didn't believe that they could guess this, and sneered secretly, and then increased the speed of the skeleton. However, this stalemate was soon broken, and Lei Gui also made a wrong bet. Shimi couldn't help but launch an attack, and the green gust of wind swept over, and Tomioka followed closely at a very fast speed. When the 2 knives were about to chop up, Lei Gui unexpectedly raised the corners of his mouth, and the 2 also noticed Lei Gui's smile at this moment. Although surprised, the knives in their hands still chopped up without thinking. But at the moment of chopping up, the 2 also realized that something was wrong, and the feeling was wrong. However, the reggae in front of them had indeed been chopped into several pieces by them, and blood was oozing out. But even so, the 2 of them couldn't believe it. What they chopped was definitely not reggae. If this was not reggae, then where was reggae? Tomioka didn't know what happened, and suddenly heard a sound coming from under the ground where they were. Tomioka was stunned, and Shimai was still puzzled. Looking at Tomioka like this, he hurriedly asked, "Tomioka, where is the ghost?" But before Shimai finished speaking, Tomioka shouted, "Get out of here!" The last one pushed Shimai away, and the knife was about to stab down. Unfortunately, just 1 or 2 seconds. Several ghost vines immediately controlled Tomioka's hand that was about to swing the sword, and at this time the real Reggae also broke out of the ground, and he also changed into the appearance of a skeleton and bit Tomioka. Ah! Tomioka endured this fierce bite, and he felt his blood being absorbed. "Tomioka? You..." Things happened so fast in an instant that Shimai's brain was a little out of order, and his thoughts were still on the moment when Tomioka pushed him away. But the next second, Tomioka's heart-wrenching pain had completely sobered him up. After the plan succeeded, Reggae changed back to his original appearance, and then kicked the wound that had just bitten Tomioka hard, and kicked hard at the place where Tomioka had kicked him just now. "You bastard! Wind breathing ni no kai claw claw koto wind." The strong wind was full of anger, tearing Reggae to pieces, and blood dripped on the ground in large pieces, and many ghost vines were soon bred in these blood. Shimai did not hesitate, and his anger made him very focused, and he did not panic because of this. If even he was defeated, the fate of everyone was self-evident. "Hey, I say! It's really a waste of so much blood I just drank. It doesn't respect the fruits of my labor." A calm voice came from behind Shimai. "Breath of the wind Shen type sing round wind tree." In an instant, with himself as the center, he swung out 3 wind blades, tearing up the thunder ghost just now again, but it still didn't help, and on the contrary, it expanded his advantage. Reggae still appeared behind him again. It was the ghost vine that had grown back just now. The ghost vine turned into Reggae. "Come and feel the strong wind, scumbag! Tomioka, Tomioka!" The face of a little boy suddenly appeared in front of Tomioka. "GIYU, hiss!" Tomioka also woke up, but the pain was also accompanied by it. "Don't worry, I've found a doctor for you." Yang quickly called a doctor from this village to help Tomioka. Just a few minutes before these things happened. "Are you okay?" Yang asked the villagers in front of him with a worried look. "No problem. If you can't move the injured, take the children to a safe place first. They know where the shelter is. Come with them, kids." A villager was carrying the wounded on his back and said to Yang. Others also agreed with this statement, and Yang was a little shaken by what he said. "Ah!" A deafening scream penetrated the ears of everyone present. GIYU was startled and quickly turned his head, only to see Reggae turned into a skeleton, biting Tomioka's waist, and then kicked him to the place where Tomioka had just kicked him. "Damn it, public revenge!" GIYU instantly dismissed the idea of escaping to the shelter just now. "Do you have a doctor here?" Yang asked anxiously, how much he wished there was a doctor here at this moment. "Me?" A young man wearing glasses raised his hand. Half of his spectacle lenses were broken. He probably fell while running. "I need to go back and get what I need to prepare. The gentleman just now must have lost too much blood." Then he hurried to the house to take out his own medical supplies. GIYU also looked back at the place where he fought just now, and now he looked at Sania with a worried look on his face. The fight was clearly back and forth just now, so why is it now one-sided? The chess piece is one move away, which side is it? Chapter 67. The doctor squatted down to check Tomioka's wound. The hideous wound was exposed and even penetrated the body. The blood was still flowing, but according to common sense, there must be a lot. But considering that the bite of Reggae just now also absorbed blood, Tomioka's face turned pale, and coupled with this wound, his life was in danger. The doctor wrapped a bandage around his waist to stop the blood from flowing out again. "The wounded is bleeding heavily." "This..." The doctor looked embarrassed. "Doctor, Do you have blood bags for transfusion? Sorry. No. Yu Yang was panicked, but then he remembered Xiaoqi, as if he had grabbed the last straw. Yu Yang started to communicate with Xiaoqi in his mind. Xiaoqi is the system. Readers, please remember her. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi. Yu Yang, I'm. Oh my god. Tomioka, what's going on? Xiaoqi. Does the store sell blood replenishment potions? Yes. Do you want to buy one? Yes. But each bottle can only replenish 100 ml, and each bottle costs 500 business coins. Yu Yang was a little hesitant, 500. But seeing Tomioka's look. 7 bottles. Pay me the debt, I will definitely pay it back when the time comes. Okay, okay. This doesn't matter what blood type you have. Just drink it, and no matter what blood type you have, you can increase your blood volume, and you won't die, right? Don't let the blood coagulate. This is oral, Yu Yang, not the blood transfusion you learned. Underscore. Sorry, I was a little confused in my hurry. Then, 7 bottles of blood recovering potion also came into Yu Yang's hands. Yu Yang opened the bottle cap without hesitation and fed it directly to Tomioka. The doctor was ready to retreat with Tomioka on his back, but who would have thought that Yu Yang suddenly had 7 bottles of red liquid in his hand? This is... The doctor asked in surprise, but Yu Yang didn't care about it, and just fed 7 bottles of potion to Tomioka. Tomioka didn't even have the strength to swallow, but his strong willpower still made him persist. Although a lot of potion leaked, it would definitely make Tomioka's vitality rise again. When feeding the 6th bottle, Tomioka grabbed Yu Yang's hand. These are enough, let me rest for a while, hey. Tomioka's face gradually regained its color, and he sat on the ground with his eyes closed. He really should rest for a while. Ji Yang can only pray that Shimai can hold on for a while. But Ji Yang was not idle either. He pushed the doctor next to him and asked. Doctor, are there bows and arrows in the village? We can have some people ambush on the roofs nearby. Finally, he took out a few bottles of wisteria poison that he had bought from Xiaoqi before. There were still a lot left. He bought too much before and didn't use it up. Now it comes in handy. Put these poisons on the arrows. If it's done, tell me with a slogan. Let me think about it. Because he made up his mind quickly, the previous anime was not watched in vain. It's done, clap twice. I said the launch was malicious. That location. You can find a place not far away, near here, wave your hands to tell Tomioka, it's the wounded person you just mentioned. Let him know where the location is, wave your hands on the house. Shimai seemed very isolated and helpless at this time. He also saw Tomioka being treated, still leaning against the wall. But now, the wind is coming. Lei Gui controlled the strong wind with both hands and directly sent Shimai flying, but Lei Gui would not give up. Thunderbolt. Shimai in the air could not control the direction, so he could only take this move hard. The electric current rushed out of Lei Gui's hands at a speed invisible to the naked eye and penetrated Shimai's body. Shimai's hair stood on end, his body felt numb, he could bear the pain, but this powerless numbness. Shimai fell heavily to the ground, but he could not feel any pain, but the hand holding the handle of the knife unconsciously dropped it, and Shimai himself did not notice it. His stomach was already like being roasted, red, and his body was still smoking. He could not lift his limbs, and his eyes were a little dim. Like a bullied good young woman, he could only watch Reggae slowly walk towards him step by step, but he could not make any resistance. You are really amazing. Keep going. I'm waiting for you. Leggy was weird at this time, slowly squatted down, grabbed Shimai's hair, made him sit up, and finally helped him get the knife. Come on, chop. I gave you a chance, why don't you chop? Laggy stretched his neck forward, he was not afraid at all, because if you cut his neck, he can still recover. Speaking of you, you are just a thing that can't do anything. You can't protect anyone. After hearing this, Shimai was furious, but all the anger was gathered above the calm. Your companion sacrificed himself to protect you. Maybe that person died a long time ago? Shimai slowly raised his head and stared at Reggae with a deathly gaze. Reggae was a little scared and summoned a ghost vine from the ground to suck Shimai's blood. But when the absorption started, Reggae stopped. Reggae tasted the rare blood in the rare blood, and even the cells in his body couldn't help trembling. He stood up slowly and began to hurt himself with his hands. It's so addictive. What's going on with this feeling? I feel my ability is improving and my strength is increasing. Is this rare blood? No, it's more precious. Legge was drunk at this time. As a thin blood that even Kokushibo smelled a little drunken, how could this Legge resist? But Legge's suicidal speech also gave Tomioka enough time to rest and return. Xiao Qi medicine was very good. Not only did it make up for the lack of blood, but even the wound showed signs of healing. Yu Yang felt that he spent 3,500 and it was totally worth it. Xiao Qi, do you have anything that can control the enemy for 10 seconds? Of course, it's very expensive, and it won't work if the enemy is strong. Is there anything that can work on that ghost? Yes, but it costs 3,000 business coins. Ah! After all, it's very abnormal to make the opponent unable to move for 10 seconds, and this is how to deal with that ghost. Ji Yang bought this purely for protection. After all, he didn't know if that ghost would do anything fancy. He made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Okay. I bought it. Anyway, I already owe so much, so it doesn't matter if I owe this little bit. Ji Yang remember to pay the deficit as soon as possible, otherwise if the boss finds out, I will definitely be scolded again. Definitely. Then, a stopwatch appeared in Ji Yang's hand. Press the special button on it, and the needle on it will turn for a total of 10 seconds. Tomioka slowly opened his eyes at this time. Tomioka, you're awake. Well, I have to go help Shimai quickly. Then he slowly stood up. But your injury. It's okay. Okay, then you be careful. Shimai sat on the ground, but his body was already showing some signs of slow recovery. While Reggae was talking to himself, he trembled and picked up the knife, but Reggae also noticed it and directly lifted Shimai's neck. Then I will suck your blood. Then he inserted his fingers into his neck, and Shimai could feel the blood flowing out. But just when Reggae was enjoying it, Tomioka rushed up and cut off Reggae's hands, and then quickly took Shimai to a safe place. Fortunately, Tomioka arrived in time. Shimai was not sucked too much, Reggae's fingers were not inserted too deep, and his breathing was normal. Tomioka remembered the plan that Yi Yang had told him just now. Tomioka, you are responsible for holding the ghost, and keep an eye on the house. Where someone waves means you have to lead Reggae there. Hold him. Then he came to his senses. Shimai, are you okay? It's okay, I just feel a little numb. Tomioka took out 2 bottles of blood recovery potion from his clothes. GIYU didn't have any unfinished blood recovery potions at the time, so he handed them over. What is this? Shimai was still asking in confusion. Reggae sent another lightning bolt here, and Tomioka ran to the side with Shimai in his arms. Drink it. Your opponent is me. Tomioka pointed his sword at Reggae and invited him to a 1v1 duel. Why did you reply so quickly? When Reggae saw Tomioka coming, he was stunned for a moment. He was absolutely sure that Tomioka was already unable to get up. But he quickly adjusted himself. He ignored Tomioka and continued to use the blood ghost technique. Tomioka was not a problem, but it was difficult to lead him away. Reggae also began to get irritated. If the stalemate continued, he would definitely lose everything this time. Tomioka was just dodging left and right with his real name. Suddenly, a villager on the roof of the house behind Reggae waved to him. Then he looked at Reggae. This guy seemed to have been aiming at him. Shimizu was beaten. Tomioka also made up his mind in his heart. Since you want to chase Shimizu, then you can follow me. Holding a knife in one hand and carrying Shimizu in the other, the situation that had just been eased was quickly broken by Tomioka's sudden thunderbolt. Reggae chased after him without any hesitation. GIYU hid aside and watched. Then the doctor with glasses waved at him from a distance. GIYU also saw it and waved back. The doctor also clapped his hands twice at this time. GIYU was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Tomioka, please reply if you get it. I can hear you. You beat him later, and then go take care of Shimizu after that. Why? I know my limits, trust me. Okay. Tomioka put Shimizu in a safe place, then slowly stood up and turned to look at Reggae. However, Legui was extremely impatient at this time, and he used his skills as soon as he came up. He immediately released the ghost vine and retreated to a farther place, and Tomioka also smiled slightly. Water-breathing pickup type life flow. Every time he slashed, the life flow was stacked with passives again and again, and the power of each time was unusual, gradually transforming into the appearance of a water dragon. Legui's pupils shrank instantly. He didn't expect that Tomioka could do such a hard job. Malicious execution. A loud child's voice resounded through the sky. Legui was startled by this sudden shout, and his already tense nerves were suddenly frightened. Several villagers with bows appeared on the house, and without hesitation, they shot at Legui. What? Legui couldn't think of these at all. This sudden change was something he couldn't have imagined even if he had imagined it 10,000 times. There were dozens of arrows on Legui's body, and one of his eyes was blinded. Ah! The intense poison of the wisteria flower made his body tremble uncontrollably. The fear of death has made Legui panic to the extreme, and the ghost vines are constantly released, but doing so will only make Tomioka more and more powerful. Then he cut off the last ghost vine and came directly to Legui. 44? It seems that you really want to die. Tomioka hasn't used this attack for a long time, and today's feel is all up. The power of this move is self-evident. But today he knew that it was useless to cut him, so he changed to the back of the knife. In an instant, Legui felt that his body was very heavy, as if his body was really washed away by a flood, and he could only stand there to withstand this violent impact. The water dragon seemed to tear Legui apart, and ran towards Legui madly. After Tomioka was done, he disappeared without a trace and came to Shimai again. The small advantage that Reggae had just accumulated was instantly gone. The blow he suffered made him unable to bear it at all. Not only his internal organs, but also his bones were broken. He was in extreme pain now. Ah! The blood I just obtained immediately repaired my body. Although it was very fast, it caused extraordinary damage to my body. Half of Reggae's body was gone, just to repair his body. But he didn't expect why Tomioka didn't continue to pursue the victory, but the next second, someone told him the answer. Very confused, right? I don't know when Yi Yang touched Reggae's back. Reggae didn't believe how this kid dared to touch his back. But let me tell you. Yi Yang had a calm face, and there was a little calmness between his eyes. But this bottle of calmness made Reggae feel uneasy. He was repairing his body now and didn't have much energy to consume. You want thin blood? Haha, you're really ridiculous. Muda. Yi Yang's style suddenly changed, and Legui couldn't do it again. Star Platinum. A purple-skinned muscular man suddenly came out from beside Yi Yang. Legui looked incredulous. Yi Chuan will crush your thin blood dream. Please evacuate immediately if you are not concerned. Oh. 3,000 Eulers omitted here. Yi Yang couldn't help laughing wildly. After holding it back for such a long minute, the Star Platinum experience card finally. Finally it can be used, so cool. No one knows how Reggae spent these 40 seconds. However, Yang suddenly pressed the button of the stopwatch. Reggae saw that Star Platinum stopped punching and thought it was a great opportunity to move, but he couldn't move. Hey! Yang didn't pretend anymore. He couldn't use it with his eyes, so he just pretended for 10 seconds. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in. Yang couldn't help looking back. It turned out that Xia was running over with a knife. Yang didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Reggae didn't know what happened. You also felt that gust of wind, didn't you? The wind of victory is blowing from behind me, GIYU. You are an evenly matched opponent. But now. Sayonara, goodbye. But let's pray again. Go to hell. Vile evil ghost. 10 seconds passed. Ola. GIYU and Star Platinum threw a punch filled with extreme anger. Although it was a small fist, Star Platinum will make up for it. Reggae's body had been smashed, and that face was no longer recognizable as a face. He couldn't resist now, so he could only let himself fly to where Shimei rushed towards him. Shimei couldn't help laughing wildly when he saw Reggae flying towards him. Anger had swept through his body, contained in this extremely sharp blade. GIYU didn't look at it, but just lowered his head silently. Ah, ah! The last blow is enough to kill. Ding dong! Congratulations to Yang for completing the A-end level mission. 1 blow kills. This time there are more than 4,500 words, although there are some water words. Hehe. Dash dash. At W at. Heavy black heart. NNN, NNN, slash. Equals 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 equals. But it must be a lot of words. Finally finished this Reggae. Put tears in the comments. I didn't expect it, the author changed the cover. Isn't it more handsome and more suitable than the previous one? This is a picture that the author found suddenly, without adding any content, it is just the original flavor, it really fits. Anyway, no matter what you think, I feel very satisfied. Thank you all for your support. If you are not happy with me, just give everyone a minute to imagine that they have the platinum star, and go crazy with me. It's okay, I don't feel bad, don't pity me just because I am a delicate flower. Chapter 68. The old man was so angry that he was killed. Finally. That bastard is finally dead. Yang didn't know whether to be happy or cry. Just because of that Reggae, his Star Platinum experience card was gone. He also wanted to see Star Platinum and Akaza fight. Congratulations to Yang for winning the following rewards. Supreme Treasure Box *5. Business Coin *6000. Character Ability Experience Card *1. Note, of course there are level restrictions. Survival from a desperate situation. Note, grab this last straw. Random Character Support *1. Are you satisfied now? Yang smiled with relief. Not bad, really not bad. Suddenly I felt that it was nothing serious. Satisfied, already full. Look. There. It's a child. Yang's eyes moved to the source of the voice. It turned out to be a member of the Hidden and a few members of the Demon Slayer Corps, a total of 8 people. It seems that they also know that the enemies they encounter are a bit difficult, but why do they always come after the battle is over? Well, it's better to come a little later than not at all. The demon has been eliminated. You can see if there are any injured villagers nearby. Yang looked at them walking towards him and waved his hands quickly to show that he was fine. However, they were worried, so they still asked a Hidden to come, a sister. She squatted down and touched Yang's head. It's so dangerous, why don't you run? If you have something, tell your sister. Wow, this face is so soft. Then she started to do something else and pinched Yang's little face. Ah ha ha ha. Sorry, I was really thinking of my brother, he's as cute as you. It's okay, it's okay. Hey! Are you okay, kid? A rough voice came over, it turned out to be Minami. The hair was already stained with blood, and there was also some blood on the knife on his shoulder. Under the illumination of the Jade Palace, it looked even more creepy. If you didn't know, you would think it was an evil ghost with a knife. It seemed that at the moment of Lei Gui's death, his blood no longer had that kind of corrosive effect. It's okay. Yu Yang also hurriedly told about his situation. After more than 10 minutes, the three people reunited, and the surrounding villagers were also settled. Suddenly, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps came over with Daodu in his arms. As soon as Yi Yang saw Daodu, he slapped his head. How could he almost forget her? Wait, it's over, this little girl won't ask to go to the Demon Slayer Corps again? Shimizu and Tomioka are now discussing with the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and go back to recuperate? Are you kidding? Our injuries are nothing to worry about. Yes, we can take care of ourselves. Tomioka also agreed with Shimizu, but a team member pulled Tomioka and motioned him to come over. Tomioka followed him obediently, and then the two of them whispered far away from the others. I said I won't go back. No. Why? Because. The next words they said were no longer audible, but we can clearly see Tomioka's face change from shock to helplessness. Shimizu, I think it's better to listen to their opinions. I said, Tomioka must also, hey. What did you say just now? Shimizu was still arguing, but when he heard Tomioka say this, he was dumbfounded. How could he be fighting alone? I say, let's go back and recuperate. Shimei was a little angry, but seeing what Tomioka said, he should go back and recuperate. Ji Yang really didn't know what Tomioka heard, and his temperament changed drastically. No, I want to go back with you. Ji Yang looked at Daodu who was playing in the arms of the Manyan and shook his head helplessly. Brother Yi Yang, didn't you say you would take me back? You can't go back on your word to Daodu. Otherwise Daodu will ignore you for the rest of her life. Humph. Daodu. Ji Yang, Omega. Ji Yang expressed his helplessness. He thought he had come up with a way to stop Daodu in a hurry, but he didn't expect the villagers to really send her back. After Daodu made a fuss for a while, Tomioka came out to help, and finally decided to take Daodu back and return it to the family later. Daodu and GIYU were carried by two hidden members, Tomioka and Shimizu were fine, but how should I put it, the wounds were indeed quite painful, and it was definitely. Adrenaline helped. 20 minutes later. The bed in this butterfly house is really good, so comfortable. I really want to live here. 3 people were lying on the bed, and Daodu was sitting next to Yi Yang. I had already told Kane when I came here, and Kane was very surprised that there were 4 people, including 2 children. But I quickly asked them to go to the ward to rest, after all, it would be better for them to sleep late at night. Yi Yang has always had a dream, that is, he really wants a hospital bed. When he was a child, he was hit by a car twice, bitten by a dog once, and once thought to be leukemia, which made him a frequent visitor to the hospital bed. Note: the author's personal experience, the car is an electric car, the dog is not a mad dog, fortunately he didn't get the rabies vaccine, and the leukemia is fortunately not, but the bone marrow was extracted. I heard from my aunt that there are 3 other children in the ward who have leukemia, and I am the only one who doesn't. I don't know if it's true or not. Yi Yang thought of his own experiences and felt a little chilled. He quickly put this idea behind him in the future. Yes, it's softer and more fragrant than Daodu's bed. Daodu also lay beside Yi Yang and kept rolling. After all, the 2 were still children, and they fell asleep in a short while. And Shia and Tomioka also looked at each other without saying anything. It seemed that eye contact could explain everything, and the 2 closed their eyes and began to rest. The cicadas in the trees chirped, and the wind blew the windows, making a rustling sound, like a symphony. The light of the moon also shone down, shining on everyone, bright and warm. In the dead of night, Kane stretched in her medical room. Alas, it's getting late. Finally, she got up and went to her own boudoir, and on the way, she happened to pass by the ward where the 4 people were. Kane also went in. She didn't actually see anyone, but just listened to the team members' oral statements. After all, it was too dark at the time and she was busy, so she told them to go by themselves. Her footsteps were very light, so small that if you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't know someone was coming. Under the moonlight, she could see everyone's face clearly, and then she came to bed number 1. Seeing Tomioka sleeping on the bed at a glance, Kane looked a little surprised and stunned for a moment. She never thought it was Tomioka. He had just been discharged from the hospital for a few days? No, just 1 day, less than a day. And then he came back again. Kane sighed helplessly, and finally walked to bed number 2. Kane looked at the white-haired person on the bed, thought carefully, and finally remembered. It turned out to be him. What a worrying child. She gently lifted his blanket and found some wounds on his legs. Kane saw these wounds and knew that they were caused by the sword. She knew that Shimei must have hurt himself again. She had told him not to do this last time. Finally, she sighed helplessly and covered him gently again. Then she took out the tissue she brought with her and wiped the blood off his head. Shimei still didn't wake up, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. It seemed that he was having a good dream. After wiping, Kane came to the last bed number 3. As soon as she arrived, she saw 2 children. It was a little boy and a little girl, namely Yiyang and Yutaki. Note: recall that this is Daodu's real name, Muriki Yutaki. The sleeping posture of the 2 made Kane cover her mouth and laugh. Yiyang put his hands under the quilt and slept on his stomach. Yutaki put his feet on the pillow and grabbed the corners of Yiyang's clothes with both hands. The 2 of them were one on top and one on the bottom, one in front and one behind, and the quilt was kicked off by them. Kane gently picked up Yutaki, put his head on the pillow, and patted him gently. Yutaki smiled slightly, looking very happy, and then Kane did the same to GIYU, then patted the quilt on the ground and covered them with them. Both of them slept soundly, and Kane touched their heads. Looking at the moon tonight, a barely noticeable smile appeared on his face. Kane came in quietly and left quietly, as if nothing was disturbed. The night is so peaceful and peaceful. It makes people lonely and at ease. Hey, hey! GIYU brother, wake up! Hey? What's wrong? Tomioka opened his eyes in a daze and saw Yutaki sitting on him. Yutaki saw Tomioka wake up and came down happily. Tomioka slowly sat up and found that the others were still resting. He looked at Yutaki helplessly. But since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Tomioka got off the bed, stood up, and looked around. After all, this should be his 3rd time here. Let's stop here. Actually, he didn't really want to come. After all, it's only been a short time since he came to the butterfly house 3 times, not to mention that this time he was discharged from the hospital less than a day ago. Tomioka knew Shinobu's personality, although everyone is more familiar with the black-hearted Koko Shinobu who always had a smile on her face. But before Koko Shinobu became a pillar, it was always Kane who chatted with Tomioka, so Shinobu would be seen when he was recuperating in the butterfly house. I still remember that at that time, Tomioka always had a bad memory and called her butterfly sister every time they met, which made Shinobu angry every time. But because of his sister's face, he never did it. Later, he couldn't help it and started to attack Tomioka when his sister was not around. Tomioka was unable to extricate himself from EMO because of the death of his sister and brother. Although he knew he was wrong, he couldn't remember every time. Every time he was beaten, he could only be passive. Alas, it's all tears. Although the timeline has changed, he may become a pillar much earlier. But Tomioka has a hunch that if Butterfly knows that he is in the hospital again, she will mock him. Doudou, keep your voice down, don't wake up the others. Tomioka made a hush gesture, and only Shia and GIYU were sleeping. Yutaki also covered her mouth and nodded. Tomioka touched Yutaki's head, then held her and walked out of the house quietly. When he just went out, he ran into Kane. Oh? Are you awake so early? Do you want to have breakfast? I just made some more today.